Yo, Atlas speaking, and welcome to part 9 of What If a Noob Found Himself Trapped in Sword Art Online, trained and cleared all 100 floors. Let the tale begin. Chapter 201, To War. In the idyllic lakeside of the 22nd floor, a scene straight from hell was playing out. Point 4 of Reaver's Requiem's number stood in a tight circle, surrounded by a dozen other players. And the ones closing in on Shigeo, Keita, Tetsuo, and Sachi weren't just any players. Laughing Coffin. Shigeo hissed the two words like they were a curse. His eyes darted from the paralyzed Seba, who he now knew had been nothing but bait which they had eaten up hook, line, and sinker, to the murderers. Red-eyed XAXA. One of the cloaked figures was easy to recognize, XAXA not having bothered to cover his head with a hood, red eyes leering at the Reavers from under his skull mask, and Shigeo spat his name with just as much venom. Shigeo. When we asked the pretty little artist here to lure the deadweights, I didn't expect to reel in a big fish along with them. Shigeo's fingers turned white as he gripped the straps of his shield. XAXA wasn't laughing like a maniac or throwing curses. His malicious smirk was visible under the mask, but he was still being mostly serious. Restrained. That didn't bode well for their immediate future. I would ask why you red bastards tricked us into coming here, but it's pretty obvious. So the question is Laughing Coffin ready to go to war? The tank glared straight at XAXA, taking his eyes off the other murderers for a moment to reinforce just how much weight he was putting behind his words. Because that's what it will be, XAXA. War. And not just against Reaver's Requiem, but all of the assault team. All of Aincrad. You've been allowed to exist for too long, clearly, because we had more important things to worry about. But not if you go through with this. Laughing Coffin will be signing their own death warrant. He was being half serious and half bluffing. The only reason the assault team hadn't exterminated Laughing Coffin yet was because they couldn't find them. Even with Argo the Rat and Shadow Blossom Akari tracking them, the Red Guild had managed to hide exceedingly well, but it was also the truth that neither the assault team, the info broker, or Fumaningdom had put their full effort into it. The three factions had to coordinate all aspects of all of Aincrad. Their time and manpower were limited, and Laughing Coffin had been laying low recently, not anymore. Today would change everything. Shigeo was under no illusions that he could lead his party out of this trap without spilling blood. And as much as he wished Laughing Coffin would be the ones to bleed, he wasn't that naive, especially when red-eyed XAXA smiled, the madness he was known for adorning his face. War, Sounds fun. Keek keek. Crazy fucker. Shigeo grit his teeth. A quick glance over his shoulder showed Keita, Sachi, and Tetsuo had their weapons raised, but they were trembling. Keita. Why yes? When I say, make a break for it. Don't bother with fighting back or teleport crystals, they will never let you use them. Just focus on surviving and getting Sachi and Tetsuo out. What about YU? They were speaking quietly so Laughing Coffin couldn't hear them, but Shigeo turned back to XAXA. It was somewhat forced, but he had a feral grin to match the murderers on his face. They want war, I'll give them war. The Laughing Coffin players, well, laughed at that. They kept laughing when Shigeo spun around and unrepentant charged into the three murderers blocking their retreat path. Two of them jumped to the side to dodge, while the one in the middle raised his sword to meet the Reaver head-on. That was a mistake. The red player was sent sprawling, a fifth of his HP gone, and a stun status effect afflicting him. Shigeo didn't stop. His body glowed silver and he kneed the stunned enemy right in the face with a martial arts, Heiza, before following through with a shield bash. Just like that, the red player got cut down to just about a third of his health. And, while Shigeo had almost exhausted the very few offensive skills inside of shield mastery, there was still one more he could use, and use it he did. The tank caught a glimpse of genuine fear in the masked face of the Laughing Coffin player on the ground before he slammed his shield down with Fissure. The bottom edge of the tower shield, blunt and thick, met little resistance as it crushed the abdomen of the murderer. Everyone was given a very clear view of the red player's body splitting in two halves, each tumbling in a different direction before shattering. They stopped laughing after that. Everyone in the area, murderer or not, watched slack-jawed as Shigeo absolutely demolished one of the red players without him being able to put even a semblance of resistance, everyone but Shigeo. Go! His powerful shout jolted Keita, Sachi, and Tetsuo into motion. They wasted half a second to shoot sorrowful glances at their party leader before they started running away from the lake shore, away from the laughing coffin encirclement through the opening Shigeo provided. Away from him. Oh, how they wanted to do the opposite. To charge the red players and fight alongside Shigeo. But for all that the former Black Cats were brave, well, they were brave enough to admit that their hands were shaking. They would be a burden to Shigeo if they stayed. And right now, there wasn't even the time to consider maybes and what-ifs. The red players would snap out of their stunned disbelief at witnessing one of their own get so summarily decimated soon. And once they did, their opening would be gone. The three Black Cats made it about 15 meters away before Laughing Coffin started to react. The two closest murderers, those who had dodged Shigeo's initial charge, jumped at them, or at least they tried to. In the precious few seconds he had bought with his awe-inspiring bout of brutality, Shigeo hadn't stayed still. One red player caught a shield bash to the face, while the other, the Reaver, simply punched. It did almost no damage, but a fist to the chest, especially from someone who invested nearly all of his stats into strength, was still enough to halt anyone, and almost knock the Laughing Coffin member on his ass. Ugh! For his troubles, Shigeo got a dagger to the back. It barely tickled him. The tank spun around, eyes blazing, and the Laughing Coffin player who attacked him gulped. Then he rolled away, narrowly evading a bash from Shigeo's shield. Now, Keita, Tetsuo, and Sachi were over 50 meters away. Shigeo caught a glimpse of the later looking back, only now tears starting to form on her eyes, and made a gesture with his right hand. A thumbs up. Shigeo thought he heard Sachi stifle a sob. But his back was turned to her and the other two as he slammed his shield on the ground and engaged the remaining 11 Laughing Coffin in a staring contest, daring them to try and get past him, begging them to. They could go around him. That would be easy enough. It wasn't like he could stop them all, and Shigeo was, after all, a tank. He was much slower than all of them. They didn't. After some muffled orders from red-eyed XAXA, the red players reformed their formation, now in a half-moon in front of Shigeo, the untitled, easily forgotten, one of the weakest members of Reaver's Requiem, or so others saw him as, cracked his neck. His glare never left XAXA. Good. You aren't laughing anymore. Now let's find out just how many of your dog lives a frontliner's death is worth. XAXA didn't like the recent developments. This wasn't how things were supposed to go at all. This was supposed to be his day. Boss had finally given the go-ahead for Laughing Coffin to start their moment of glory. And he had been put in charge of it. They were finally going to stop hunting those weakling low-level players and go after some really challenging prey, frontliners. XAXA had been positively giddy when Boss told them that, and who better than Reaver's Requiem as their first target and opening salvo? The guild who had that odious broken spear drifter, one of the few players Laughing Coffin was actually wary of. XAXA had made a perfect plan. Simple, but effective. Snatch, that little bitch painter their spies reported was spending a lot of time with Reaver's Requiem recently, and use her to lure the three weak links of the guild, the three clearers, Keita, Tetsuo, and Sachi, start at the bottom and work his way up, XAXA thought. Get the Reavers angry and desperate at having three of their number killed right under their noses, especially since they were all so protective of each other. He had been bursting at the seams when the three Reavers finally showed up. And when XAXA realized they had Shigeo with them, oh, he almost gave the game away. Here and there, IT couldn't have been more perfect. Reaver's Requiem's only three clearers, and one of their weakest frontliners? It was like God, no, Cardinal and Kaiba themselves were giving him a gift. That had been Zax's first mistake, though he didn't know it at the time. Everyone saw the flashier, more eye-catching Reavers. Broken Spear, Black Swordsman, Lightning Flash, Arrow Huntress, Songstress, Indomitable Knight, and so on. They saw all of the guild's titled players, and dismissed the rest as weak. Forgettable. Looked at Shigeo as if he were just another of the merchant trio, and the taciturn one at that. They underestimated him, as did XAXA, and paid for that. Because weakness and strength were relative. And sure, Maybe Shigeo was at the bottom of the ladder when compared to the rest of his guild, but he was still a frontliner. The Laughing Coffin group paid dearly for forgetting that. In a blink of an eye, the player had moved, much faster than a tower shield user like him had any right to, and crushed one of the red players like he was a gnat, while creating an opportunity for the other 3 rats to escape. XAXA. Honestly, XAXA had been too dumbstruck to even react, though he would never admit it. It was one thing for Broken Spear Drifter to kill Mort and almost take his head off when confronted with Laughing Coffin, but Shigeo? A no-name, insignificant. When he finally recovered from his shock, XAXA had been sorely tempted to order his subordinates to split up and chase after the black cats. They hadn't gotten that far, and he was sure Shigeo would never be able to stop all of them, at most 1 or 2. And with the tanks built and equipment, he would never be able to catch up to Laughing Coffin, but something stopped him from issuing that command. Something in Shigeo's gaze. XAXA felt a vein ticking in his forehead, disdain. That motherfucking bastard was looking down on them just because he managed to kill one fucking distracted weakling? If the guy Shigeo took down wasn't dead already, XAXA would kill him just for causing this situation. Shigeo was supposed to be trembling in despair and begging for his life instead. Here was the fucker, glaring down at them while surrounded by 11 bona fide murderers, and acting like they were the ones who should be cowering. Motherfucking son of a. I'm going to fucking kill you. I'm gonna rip your tongue off and shove it down your throat and watch you choke. And then I'm gonna find those 3 little shits and I'm going to die. You are going to die. Shigeo cut him off, and Zax's eye twitched under his mask. He scowled at Shigeo with madness in his gaze and venom dripping from his every word. What did you fucking say? Shigeo shrugged nonchalantly. XAXA knew the Reaver was buying time, but he didn't care. He was going to stab his throat. Poke his eye out with his S-Dock. Gorgeous I said. You will die. Mother don't you get it, red-eyed XAXA? This isn't some great blow you are going to strike against Reaver's Requiem or the assault team. This isn't even a reprieve to stave off your bloodlust. This is you signing your death sentence. Shigeo snarled. And my guild will come to collect. Kill him! XAXA couldn't hear it anymore. His perfect day, his perfect plan, it was all ruined. Shigeo had to die. Chapter 202, First Blood. Kill him! For one very brief moment, just a fraction of a second, Shigeo considered that he might have pushed the murderer too far, and then he decided that he simply did not give a fuck. Red-eyed XAXA and his merry band of killers had come here with one sole objective in mind, to slaughter Keita and his friends. And they would have succeeded, if it wasn't for the fact Shigeo had some free time in his hands and decided to tag along. The shield user didn't regret ordering the others to run and leave him behind. They were younger, softer, and most of all, not frontliners. It was an important distinction. One the red players seemed to have forgotten, if their stun shock after he killed the first was anything to go by. He had killed someone. In the brief slice of eternity between XAXA ordering his death and the closest red player descending on him in a rage, Shigeo had time to acknowledge that fact. He couldn't find it in him to care. Not now. And he wasn't going to live long enough to ponder if it was a sin or a divine duty that he had performed. That was the truth. Shigeo wasn't under any illusions that he would survive this fight. Frontliner or not, it was 1 against 11, and Laughing Coffin were exceptionally skilled at fighting other players. Far more than him, no doubt, but he would be damned if he didn't drag some more of them down with him. He wasn't sure he could do that, actually. He was a tank, not a damage dealer. Killing the first one was already the result of a mix of the element of surprise, higher levels, better equipment, and one lucky crit with his Fishard. He had lost the former, and the latter was down to luck. His only advantages over Laughing Coffin now were his frontline tier level and skill proficiency, and Forge Master Lisbeth's equipment. Honestly, even Shigeo had been surprised by how easy eliminating the red player had been. He guessed Laughing Coffin wasn't used to their targets actually fighting back, and spending their days stalking, tormenting, and killing low-level players hadn't done them any favors in regards to their own levels either. Now, with the rest jumping in together, and prepared for him, their arrogance gone, He didn't believe it would be nearly as easy to take them down. Blocking the first slashing dagger was simple, and a shield wall softened the next two attacks. But he couldn't avoid the hatchet that buried into his side, nor the sword stabbed at his legs. Shigeo took all the hits without a sound. Both because he wouldn't give Laughing Coffin the satisfaction of hearing him falter, and because he was thinking he needed to find the weak link. XAXA, despite how much Shigeo wished to bash his head in, wasn't it? The S-Stock wielder was staying back, allowing the other red players to whittle down Shigeo's HP little by little. No, the weak link was one of the other murderers. They attacked him in groups of 3 or 4. Most were blocked, but there was always 1 or 2 who managed to slip an attack past his guard. After all, Shigeo's shield could only block one direction at a time. Die! There. He found it. One of the red players overextended, emboldened by the lack of reaction from the Reaver. Big mistake, when the Laughing Coffin player, a man about a head shorter than Shigeo, wearing a tattered hood and a bandana covering the lower half of his face, tried to sink his tomahawk in the back of the tank's knees. Shigeo suddenly spun around, willingly exposing his back to the other red players. What the dash his shield was interposed in the path of the tomahawk with a brace, which swiftly turned into a counterforce before the red player could react. The murderer blinked in confusion when the shield was suddenly slammed into his face, before a hand grabbed his neck. Martial arts, overturn. Sky and ground seemed to change places for the red player as Shigeo threw him over his shoulder and smashed him into the ground. Then, in an eerie repeat of what had happened just minutes earlier, a fissure almost tore him apart. Ack! Motherfucker! I'm gonna kill you! It wasn't enough to end the red player, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Relief which quickly turned to rage as he snarled up at Shigeo, only to freeze when he met the frontliner's cold glare. Shigeo was staring at him unflinching. Swords, daggers, hatchets, and all manners of weapons and skills cut into the Reaver's back, and he ignored all of them. For a moment, the red player wondered if this was how all the people he had hurt and killed felt right before they died. Then he stopped thinking altogether, because Shigeo's shield crushed his head to shards. The red player's body was still imploding when he turned around and used mountain power to shake off the other Laughing Coffin members clinging to his back like ticks. That's 2. A quick glance to the top left of his HUD showed that his determination to finish off that one red player had come at a cost. Shigeo's HP was in the yellow, and dangerously close to red. The Reaver didn't show any outward signs of being fazed by his low health. His glare locked onto the Laughing Coffin player he had identified as the second weakest. One more. I can kill one more. He didn't wait for them to react to his words. An unrepentant charge brought him right next to his target, and Shigeo crashed into him so hard the red player was sent tumbling head over heels. Skills cut into him, and he blocked some with minute adjustments of his body and shield. Most hit him, tearing away at his health bit by bit. For a moment, Shigeo thought he would get to kill a third Laughing Coffin player. A combination of shield bash and martial arts, Brick Break had left the murderer with less than 20% of his HP. But then Shigeo stiffened. He tried to use Fissure again, but his body wouldn't move. Even without the blinking yellow lightning bolt symbol in his HUD, the tank recognized the feeling of paralysis. Fuck. Now that little shit Black is never gonna let me live down, and I had to use one of his stupid bitch-ass poison needles. Zax's rough swearing came from behind him, and Shigeo cursed in his mind. He had lost sight of the most dangerous Laughing Coffin player during the battle. It's all your fault, you stupid motherfucker. Die! Shigeo closed his eyes. He had taken down 2 of them. Could have been better, but then again, considering the circumstances, he had already done pretty damn well. Most of all because Keita, Sachi, and Tetsuo were long gone now, and that was what mattered the most. But the expected feeling of Zax's S-Stock piercing his back never came, even as Shigeo crumbled to one knee due to the paralysis. Instead, there was a short scream and the telltale sound of something dying. Shigeo opened his eyes to see XAXA stabbing the empty ground where, just moments ago, Shigeo's almost third victim had been. Motherfucking fucker, fucking stupid son of a bitch bastard cunt. The fit of rage went on for nearly an entire minute, Zax's guildmates wisely choosing to stay clear out of his way and as quiet as possible. Even amongst Laughing Coffin he was considered insane. Heh. I'm counting that as my kill. After all, I did most of the work. 3 is a good number. Everyone but Shigeo, who leaned on his shield and sneered at XAXA. After all the combined attacks he had received, the Reaver only had a sliver of health left. And yet, he showed not one iota of fear as he mocked XAXA. If you want to take out a few more, though, be my guest, XAXA. I could do with a show. You bit dash XAXA spun around, what little of his face that could be seen contorted in fury. His S-Dock lashed out, the tip stopping mere centimeters away from Shigeo's exposed throat. Ha! Ha! Ha 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 ha! You crazy motherfucker! Keek 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 keek. Then XAXA started laughing again, madness back in his gaze, and Shigeo frowned. They couldn't have that now, could they? I wouldn't be so happy if I were you, XAXA. You know what advantage tower shields have, besides their powerful defense? Thrown into a loop by the non-sequitur, XAXA stopped guffawing. Shigeo grinned, every bit as mad as his soon-to-be killer. They cover the whole body. Makes it ever so easy to type a message without anyone noticing. Not just Saxa's, but all of the red players' eyes widened at that. This wasn't part of the plan. I might not have known it was you, but I could tell something was wrong. And I managed to get a message out before your ambush. Shigeo's eyes turned towards the direction of the safe zone, and Laughing Coffin, unwilling, followed his gaze. There was nothing in that direction but the blinding glare of the sun, and some blurry shapes growing larger by the second. Heh. Broken Spear Drifter is already on the way, red player. My only regret is that I won't get to watch him stab your heart out. Rayurg! XAXA roared, a sound of guttural rage from the depths of his being. Shigeo saw the S-Dock jerk forward. Felt it pierce his throat and come out the back of his neck. Shigeo didn't die smiling. You died. He died smirking like a bastard who knew he had won. Zaxa's already unstable psyche was nearing the point of rupture after going through the veritable roller coaster of emotions that was this whole mess. First, unbridled joy at finally being allowed out of his leash to hunt down Reaver's Requiem and other frontliners. Then dumbfounded shock at how easily Shigeo took down one of his guild members. Dark disappointment when 10 red players struggled to bring down a single Reaver. Unmitigated rage at how Shigeo almost managed to kill 3 of them before he was forced to interfere. Short-lived happiness at the idea of finally killing him, and then, last and final, unease and a spark of fear when Shigeo revealed he had contacted the rest of his guild on a spark that lit up the fuse of his brittle self-control. Even killing Shigeo didn't do anything to douse it. Keek keek keek. Ha-ee. XAXA didn't even realize it was him who was laughing at first. The kind of hacking laughter that sounded insane even to his ears, he just didn't care. Keek keek keek. XAXA. He felt more than saw the spear flying at his head. It was just dropping into a crouch that saved him from losing it on his heels. Watching the shards of what had once been Shigeo blink out of existence around him, XAXA saw the murderous glare broken spear directed at him. His spear already back in his hands, the frontliner's gaze promised a painful death to any who got in his way, and, most of all, XAXA, other Reavers were with him. Black Swordsman Kirito, Lightning Flash Asuna, Arrow Huntress Sinon, Precise Blade Ran, Untamed Storm Yuki, Dark Elf Kismol, and, to Zaxa's surprise, the 3 black cats, Keita, Sachi, and Tetsuo. Keek 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 keek. XAXA couldn't stop laughing. 17 minutes earlier, Shigeo, trouble. Need HWLP NPW. Drifter stared at the message he had received for a full 3 seconds. The errors meant Shigeo was typing blind, and the fact he limited it to just as many words as were necessary meant Shigeo wasn't sure when he would enter combat and become unable to send messages. That was what crossed Drifter's mind in the first 3 seconds. Then he spent the next 7 typing messages to Shigeo, Keita, Sachi, and Tetsuo. He was the one who put them down as a material gathering party today. After all, when none responded, he knew things had already gone to shit. Which was why, a full 10 seconds after Shigeo sent his message, Drifter looked up to his party and yelled, Teleport crystals, now! Shigio's group is being attacked. The rest of his party started, but Drifter was already pulling out the crystal, and they followed suit, and no sooner had they appeared on the 42nd floor safe zone, Drifter was already sprinting towards the teleporter, the others hot on his heels. Asuna, find where they are. Kirito, message everyone, tell them to get ready and get moving. Griselda, contact Argo, tell her we have a situation and need her on standby. None of them verbally acknowledged his orders, but Drifter knew they were being followed, even as the frontliners rushed through the streets, shoving players and NPCs alike aside. Got them! 22nd floor, by the lake. And Seba's with them? Asuna stumbled over her words, the last sentence coming out as a question. She couldn't fathom what Seba could have to do with Shigio's party getting in trouble. Drifter had an inkling. And as he stepped into the teleporter, ignoring the cries of outrage from the players he cut off, he got a sinking feeling in his stomach. There was only one thing he could think of that would threaten a strong player like Shigio on a floor as low as the 22nd, other players. And there was only one group who would attack a frontliner of Reaver's Requiem in broad daylight. Laughing Coffin. What? Stepping out of the teleporter in Coral Village, the Spearmaster needed only 1 second to reorient himself before again breaking out in a dead sprint. Laughing Coffin. It has to be them. His party paled. And from the look of sheer panic in Yuna's face when the group his wife was part of emerged from the teleporter, she must have arrived at the same conclusion. Asuna, where are the others? On the way. And it looks like Keita, Tetsuo, and Sachi are coming back. Fast. Shigio's staying behind with Seba. They were at the gates now, and Drifter had to visibly hold himself back from just bursting through. If this really was Laughing Coffin, going off half-cocked would only be more dangerous. He swiped a finger and opened his menu, more specifically his map. Now that they were on the same floor, it showed more details, and he could see that Shigio was moving around a lot. More importantly, as guild leader, he could also see his health gauge, even though they weren't in the same party. And it was running out fast. We can't wait anymore. Kirito, Asuna, Sinan, Kismol, Ran, Yuki, we are going. Everyone else stays here and waits for the others. Yuna, I want you to message Akari. She'll know what to do. There was no time to question his choices. He had gone for speed and attacking power over a more cohesive build, but Shigio simply didn't have time. With a nod from the songstress, Drifter and the others set off, running as fast as they could. They all knew it would be too late. Chapter 203, Breaking and Broken. Shigio was dead. Shigio, loyal, silent, stalwart, brave Shigio was dead. Drifter knew from the moment they left the safe zone that it was all but inevitable. Even so, he had held some modicum of hope. Running into the Keita, Tetsuo, and Sachi, running away on Shigio's orders, had almost crushed it, but the fact he could still see the tank's HP bar, no matter how low it was, kept it aflame. That hope was doused, stomped, destroyed. He watched Shigio's lifeline vanish, his name disappear from Reaver's Requiem's roster, and then he heard it, laughter. Shigio was dead. And his murderer was fucking laughing. Drifter recognized the sound from a mile away. It was that insane, unhinged, twisted laugh only Laughing Coffin had. Almost hysterical. Completely crazy. XAXA. Drifter saw red when he heard XAXA laughing like Shigio's death was the funniest joke in the world. There were 8 other Laughing Coffin players around, and Drifter only had eyes for XAXA. His spear was flying before he even knew it, a guttural roar of hate escaping his throat. The Spearmaster was vaguely aware of his guildmates rushing forward to engage the other red players as he recalled his spear XAXA had dodged. Damn him. Die! Weapons clashed, the deafening roar of steel striking steel echoing over the shore, and XAXA was still laughing. The man was a special brand of insane. He just knelt amidst Shigio's shards, sometimes chuckling, sometimes howling. Drifter was going to kill him. He was going to tear him apart limb by limb. But before that dash, fuck off. A Laughing Coffin member interposed himself between Drifter and XAXA, aiming an overhead slash at the Reaver's seemingly exposed head. A bad move. The red player wasn't helping snuff Drifter's belief that they were all crazy. After all, who in their right mind would think that they could take on the Reaver's Requiem Guildmaster, Broken fucking Spear, when just Shigeo had managed to kill 2 of them, and nearly a third? Drifter's spear lashed out faster than the red player could blink, the tip accurately hitting the middle of his saber and knocking it and the player holding it wildly off course. The murderer barely managed to keep his footing, but perhaps falling would have been a better option. At least he might have avoided Drifter's sting to the side of the head. Since he didn't, the red player watched in horror as a third of his health evaporated from just that one attack. And before he could come out of his shock, a horizontal cut clean through his chest, before a tendon snapped to the back of his knees brought him to the ground. Just because Laughing Coffin was insane and enjoyed hurting others, didn't mean they were immune to fear themselves. On his back, mind still reeling from how easily he had been taken down, the red player started to beg, and then he realized Drifter wasn't even looking at him. All this time, the Spearmaster hadn't taken his eyes off XAXA. The last thing the red player saw were the 2 spiraling prongs of Drifter's twisted bit closing in on his eyes. Keek. How brutal, Broken Spear Drifter. He was begging, you know? Like your little friend, Shigeo, begged. XAXA tried to bait him. And in any other time it might have worked. But right now, Drifter was so besides himself with rage that he had gone past hot and into freezing. Shigeo would never beg, not to the likes of you. Now die, red-eyed XAXA. Warm up in hell before I send all your friends to make you company. And he meant every word. After today, Drifter wouldn't stop until every last one of the red players was dead. Maybe later, once he cooled down and Shigeo's death started to ache instead of burn, he would amend that line of thought to include or in prison. But one way or another, Laughing Coffin would end. Kakeek. How scary. Why so angry, Drifter? Maybe are you hurting? Are you broken? The last word was spoken in a sing-song voice, clearly intended to be a pun on his title. It was a weak one, and XAXA scowled when Drifter showed no reaction. The red player raised his estoc, the same weapon he had used to kill Shigeo and so many others. Red eyes flashed behind his skull mask. Well, what are you waiting for, Broken Spear? Come on! Not yet. The murderer frowned in confusion. Drifter's every action until now all but screamed his intent to kill the red player. XAXA had been waiting to capitalize on that anger and Drifter's mistakes so he could either kill the Spearmaster or escape. We are done, Drifter. What? Kirito's carefully emotionless voice caused XAXA to start. The red player suddenly realized that in the minute or two that he had been trading barbs with Drifter, the noise of fighting around them had subsided. Furthermore, XAXA was noticing a distinct lack of Laughing Coffin members around. Counting the one the Spearmaster killed, there should have been 8 of them. That was one more than how many Reavers the Black Cats didn't count. They could barely lift their weapons. There were. So, where the fuck had they gone? They're dead, XAXA. As you will soon be too. It was Lightning Flash Asuna who spoke as she took the space to Drifter's right, with Black Swordsman Kirito on his left. Dark Elf Kismol, Untamed Storm Yuki, and Precise Blade Rand spread out to form a full circle around him, effectively eliminating any of Zax's escape routes. In the background, Arrow Huntress Sinan stood with her bow drawn over Siba's fallen form. The paralysis on the painter had long worn out, but she was still on the ground, eyes wide and full of tears. It was only that expression that convinced Sinan she wasn't in on the trap, and stopped the archer from plugging her full of arrows. XAXA narrowed his eyes at the Reavers. All of them were stone-faced, but the anger and, dare he say, hate, in their eyes was clear. Behind them, 8 small whirlwinds of shards were very quickly disappearing. There were no Laughing Coffin players kneeling on the ground or immobilized like he expected. Clearly, all the Reavers had opted for the lethal alternative. XAXA was honestly shocked. Broken Spear Drifter was one thing. The man had already proven he was capable of and willing to kill, but the other Reavers? Excluding the Dark Elf, they were all kids. The oldest was just 16 years old. He hadn't expected that level of ruthlessness from them. It was one of the reasons XAXA had targeted Reaver's Requiem first. Other than getting revenge on Drifter, he also thought a lot of their players might hesitate to deliver the final blow. Toxaxa, watching those kids get corrupted, forcing them to choose between staining their souls forever or their hesitation leading to other people dying later, it would have been delicious, only, that wasn't what was happening. He had succeeded in transforming them into killers, murderers, yes. But they weren't broken, unacceptable, seething with rage on the inside. Xaxa turned to the one he saw as the weak link in the group. Lightning Flash Asuna was famous for having a rigid set of morals and integrity. How are you feeling, girly? Now that you finally had your first taste of blood? It's exhilarating, ain't it? Keek. Asuna didn't answer, but something flickered in her eyes. Hurt. Pain. Disgust. Hate. It didn't matter. It was all Xaxa wanted to see. And he needed more. What about ya, beater? Always knew you had it in ya. After all, you let Diavel die, didn't ya? Ooh, and all the other players who died because you didn't want to share. Hee. You might just be the biggest murderer in SAO, Black Swordsman? There. A twitch. And it was definitely guilt that Xaxa spotted crossing his face for the briefest of moments. This was it. This was what the red player lived for. Killing others was fun, but breaking them? Breaking them was bliss. It was freeing on so many levels. He spun around to find his next target. Who would it be? The sisters, Ran and Yuki? Or maybe the archer, Sinan. She had one hell of a mask, but he bet he could tear it down. Yeah, it would be the archer. Her he was going to break for real. Xaxa barely caught the arrow coming at him. He would have definitely lost an eye if he didn't tilt his head in the nick of time. Sorry, Drifter. I know he's yours, but his eyes were passing me off. The archer lowered her bow and returned to watching Siba. Xaxa licked his lips. Oh, I'm yours, Broken Spear, am I? Well, why haven't you come and got me yet? Of all of the Reavers, Drifter was the only one whose mask Xaxa didn't think he would be able to crack. The man was a killer through and through, whether he admitted it or not. There are more people who deserve to watch you die, red-eyed Xaxa. The red player snarled and was about to ask what the hell Drifter meant. Somehow, the Spearmaster always managed to pierce through his good humor when he saw them arriving. At first, it was a bunch of black-clad individuals. Even in the daylight, they seemed to find shadows to melt away unto, displaying their high mastery in hiding. Only one of them stayed in sight, her tight clothing clearly showing her female curves, dark eyes watching him from behind an equally black mask. Xaxa recognized Shadow Blossom Akari, of course he did. She had killed more Laughing Coffin members than anyone else. Which meant the other players were fuming him. Silently and with measured steps, Akari took her place to Kismel's left. The circle was a little more complete now. But there were more to come, and they were just behind the more agile role players, Argo the Rat, taking the spot to the right of Asuna, her claws glinting in the sunlight. Indomitable Night Nautilus and Songstress Yuna, pushing into Drifter's right and left respectively, widening the circle, Forge Master Lisbeth, her chubby face and pink hair completely out of place as she and her boyfriend Valork saddled up next to Ran. Griselda, taking Kismel's other side with a grim expression, Dragon Tamer Silica, a look of absolute hate on her face that didn't have any place on someone as young as her. The feathered dragon, Pina, was perched on her shoulders, growling at Xaxa, Merchant Warrior Agile and Wolf, matching Pina tooth by tooth in their snarls. Xaxa idly wondered how they felt now that they were forever missing a third of their trio. Maybe it matched their long-dead fourth member? Xaxa, it was the first time in a while anyone had spoken, and Zax's smirk widened ferociously when he saw the three black cats completing the circle. Ho! Look who came back. Are you sure you brought enough backup, kiddos? Who's gonna die so you can run away this time? Kida's body shook, Zax's words ringing true regardless of whether he believed them or not. Sachi and Tetsuo just cried harder. That's enough of your rotten mouth, Xaxa. Enough of the killing, the hate. Enough of the game and Laughing Coffin. But most of all, enough of you. The last words were all but spat as Broken Spear Drifter stepped into the circle. His spear dragged onto the ground next to him, the tip carving a trench across the soil. XAXA spun on the spot as Drifter slowly made a full circle around him. His eyes narrowed. And then he laughed. Keek. How scally! Should I piss my pants now or later? He mocked them, because they deserved it. Because they didn't see it. They may have him surrounded. But XAXA had already won. He won the moment he forced them to kill. He won the moment he put those emotions in their hearts and the masks on their faces, regardless of anything. XAXA had won. Laughing Coffin won. So that only left one thing to do to break them more. Break them completely. Red-eyed XAXA dropped his S-stock and raised his hands above his head. Surrender. Chapter 204 Bells of War. I surrender. XAXA raised his hands above his head, laughing, cackling madly on the inside. On the outside, he directed a mocking smirk at all the players who had come to watch him die. Reaver's Requiem, Fuminingdom, Argo the Rat. Snakebite. Drifter's spear nearly took his head off. Again, it was pure instinct that let XAXA drop to the ground and roll away, grabbing his S-stock in the same motion. That, and the fact Drifter hadn't truly wanted to kill him, yet. Oi! Didn't you hear me? I said I surrender. Now, XAXA wasn't afraid of death. Unlike most Laughing Coffin members, who enjoyed the hunt but feared becoming the prey, XAXA was well and truly insane, and relished on the idea of dying a fighting death. It was why he had latched on so easily to his boss, but dying here wasn't part of his heavily adapted plan. He surrendered, because even if it meant he would spend the rest of SAO locked away in Black Iron Palace, he would do so knowing the Reavers were suffering every day with the knowledge that one day, when SAO was over, Shigio's killer would wake up and walk away scot-free, but the Reavers, and all the other supposedly good players with green cursors above their heads, weren't collaborating. Drifter didn't accept his surrender. You can die with your weapon in hand, or on your knees, XAXA. That's as much choice as I'll give you. But you will die here. Shigio is watching. Keck! You crazy motherfucker. You are even more twisted than I am, aren't you? Die. That was all the warning XAXA got before a comet break almost ran him clean through. XAXA jumped back to avoid the attack. And almost immediately fell on his face as Valor's shield smashed into his back. The red player looked up at Reaver's Requiem's main tank and snarled, but Valor was expressionless. So much so that XAXA didn't get any warning when Drifter's dirty play nailed his leg to the ground. XAXA didn't scream, because there was no pain in SAO. But he did grunt, a groan of surprise leaving his throat unbidden. Just now, for the first time, the red player was starting to wonder that maybe, just maybe, he might have pushed the Reavers too far. This was going to be fun, but for all that he was a psychotic murderer and clinically insane, XAXA was one of Laughing Coffin's executives for a reason. He rolled to the side, ripping Drifter's spear off his leg in a shower of red shards, and jumped to his feet. And good thing he did, otherwise Drifter's weapon, now a trident, would have gone straight through his neck, and the frontliner wasn't letting up. His trident became a polearm that smashed into Zax's side hard enough it would have cracked ribs were they in the real world. Gah! This time, XAXA did scream, though it got cut off by all the air leaving his lungs at once. He still found the wherewithal to raise his S-stock in a parry when a vertical tried to split him in half. He couldn't block the needle spear that followed. His free arm instinctively rose to try and safeguard his face, regardless of how much damage it did. Having a sharp object fly at your head overrode anyone's rational thinking. XAXA didn't realize the limb was gone, cut off at the elbow by a cobalt slice, until a full 10 seconds later, when Drifter paused his attack. The red player just stared at the stump of his arm, blinking in what Drifter would almost describe as wonder. Red-eyed XAXA opened his mouth to say what, he didn't know. Maybe mock the Spearmaster. Bait and anger him by calling him a murderer. Maybe just laugh, like he so often did. Snakebite. Drifter's spear went through his open mouth and out the back of his head. Red-eyed XAXA stared at the frontliner, at Broken Spear Drifter, with wide eyes, a curse billowing in his chest, and then he died. All in all, Red-Eyed XAXA lasted 37 seconds, and never managed to counterattack once, much less land a hit on Drifter. And standing there while the last Laughing Coffin player in the lake shore broke, there was only one thing the guild leader of Reaver's Requiem could think to say: he deserved worse. For several minutes, no one, including Drifter, said anything more. Reaver's Requiem, Fuminingdom, Argo, they didn't move, didn't fidget on the spot or shuffle their feet, they just stayed still, coming to terms with what had happened. The trap, Shigio's death. The killing. Kirito, Asuna, Kismol, Ran, Yuki and Sinon had all killed at least one person. Some two. And Drifter had killed XAXA, someone sniffled. Then sobbed. Sachi and Tetsuo had been crying quietly. Agile didn't. His cries were loud, as if he were tearing his throat apart. Others joined him. Silica, Liz. Even Seba, though who or what she was crying for was still a mystery. Probably everyone and everything. Drifter heard them all, still in the middle of the circle. And then he turned his head and stared at two pairs of eyes which had never left him. Argo, Akari. Find Laughing Coffin. His little rat nodded, eyes moist. Akari bowed ever so slightly in respect and acknowledgement, a question clear in her eyes. Drifter growled his answer. And when you do, we'll kill them all. One way or another, this ends before the 50th floor. This wasn't the end, of course. There was much that had to be done, even before they left the lake to grieve in the safety of their rooms. First order of business, at least to Drifter, was understanding how this situation even came about. And for that, there was only one person he could ask. Seba. The painter stood up on shaky legs, looking down at her feet, too ashamed to meet anyone's gazes. Seba, look at me. You owe us that. The woman slowly raised her head, tears streaming down her cheeks. Drifter's face might as well have been carved from stone. Drifter. Save it. I don't want to hear you are sorry or excuses. I want an explanation. Good or bad, I'll decide later. Now talk. Leave nothing out. The Spearmaster didn't think Seba was in on it. She was too genuine before, and too grief-stricken now. But she could just be a good actress, not a very good actress, he amends on his mind. Just his harsh tone was enough for her to break down again. But, between sobs and huffs, she managed to tell her story. When she is done, Sinan's bow isn't drawn on her anymore, but at the arrow huntress waist while she hugs Seba and tells the painter it's not her fault, it really isn't. And for once, Drifter wasn't seeking anyone to blame, so he readily believed the younger woman. The only people at fault were Red-Eyed XAXA and his guildmates, and they had been dealt with already. Seba had been captured nearly 24 hours before, while she was painting on the upper floors. XAXA and Laughing Coffin had kept her prisoner all that time, delighting themselves in torturing her by keeping the painter paralyzed and cutting her until she had only a sliver of health left, before letting her heal. Then, when she was all but broken, they had shoved her through a corridor crystal and forced her to message Sachi. No one could blame her for doing it, not after what they had put her through, and the rest. Well, the rest, as they say, was history. Sad, guilt-ridden history. Kirito. Yeah? The former beta tester looked over to him. Drifter gestured him over, and the two walked until they were out of Seba's hearing range. He might believe she was just as much a victim as them, but it didn't mean he would trust her again anytime soon. You and I have killed before. Asuna, Ran, Yuki. It's their first time. How are they doing? He didn't mention Kismol or Sinon. One was a former NPC, and used to war and death more than any player. The latter Drifter would pull aside himself to talk to later. Her situation was more strenuous. Kirito glanced over his shoulder to the three girls Drifter mentioned. Ran and Yuki were talking quietly, and Asuna had Silica wrapped into a hug, and was, in turn, being hugged by Wolf. The black swordsman didn't feel any jealousy at seeing his lover in another man's arms. He trusted Wolf with things far more important than just his life, and they all needed the comfort, regardless of where it came from. We are not the same we were 2 years ago, Drifter. You killing Mort. And the one I killed indirectly. We were younger back then. More naive. And since then, how many people have we seen die? And how many atrocities has Laughing Coffin committed? Kirito shook his head. They were all affected, no doubt about it. But they had changed, hopefully for the better. Maybe not. We all knew this day would come sooner or later, even if we hoped we were wrong. So I guess we have all been preparing for it. They are strong. They'll be fine. Doesn't mean we can't help. Gently. No. No, it doesn't. The Spearmaster closed his eyes. Then he sighed deeply. And when his eyelids rose again, it was to uncover a sharp glint. Little rat. His voice cut through the low humming of the wind and the gentle lapping of the lake on the shore. Not just the info broker, but everyone, from his guildmates to the Fumaningdom ninjas hidden in the shadows of the trees, turned to him. Call a meeting of the assault team for tomorrow morning, 9 o'clock sharp. Guild leaders and seconds only. Tell them that I'm the one hosting it, and that they are all to be on time. Use the 25th if you have to. Got it. Akari. His fellow guild leader took a few steps in his direction before bowing at the waist. Yes, Broken Spear? You'll be there too. Bring all the intel you and yours have collect on Laughing Coffin. Be prepared to reveal everything you've been doing. Whatever outrage it might cause, I will shut them up. As you say. Reavers. Drifter swept his gaze over his guild. His hard glare softened ever so slightly, but not by much. We'll talk properly tonight. But I need to know one thing. Yes. Yuna, Nautilus, Kirito, Asuna, Sinan, Ran, Agile, Valork, and several others spoke at the same time, even before the guild leader could put forward his question. Drifter nodded. Good. Then let's go home. It will be a long night and tomorrow. The Spearmaster couldn't have been more right. Most of Reaver's Requiem only went to sleep when the first rays of the sun started to shine over Aincrad. Some, like Drifter and Kirito, forwent sleep altogether. It was a bloodshot Broken Spear Drifter who greeted the other guild leaders of the assault team and their vice leaders the next morning, and it was the Broken Spear. The frontliners didn't have any doubt about it. The man who called them wasn't just Drifter. Not right then. They met in a large private room in a restaurant on the 40th floor. If Argo's message, with its mentions of the 25th massacre and this being just as important, left any doubts about the seriousness of the meeting, the array of Reaver's Requiem and Fumaningdom players, some hiding, others not even bothering, around the restaurant and in every corridor and door inside dispelled them. Guild by guild, the assault team leadership arrived at the meeting, Heathcliff being the last, at 9 a.m. on the dot. Agile, who was standing guard with Wolf outside the room, closed the door behind him. The next minute trickled by unbearably slow, every pair of eyes in the room on Drifter, Kirito, and Asuna. Mostly the Spearmaster. Then, just as Orlando opened his mouth to speak, Drifter uncrossed his arms. Shigio's dead. That wasn't what any of them were expecting to hear. And it wasn't a reason to call a full meeting on such short notice either. But even the brasher of the people present had the good sense to keep that to themselves. Drifter looked one bad comment away from stabbing someone. I'm sorry to hear it, Drifter. He was a brave man, and a valuable frontliner. Shivata spoke, then swallowed a mouthful of saliva when Drifter's gaze snapped to him. But unlike his stare, the Spearmaster's voice was calm. Yes, he was. And he died well. It was his choice, mostly. Forced by a really shitty situation. How did it happen? Lin's tone wasn't unkind. But Shigio didn't need pity. Laughing Coffin got him. Yesterday. And just like that, the room froze. 1,000 thoughts ran through the head of the assault team leadership, but they waited for Drifter to finish. They used a friend of ours as bait. Red-Eyed XAXA and 11 other red players wanted to kill our clearers, Keita, Tetsuo, and Sachi. It was pure luck or fate if you believe in it that led to Shigio going with them. And it's the reason they are alive. Shigio held them back so Keita and the others could flee. XAXA considered him the more valuable target. Bastard. Klein smashed his fist on the table. He wasn't particularly close to Shigeo, but to hear that one of their own, a frontliner, had fallen to something despicable like that was infuriating. It gets worse. The player they kidnapped to use as a lure? They tortured her psychologically for nearly an entire day. And they clearly were going to kill her too when it was done, because they had no qualms running their mouth about their plans. And what plans are those? Heathcliff drummed his fingers on the table, eyes cold and empty as always. Drifter didn't have the energy to care about his enmity with the other guild leader right now. Little rat. Red-eyed XAXA and Laughing Coffin as a whole received orders from the man they call boss, and whom I have identified as Poe, to start a war with the assault team. In other words, to stop avoiding frontline guilds, and start targeting them with extreme prejudice. XAXA chose Reaver's Requiem as his first prey. The info broker let that sink in, not bothering to move from her spot next to Akari in the corner. Drifter took over again. That was their mistake. Shigeo noticed something was wrong and managed to warn us. Myself, Kirito, Asuna, Sinan, Ran, Yuki, and Kismol rushed over as fast as we could. We were too late to save Shigeo. They had been too far to use the Divine Stone of Returning Soul. The first time one of their own died after they got the damn revive item, and they weren't there to use it. I'm assuming Red-eyed XAXA escaped? Now, Heathcliff's eyes were narrowed. But not in surprise or anger like the other frontliners. No, it was more annoyance. You assume wrong. What? By the time we got there, Shigeo was gone, but he took 2 of them down with him. XAXA himself killed another in his anger. Drifter's lips curled into a cruel grin. We killed the rest. I took Red-eyed Zax's head myself. Chapter 205 Stains. The silence that followed Drifter's declaration was deafening. Even Heathcliff, who had been told about the battle by Cardinal and watched a recording, couldn't quite believe his ears. It was one thing when Drifter revealed, long ago, that he had killed Mort. But the guild leader was almost proud, if cold, in his announcement of Reaver's Requiem having taken 12 lives, murderers they might have been. Even Klein and Orlando, the leaders of the 2 closest guilds to Reaver's Requiem, didn't quite know how to react. Good thing they didn't have to, because Drifter had more to say, and they weren't gonna like it. We can give you a play-by-play of how it happened later. Now, take off your bracers and roll up your sleeves. What? The frontliners blinked in confusion as one, and frowned. Ambrose narrowed his eyes at Drifter. Why? The Spearmaster didn't hesitate. To show that none of you carry Laughing Coffin's brand. Well, if that wasn't lighting a powder keg, Drifter didn't know what was. After 10 seconds of stunned silence as they processed his words, the room erupted in shouting of righteously indignant rage. The Spearmaster was unfazed. He let them shout and scream and curse and glare, his arms crossed in front of his chest. And then, when they finally stopped to breathe, he unequipped his own gauntlets, bracers, and undershirt to show his wrists to the scowling frontliners. To his sides, Kirito did the same with his gloves while Asuna rolled up her sleeves. All 3 were wholly unblemished. And Broken Spear stared down all the players glaring at him. We checked Reaver's Requiem last night. The entire guild, one by one, in front of everyone. I trust all of them with my life. They are my family. I still check them. Because that's how important this is. Myself and Fuminingdom too. Argo the rat showed her bare arms, as did Shadow Blossom Akari. Drifter had yet to blink. Do it. Or you can leave the assault team. And your guilds with you. Who the fuck do you think you are to decide that? Huh? Who died and made you king? Ambrose punched the table and yelled, face red with anger. The Spearmaster's expression was still carefully blank, to the point some people, like Klein and Orlando, were starting to get worried. Reaver's Requiem won't fight with the possibility of being stabbed in the back. I've lost too many people I love because I trusted too much. No more. And you will risk all of the lives in SAO because of it? Blackmail us into collaborating? Heathcliff's tone was casually curious. Drifter didn't even look towards the other guild leader to answer. Yes. Heathcliff narrowed his eyes. That's a dangerous precedent to set. I know. Now stop stalling and show your wrists. Or get the fuck out. 10 seconds trickled by as the guild leaders went through several stages of emotions, from anger to rage to fury to confusion to empathy to resignation. Finally, one of them sighed. All right. Just my arms, or would like me take everything off and give you a show as well? Drifter ignored the jab, mostly because it was Lynn of all people who took the initiative. Every Laughing Coffin player we came across until now had the tattoo on their wrists. Including 2 of my informants, so we can't just assume 'cause someone's green that they're good. They are in Black Iron Palace now. Cardinal was kind enough to recognize that if someone took Logan Coffin's brand, it's 'cause they plan on killing someday. That's a 6-month stay just for having the tattoo. Life, or until we finish SAO, if they killed, but you already knew that. Argo piped up from her corner, and the frontliner's eyes widened. If even the system had changed regulations, it was a sign that the very AI that controlled Sword Art Online like a god recognized Laughing Coffin as a threat. With that in mind, Lynn was much more eager to swipe through his menu and take off his gloves and bracers. His wrists were clean. Right, okay. Still don't like this, but fuck it. Orlando was next, and from there, they went around the table until everyone had shown they weren't involved with the Red Guild. IT wasn't a perfect method, as there was no law to say that absolutely every member of Laughing Coffin had the tattoo and that, if they did, it would be on the same spot, but Drifter would take it. He already trusted most everyone in the room. This was just to make sure and stave of complaints later. Thank you, everyone. If it means anything, I am genuinely sorry it's come to this. But we can't risk it. Having a Laughing Coffin mole here would be disastrous. With that in mind, let's get to the hard part. That wasn't the hard part? Klein yelled, incredulous, only to choke on his tongue at the deadpan look Drifter shot him. No. The hard part is deciding what to do about Laughing Coffin now. And let me cut the needless debating and give you the only real option: they need to go. That was both incredibly menacing and vague at the same time. Shivata raised a finger. Just to be clear, Drifter, when you say they need to go dead or in prison. One way or the other, Laughing Coffin has to disappear in the next 5 floors. 5 floors? Why so specific? We are less than a week away from clearing the 43rd floor. Then it's only 6 more to the halfway point. The 50th. Another sure death floor. Kirito added, his first words this entire meeting, and the gathered players grimaced. That was never a nice reminder. Laughing Coffin doesn't care about clearing SAO or escaping. All they want is chaos and killing. And if we let them, now that Poe has declared open war, there are only 2 possible outcomes: either they will attack us before the 50th floor raid, and leave the assault team so short-handed we will suffer grievous losses or fail the raid altogether, or they will attack us after, when we are at our weakest, and destroy any future hopes we have of going home. He gave them a few minutes to mull over his words, and from the increasingly distasteful expressions, he could see they liked both outcomes about as much as he did. I see your point, Drifter. I hate it, but I do see it. So what are you proposing? The Spearmaster inclined his head to Klein. We will attack them first. A calculated strike with all of the assault team. Laughing Coffin, while scary as a whole, aren't actually very strong in their own right. Red-Eyed XAXA was supposed to be one of their executives, and Akari has confirmation that he has killed at least 24 people, and yet I brought him down in less than 40 seconds without receiving a scratch. The other red players we fought yesterday were much the same. Their levels and equipment are miles below ours. So is their battle experience, with a few notable exceptions. The only real field where they compare to us in skill proficiency. If they are so weak, why do you even need our help? First of all, Ambrose, because Logan Coffin isn't a Reaver's Requiem problem. They are a fucking cancer to all of SAO, and they need to be excised. Argo scowled, and because Ambrose had the survival instincts of a frontliner, he raised his hands in surrender and let the info broker continue. And secondly, because Logan and Coffin are cowards. They rely on numbers to hunt weaker players. We turn it around on them, pit the 100 SO assault team against their number, and suddenly the game's tilting the other way. The guild leader nodded his head in grudging acknowledgement. Strength in numbers was a tactic all frontliners could respect. There are two major advantages Laughing Coffin has over us, however. If you can even call them so. Drifter knocked on the table to catch everyone's attention again, while sending a silent thanks to Argo for directing the conversation here. Her words carried a lot of weight with the assault team. What advantages? They are ready and willing to kill, and they are utterly fucked in the head. Drifter's fellow players blinked. The first point kinda made sense. The second not so much. I get being willing to kill, most of us probably are gonna hesitate if it comes to that dash at will. But how's being insane an advantage for them? It is, because they don't care if they die. Some of them seem to seek it, actually. Mort impaled himself in my spear. And they will use their lives, and deaths, to break you. Some of the more twisted members of Laughing Coffin, again, Mort, seemed to derive almost orgasmic pleasure from transforming other players into killers. XAXA kept laughing until the second he died and going on about how he was going to make me broken for real. He paused to see if they understood what he was saying. If they captured just how twisted Laughing Coffin truly was. All that is to say, when we go against Laughing Coffin, people are going to die. And I would rather it be them than us. But make no mistake, they won't go down quietly. And you, the leaders of your guilds, need to be prepared to do whatever is necessary to ensure as many of our own make it through to the end. Even if it means getting blood on your hands. Drifter let his words sink in. For close to 10 minutes, the only sounds in the room were low murmurs of people talking quietly to their guildmates or themselves. Eventually, Shivata raised his head. He glanced at Lind, who nodded, albeit hesitantly, before clearing his throat. All right, Drifter. We are in. Gods forgive our souls, but we are in. Where do we start? The Spearmaster gave his friend in another guild and drinking buddy a tight smile, the first one to grace his face since yesterday. Then he took a deep breath. Argo and Akari will share everything they have on Laughing Coffin. Little Rat has been collecting intel on them since they first appeared, and Fuminingdom has clashed with them several times in the shadows. They lost several people to those red player bastards. Kirito, Asuna, and myself will also share what we know and our experiences fighting them. And from there we come up with a plan. And maybe the gods forgive their souls, of course. Before the assault team could take any actions against Laughing Coffin, there were many matters that needed to be solved, chief of which was finding out where their base was. The red players were too organized not to have a centralized command, but damn if they made it hard to find where. It took Argo 2 entire floors to realize why. Laughing Coffin wasn't posted up on any one floor. They were in the labyrinth. More specifically, the 32nd floor towered. It was a ballsy move. While there were hidden safe zones in the labyrinths, to make your base there meant being in a constant danger from getting attacked by mobs when you stepped outside, or being discovered by players, although it was likely Laughing Coffin didn't mind the latter as it only meant more victims for them. It's a trap. Also, there was that. Drifter looked at Argo, who shrugged. It's so obviously a trap, Little Rat. You've been trying to find them for what, 20 floors? That's over a year. And suddenly, a month after we took out Red-Eyed XAXA, one of your informants just so happens to stumble upon a red player in the labyrinth, follow them without being noticed, and then get away with no repercussions whatsoever? Drifter was both incensed and disappointed. It was a trap so bad it was good. Because Poe, and it had to have come from his mind, the Red Player Guild leader had already proven to be smart with how long he had evaded Argo and Akari, was laying the perfect bait in front of the frontliners. And they had to take it. Fuck Sake. Do you know if your snitch isn't on it or just being duped? I think she's being threatened, actually. Lux isn't an angel, but she's no criminal either. I fished her up after the whole Titan's Hand debacle, and she took it pretty hard. Her entire party got killed while she was out on a date. I don't think she would join hands with red players after that. She wouldn't look at me when we talked, though. Wanting to live is no sin. If Drifter hadn't blamed Seba too much for what happened to Shigeo, he couldn't very well blame another person for virtually the same thing, and if anyone had the right to be scared, it was someone who lost their entire party to red players. The criminal guild, Titan's Hand, had been weeded out by Argo and Ikari a few months back. Their guild leader, a beauty named Rosaria, would endear herself to mid-tier players, and, when she judged they had something of value, lure them into an ambush by the rest of her guild, many of whom were orange, and even a few red players. As far as Argo could find, 9 parties, close to 60 players, had fallen victim to the scam. And it got worse. While at first Titan's Hand would only rob players of their COR and valuables, they slowly transitioned to murder as a way to silence witnesses. In a way, it was almost worse than what Laughing Coffin did. Poe and his monsters killed because they enjoyed it, while Rosaria and her guild did it so they could keep robbing players. Fumaningdom had put an end to that. Drifter wasn't entirely sure how, but it ended with all Titan's Hand guild members arrested, and it was revealed that 2 of them had Laughing Coffin's tattoo. Rosaria had been as shocked as Argo when she found out. That was nearly 5 months ago now, wasn't it? Some of them, those who kept their green cursors, should be out soon, if they aren't already. No? I've got eyes in them. And I'll get Ikari to put some tails on Rosaria when she gets out. Hopefully we'll have dealt with Laughing Coffin by then, so she'll have more manpower available. Yes. Laughing Coffin. What do you want to do? Trap or not, we might not get another opportunity. Drifter drummed his fingers on his thigh. Argo was right. Even if it was a trap, it was still a chance to take out the bulk of Laughing Coffin's numbers, if not the entire guild. We fall into the trap. Chapter 206 Stains, Part 2. In a cavern on the 46th floor, the most monumental meeting in Sword Art Online's history since Diavel first called what would become the Assault team together, was taking place. In total, 108 frontliners, nearly all of them, were gathered, not all frontliners, mind you, because then the number would have been 122. Or at least it should have been, had 6 of them not carried Laughing Coffin's brand. They were now residing in Black Iron Palace next to Lombra, Rosaria, and other such scum. As for the other missing 8 frontliners, Laughing Coffin may have suffered a setback when Drifter and the Reaver's Requiem slaughtered Zax's group, but far from hunkering down to lick their wounds, the red players only got more aggressive. If there had been any doubts in the guild leaders' minds about the vital importance of destroying Laughing Coffin, the murder of 8 of their own, and the reveal of 6 traitors in their midst had erased it quite cleanly. In a show of mistrust, objectivity, and common sense that almost broke the assault team where even the 25th massacre had failed. Each guild had made a thorough check of their members for the coffin tattoo, while also having representatives from at least a handful of other guilds watching. Reaver's Requiem themselves had resubmitted for another round of scrutiny, while the inspections had caused unrest. From grumbling to outright threatening to quit their guilds, it had all come to a screeching halt when the first traitor was found. The player had tried to run when she realized what was going on, but was quickly subdued. Her struggle and desperate plea had half of her guild up in arms, until their vice leader made it very clear that her options were to either show her bare arms, or get thrown in Black Iron Palace so the system itself could give them an answer. Lynn had almost killed the woman on the spot when she started cackling. Then, when she proudly showed her the tattoo of the murderous guild, Shivata and Litton had to actually hold him back while Orlando and Chuchaline grabbed her by the arms and threw her through a corridor crystal straight into the prison. The rest of the Dragon Knight Brigade had been a lot more subdued after that, as had the rest of the assault team when the news were broken to them, and 2 more traitors were found in smaller guilds, while the Knights of the Blood Oath, likely due to their more haphazard creation, had a whopping 3 Laughing Coffin members hiding amongst them. One had even been a somewhat high-level executive, the scarecrow-like man named Kuradil. That was the first time anyone had ever seen Heathcliff enraged. Not just the cold anger he sometimes showed, especially when Drifter or Klein annoyed him, but outright fury, complete with yelling and threats. That had been 24 hours ago. Any longer, and Poe might start wondering what happened to his spies. So, The assault team was gathered in the cave, the only location big enough for all of them to discuss what would be happening next, and it wasn't pleasant. As it was, the mood of the men and women of the assault team was at all-time low. But it was still getting worse as Argo and Ikari shuffled into the cave, the former carrying a bunch of papers. The frontliners let them squeeze all the way to the front, where the leadership of the assault team was gathered next to a wall that they were using as a kind of blackboard for their presentation. The info broker had a more serious expression than any had ever seen on her face, her head down and her curly brown hair dropping over her forehead and hiding her eyes in shadows. Her whiskers trembled as she looked over to Drifter. "Show's all yours, Dr. Heh. Thanks, little rat." The Spearmaster took one step forward. The cave, which was already disquietingly silent, seemed to go completely still as every pair of eyes turned to him. "Hello, everyone. I wish I could say we are here to celebrate some great victory. We aren't. By now, all of you already heard of how Shigeo died. And if you have any doubts on what this meeting is about, Laughing Coffin's attacks over the last weeks, and the inspections over the last 2 days should have put them to rest." The Spearmaster picked up the first of the papers Argo had brought, and stuck it to the very middle of the wall. On it was a picture of a labyrinth, sparkling and deadly as always, leading up to a safe room carved away in the walls. In the image, a hooded figure was entering the room. "This is the labyrinth on the 32nd floor. It's also Laughing Coffin's base of operations. Tomorrow, we are going to raid it. All of Laughing Coffin will be there. We are going to fight, and when the dust settles, all of them will be either in prison or dead." No use sugarcoating his words. The assembled players grumbled, more than a few balking at the thought of killing someone even after all they had gone through. That probably made them better people than Drifter. Eventually, someone in the back raised a hand. "How do you know they are all gonna be there? We don't stay all in the same place all day, and we aren't criminals everyone hates. They gotta be smarter than that, no?" The Spearmaster grinned at the question, but it didn't reach his eyes. "They are. But they will be there. Because this is a trap. And we're gonna walk straight into it." "What?" The incredulous shout was echoed by several throats, but they all fell silent when Drifter clenched his fist above his head. "I know how it sounds like. But Poe, that's Laughing Coffin's guild leader, leaked this intel on purpose. At least we think it was him. He did it. He growled when others started raising their voices again. That shut them up real quick. "He did it because he is a psychopath. He wants blood and death, and he doesn't care who's. Normal players, frontliners, Laughing Coffin, it doesn't matter to him. All he wants is chaos. To him, as long as he gets us, the good guys, to bloody our hands, he'll be happy." Drifter wasn't 100% certain of how much of that was truth. But he would wager his spear that if he didn't hit a bullseye with his analysis of Poe's psyche, he was very close. "With that in mind, before we start this debriefing, there is one thing I need to say. One thing I know you are all aware of, but that I need you to truly understand. Tomorrow, when we fight Laughing Coffin, people are going to die." He paused, took a deep breath, then continued. "Some of them will be people who are in this very room right now. Some of us won't come back. Because Laughing Coffin won't go down without a fight. They are mad, they are insane, and above all else they are monsters. Monsters worse than anything Kaiba could ever throw at us." A few spots to the left, Heathcliff's eyes narrowed and he tensed almost imperceptibly. "They take pride in hurting others. They delight in breaking us. When we fight Laughing Coffin tomorrow, they will throw themselves at you, impale themselves in your swords, all for a chance of twisting us like they are warped. If they can kill you, they will. And if they can't kill you, then they will kill themselves at your hand, because in their minds, they win when they make us into killers like them." Kirito, Asuna, Sinon, the twins, and anyone and everyone who had ever fought Laughing Coffin clenched their fists so hard they almost lost HP. And when they heard Drifter's following words, they felt them resonating with them. Normally I would say we can't let them win. But in this case, I say, let them think whatever they want. They are players. They are people. They are monsters. So put them down. You would think the cave was an Egyptian tomb with how everyone stopped breathing simultaneously. Tomorrow, if you think you can arrest them, all the better. Liz has crafted restraints that work to immobilize orange and red players for up to 30 minutes, and we will have corridor crystals set up for Black Iron Palace for you to toss them through. But the frontliners, who had just released their breaths, sucked in air again. But if you feel unsure, if you have the least bit of doubt, then don't hesitate. Cut them down. I don't care if it's inhumane. I don't care if you think it's wrong. I don't care if it makes you monsters. Because your lives don't belong just to you. You carry every soul in Aincrad on your shoulders. And if you die tomorrow because you weren't willing to kill a monster, then every death that follows will be on you. He was being cruel. Some of them wouldn't be here this time tomorrow. And they would pass with that weight on them, believing to their last moments and the afterlife that they failed, and for once, Drifter didn't regret how cruel he was being. He considered it a necessary evil, even if no one in the assault team would ever look at him the same again. Because if it meant just one person more survived, it was worth it. Outside of Sword Art Online, over 4 billion people were glued to their devices, be them phones, televisions, or even radios. The largest audience SAO or anything else had ever acquired was hanging to Drifter's every word. His image, broadcast across the entire world, was magnified on the billboards of Shibuya, where the transit stopped and drivers stepped out of their cars. It loomed over thousands of people in the Times Square and Alexanderplatz. IT was in every office, school, and home on the planet as deals were postponed and classes halted. As a couple cried for their son making himself to be a monster in front of everyone and everything. Tomorrow, do what you have to do. Kill who you have to kill. The only thing you can't do, the only thing anyone will look down on you for, is dying. Our nightmares, our sins, they come second. And whatever stains mar our souls the day after? Suck it up and get back to clearing. You are frontliners. In Tokyo, Seijiro pulled the last drags of his cigarette. He had quit nearly 2 decades ago. Then he picked up his phone. Prime Minister? I have a request. Drifter let his words sink in. He knew it wasn't the most inspiring of speeches. Hell, they were downright depressing. But they needed to hear it. Little rat. You had something to tell us about Laughing Coffin. He had asked her if she wanted him to do this part too. He didn't mind. His image was already tarnished and pretty much irredeemable. But she said no. She was Aincrad's top info broker. She was Argo the rat. She could do this. She still winced when she slapped a series of photos onto the wall and every eye turned to her. Those are the executives of Laughing Coffin. Red-eyed XAXA. The first picture had a big red cross drawn on it. Argo moved to the next in line. Johnny Alchemist Black, an image of a man with a hunched back, draped in a cloak with a black mask covering the top half of his face, only his mouth, lips curled in a cruel smirk, in sight. Hunter Grendel. A mountain of a man, easily as big as Agile, but built like a sumo fighter instead of a fit wrestler. Luring voice camer. A dark figure, albeit clearly feminine, sitting on a rock with a harp on her lap. Viper, name unknown. The photo showed a lanky and androgynous shadow, spinning a dagger in their hands. Some frontliners winced when they saw that the person was stepping on top of another player. Gravekeeper Atrax. A stout man, obviously a decade or two older than all the other red players despite his blank white mask. He was holding a morning star made of an entirely black metal, from the spiky head to the chain links. And finally, Laughing Coffin's guild leader, Poe. The last piece of paper had only a big question mark drawn on it, but Argo snarled at it like it was the man himself. Most of the others, either I or Fumaningum could get eyes on. Poe, on the other hand, we only know exists cause Logan Coffin members keep referring to a boss. Even knowing his name was because some of them slipped up. Argo paused to run a hand through her curls, pulling them back and showing her eyes for the first time. They were glinting ferociously. We will go into details about each of them now. But know this, Logan Coffin has killed at least 227 players, and those are just the ones we could confirm. Who knows how many more? And those 7 players, no, those 7 monsters, are responsible for the majority of that number. Unseen, Akari's fingers were digging into her arms. Only she knew just how many had been her friends. While Laughing Coffin had lost more than them in their clashes in the darkness, Fumaningdom had suffered significant losses too. She was glad it would all end tomorrow. And unlike the frontliners, she didn't need Drifter's speech. She was going to kill every red player she got her hands on, and she was going to enjoy it. Now, let's start with the debriefing. We'll skip Red-Eyed XAXA, Drifter already took care of him, good riddance. Johnny Alchemist Black, the meeting would only end 7 hours later, and during that time, Argo made sure the assault team knew everything there was to know about Laughing Coffin, down to how many times they picked their noses. If she could, she wouldn't be with them tomorrow, but she sure as hell would make sure they were prepared. Chapter 207, Pardoning Sins. It is with a heavy heart that I stand before you today. The screen was divided. One half showed the grim-faced frontliners as they checked their equipment. The other had Japan's Prime Minister on a dais, addressing the country. It was even being broadcast in other places around the world. Today is a dark day. A day where people who have already been asked too much must stand and step forward again. A day when heroes walk like monsters for a brighter tomorrow. Across the crowd of silent frontliners, Lightning Flash Asuna and Dragon Knight Lind exchanged nods. Red Blade Klein and Hero Orlando grabbed each other's wrists. Yesterday, Broken Spear Drifter delivered a rousing speech. One I could never make. And one I am sure he wished he never had to speak. Broken Spear Drifter clapped Black Swordsman Kirito on the shoulder and knocked forearms with Lytton the Fortress. Holy Sword Heathcliff offered his hand, and SAO's Grandmaster of the Spear shook it. The sins that would mar their souls, he said. And to that, I say no. Argo the Rat pulled out a corridor crystal. Shadow Blossom Akari was the first to step through. We have already failed the Sword Art Online victims too much. I have failed them too much. They will not suffer more, not by my hands. They will be treated as the heroes that they are. Uniformed rows of frontliners walked through the portal until only Broken Spear Drifter and Argo the Rat were left. The older man bent over and touched his forehead to the girls. As such, I am declaring that all frontliners and players involved in today's operation for the destruction of the criminal group known as Laughing Coffin will receive full immunity for their actions. I repeat, all Sword Art Online players who take action against Laughing Coffin today will receive full immunity. Furthermore, players Broken Spear Drifter, Black Swordsman Kirito, Lightning Flash Asuna, Precise Blade Ran, Untamed Storm Yuki, Arrow Huntress Sinan, Argo the Rat, Shadow Blossom Akari, and all members of the Guild Fumaningdom have, as of this morning, been granted full pardons for their involvement in the deaths of Red Players Mort, Red-Eyed XAXA, and any other members of Laughing Coffin who carried a red cursor. The Japanese people widened their eyes and broke into disbelieving chatter. Around the world, those familiar with Japanese history and legalese sucked in a sharp breath of air. Ignoring New Year's Day pardons for petty crimes, the last time Japan had issued blanket immunity and pardons in this scale had been after World War II. Know that this was not a decision taken lightly. But we recognize the extraordinary circumstances the SAO players, and above all the assault team, find themselves in. Despite the impossibility of communication between the real world and Sword Art Online, I can say, beyond a shadow of a doubt, that it is our belief that the players fighting in the front lines will not abuse our trust. They have proved again and again their strength of character, morality, and integrity. And so, 108 frontliners and 24 Fumaningdom players assembled in the 32nd floor tower, glaring fiercely at an entrance carved away on the wall. Let us wish good luck to Sword Art Online's heroes. Anytime now. Drifter could feel it in the air. They were being watched, and he wasn't talking about the observers he didn't know they had on the outside world. Steady. Here they come. The red players wouldn't wait for them in the safe room. You couldn't fight there, couldn't kill there. That would be boring. And if there was one thing Laughing Coffin hated, it was boring. No, they would be posted just outside of it, waiting to ambush the assault team. Poe didn't want just a fight. He wanted a war. Well. What do we have here? Don't you know it's polite to knock? They didn't have to wait long. A mocking voice bounced off the walls, and before they knew it, hooded shadows were peeling of the walls and materializing from thin air. Argo's intel put Laughing Coffin at about 40 players after all of Humaningdom's hunting and the annihilation of Zax's group. There were at least 70 surrounding them. They were everywhere. In the bridges above and below them, to their left and right. Coming up from behind, and streaming out of the safe room. Drifter only had eyes for one of them. He had never seen the man before, but Drifter instantly knew that the red player crouching on a bridge above them, most of his face obscured by his hood save for a few strands of black hair, was the one who spoke. Poe. I want to say it is a pleasure. But that would be one big fucking lie. The truth is, I can't wait to kill you. Gwahaha. Bold! I like it. I am also excited to finally meet you, Broken Spear Drifter. I entered SAO thinking I had finally found something worth looking forward to. But all I found were cowards. Not you, though, heh. You got fangs. The Spearmaster didn't answer immediately. He simply narrowed his eyes at Poe, mulling over his words. It sounded like the red player had entered Sword Art Online after it started. Truly a psychopath. Poe. Johnny Black. Grindel. Kamer. Viper. Atrax. All you other bastards whose names I can't be bothered to remember. You are being given one chance not to die. At a gesture from Drifter, Kirito slapped a corridor crystal down. Walk through to Black Iron Palace and you get to live. Don't, and you die. What will it be? Their answer was to laugh, their cackling echoing around the labyrinth. Drifter shook his head. That's what I figured. Assault team. Attack. Drifter thought he caught Poe mutter angrily under his breath. The red player clearly wanted more of a show before the battle started. A big display of Laughing Coffin's guts and insanity for challenging the assault team. He wouldn't get it. Drifter was treating this like a floor raid. Poe was the boss, and the other red players were the minions. They were just monsters. There was no reason to talk to them. Which was why his spear was already flying in a serpent coil impale towards Poe as the rest of the frontliners exploded into motion. As if to mock him, the red player simply leaned his body forward and dropped down to the main bridge while doing a flip, almost absent-mindedly dodging Drifter's attack. Gwahaha. This is gonna be fun. In a heartbeat, the previously tense, but calm labyrinth had become a battlefield of epic proportions. This was by far the largest player versus player battle to ever happen, and the largest that would ever happen, in Sword Art Online. And Laughing Coffin, damn them, despite being heavily outnumbered, still charged at the frontliners like they could think of nothing better to do with their lives. Drifter himself gunned straight for Poe, but he lost sight of the criminal guild leader when two Laughing Coffin players blocked his path. One was a huge man, and fat to the point he could almost be called obese, and no, Drifter wouldn't apologize for thinking that. The man was a killer, he deserved it. The other had a hood and a bandana, and was much smaller than the first. Hunter Grindel and alchemist Johnny Black. Poe not brave enough to fight me on his own? He had to send cannon fodder like you to buy him a few more minutes of life? He recognized them from Argo's intel packs. Grindel just frowned, beady eyes narrowing at Drifter. He was one of the few red players who didn't hide his face and raising his axe in one hand. Johnny Black, on the other hand, grinned under the piece of cloth masking half his face. It was him who spoke. Ha! Boss is gonna do what he gotta do. But I've been waiting to meet you in person, Broken Spear. Ever since you killed that shoddy shit, XAXA. Bad-mouthing the dead? No honor amongst monsters, huh? Drifter sneered, but his eyes were cold and hard. Grindel and Johnny Black were different than the normal Laughing Coffin riffraff. Just their stance proved it. While both red players appeared relaxed, slouched even, despite the war waging around them, Drifter's experienced eyes were having trouble finding openings. If it was just one of them, the Spearmaster would have attacked already. Regardless of how skilled the red players were, they could never compare to a titled frontliner. But with two of them working together, even Drifter felt a vague sense of danger. And staring back at the alchemist's mocking gaze, the Spearmaster was even more sure. Red-eyed XAXA had been different. Weaker. He spent too much time boasting and laughing. Despite having the talent, he squandered it in hunting and torturing weaker players. The two in front of Drifter weren't like that. They were well trained, either by a desire of self-improvement, or because they wanted to be able to kill others better. But they were definitely a cut above XAXA. Enough to make Drifter feel danger. Those two could kill him. That's what Drifter's instincts were screaming at him. It wasn't a certainty, but compared to all other members of Laughing Coffin, they could do it. And someone else sensed it too, because before Drifter could charge, an axe and a mace crossed in front of him. You can have the big guy, Drifter. The scrawny little bastard is ours. The Spearmaster stared at Agile and Wool's backs. And he nodded, despite knowing they couldn't see it. Comet break. Drifter arrived in front of Hunter Grendel in a purple blaze, his lance striking the red player's axe as the Laughing Coffin member cut down with it just in the nick of time. Clang! 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 The three nails Johnny Black threw, each coated in a different poison, were intercepted in a similar manner by Agile's axe, just before they could hit Drifter's unprotected back. The alchemist scowled, but gave up on attacking the Reaver's Requiem Guild Master, recognizing it to be impossible now. A cartwheel took him out of the way of Wool's hammer down, and he turned to the last two remaining members of what was once Aincrad's prime merchant quartet. Let's party then! Kirito disengaged from a Laughing Coffin sword user to let a wildly swinging Agile and Wool pass, chasing a red player he recognized as Johnny Alchemist Black. For a moment, he thought to help them, his body even jerking involuntarily in their direction. Johnny Black was one of Laughing Coffin's executives, and a very deadly player. But before he could choose, he was forced to bend his body backwards to avoid a slash to his throat. He couldn't dodge the jagged dagger that buried into his thigh, although his reactive and unaimed vertical caused his attacker to jump back to avoid getting cut in half. Turning his glare, he expected to find the Laughing Coffin player he was fighting before, only to discover an entirely new figure in front of him. Tall, lanky, and, most of all, dual-wielding. Viper licked the blade of the dagger in his right hand, which had injured Kirito, while deftly spinning its pair on his left hand. Why, Black Swordsman, one would think you were jealous. Who said only you could play this trick? Heathcliff raised his shield to block the spiky head of the Morning Star again. Lesser players, and ones without a cheat-like unique skill, would have fallen to their knees from the force of the blow, and from there it would be a straight ride to the afterlife. Two had suffered that fate already, their heads crushed and smashed in by Gravekeeper Atrax's weapon, and Heathcliff, not for the first time, bemoaned the stark lack of talent of so many of his guild members. He had waited too long to form the Knights of the Blood Oath, and by then most of the good frontliners were already taken. That was all he had time to think before he had to, once again, use Holy Sword to transfer all his stats to defense, lest he be forced to engage on the system assist keeping his HP from dropping below half. Laughing Coffin was proving to be more troublesome than Heathcliff expected. And not just because there were a lot more of them than Argo's report initially indicated. Cardinal had already told him that, but because of how badly the frontliners were fighting. It seemed most of them hadn't captured the essence of Broken Spear Drifter's speech the day before. Which was, in so many words, kill them before they kill you. So far, very few in the assault team were following that logic. Reaver's Requiem, of course. And one or another of the DKB. Heathcliff had seen Shavana kill someone earlier, although, from his empty expression, you would be hard-pressed to figure out who came out on top, him or the man he killed. The red players, on the other hand, had no such problems. They threw themselves at the frontliners without a care in the world, relying on their moments of hesitation to score lethal blows. More than one frontliner had already fallen because, when came the time deal the final hit to a red player, they couldn't do it, their weapons either consciously or not straying from their path. This was what Broken Spear Drifter had been afraid of. Heathcliff knew that the assault team, his heroes, were still too human to stomach taking a life. Persistent bugger. You look older than I am. Why don't you just drop dead? Gravekeeper Atrax's Morningstar came at Heathcliff from the side, and his shield once again intercepted it. Heathcliff could have ended this duel already. He was certainly skilled enough, even without his built-in safeguards. But he wanted to see how many of his captives would rise to the ranks of true heroes. And how many would fall. Chapter 208 Guilt and Sin. Yuki Shizu watched with clenched fists his daughter battle 3 Laughing Coffin players at once, assisted only by the NPC Dark Elf Kismol. Even his wife Kyuko sat next to him, despite them not having lived together for the last 4 months. Although, her reason for being there wasn't so much worry for their daughter, only glancing disinterestedly at the television now and again, as it was to keep up appearances. It would not do to be seen somewhere else but with her husband when such a grand event was going on. Especially after the Prime Minister himself had come forward. And good thing too. She would not be shamed by having a criminal for a daughter. Shizu, while having a fairly good idea of what thoughts were running through his wife's mind, couldn't care less at the moment. His worry for his daughter overpowered everything else, even the loathing he felt for his wife when her actions again and again so callously confirmed she saw Asuna as nothing more than a commodity that had lost value, although his swelling pride for Asuna was an almost equal match to his worry. It had started after she first fought and killed a Laughing Coffin player on the 22nd floor after the horror had settled, and only grew when he watched how much she was willing to sacrifice to save the other Sword Art Online victims. Shizu wouldn't deny he had been terrified when he watched Asuna kill that red player over a month ago. Terrified and, to his shame, a little scared. Of Asuna. Of all things, it had been that fear that led a powerful man like Shoza to see a psychiatrist for the first time in his life. All the backdoor deals, his mostly loveless marriage, his questionable decisions over the years, and nothing left him feeling so disgusted with himself as that short moment did. Now, all Shizu wanted was for his dear daughter to kill those Laughing Coffin bastards as quickly as she could, and be done with it. In the Ogawa household, Kana and Genji clutched each other tightly as they watched their son buckle under the weight of the axe buried in his shoulder, only to retaliate by piercing a hole through a Laughing Coffin player's neck. Death flickered in shards around him as their son killed someone else. Kirigaya Suguha hadn't gone to school today. She was huddled under her blankets in her dark room, eyes never straying from the phone in her hands. Today the Dicey Cafe was closed. Trisha poured Hannah a stiff drink, which Wool's girlfriend took and drained absent-mindedly. Agil's wife and co-owner of the small cafe rubbed her back comfortingly. Kyukai is asleep in our guest room upstairs. I left the door open, we'll hear if she wakes up. Tea thanks, Trisha. I'll get out of your hair as soon as dash nonsense. You and the little one are staying here today. And tonight too. Bed's already made. You aren't going anywhere, girl. Hannah sniffled and hugged Trisha, although her gaze never left the television mounted on the wall. Thank you. Don't speak of it. You aren't the only one who doesn't want to be alone tonight. In a humble but clean house in the outskirts of Hokkaido, an elderly couple watched the raid against Laughing Coffin and the device they had bought just for the SAO broadcast. Klein's parents were crying as they saw the stern expression on their son's face. Despite how many times they nagged him about his happy-go-lucky attitude, they would pay anything to see a smile on his face. The red blade had already killed one person today. While his katana hesitated several times against his own opponents, it hadn't shaken once when he swung it in defense of his guildmates, severing the red player about to stab Dynam in the back clean in half. The large family home of the Shinozaki blacksmith clan was nearly silent, save for the clashing of weapons coming from the screen. Liza's last living relatives, her brother and her grandfather, held hands as the forge master, a title well-earned, crushed a knee to pace with her warhammer and slapped the special handcuffs she had crafted onto the red player. In different ends of Tokyo, 2 lives already marred by tragedy shook while the last lights in their worlds fought side by side, a flute countering the hidden singer seeking to impede the assault team, while arrows protected her of all who would do her harm. In another part of Tokyo, Something less than human gnawed on their nails until they drew blood, alternating between looking with sick adoration at a cyan-haired archer, and unmitigated hate at a spearman standing amidst swirling shards. The tea in front of her long since cooled and forgotten, Kujiro Rinko watched the laughing coffin raid with rapt attention. Of all the players, from the Holy Sword to the hero to the Dragon Tamer, there were two that caught her eye the most, Untamed Storm and Precise Blade. In the real world, one was dying, and the other was dead already. But in Sword Art Online, the sisters were a deadly force of nature that didn't hesitate to shred red players to death in the case of the former, and condemn them to death by 1,000 cuts of the ladders. Others didn't admire the frontliners so. In Sugo Nobuyuki's view, the entire debacle was just insects tearing each other apart, although the data they provided was valuable. By having his technicians illegally tap into the old Argus system, Sugo was acquiring all kinds of world-breaking data. It would boost his private research like a rocket engine, and save him years in wasted time, not to mention sell for a fortune when he was done. Sugo licked his lips perversely. Not that he would need the money once he convinced the old fool Yuki Shizu to let him marry his daughter like he had originally planned. Then he would become the heir to the old man's empire. With billions at his disposal, he just needed that stupid boy Kirito to die. Maybe Laughing Coffin would take care of that. Then Shizu wouldn't have an excuse to stop his wife from signing their daughter over anymore, far away from Japan, in an old but well-maintained family house, almost a mansion, really, in the outskirts of Paris. Nearly a dozen people were watching the SAO broadcast from a certain shield-bearer's POV. Because of their mother's heritage, Valorc's family always spent at least a month in France every year, visiting his grandmother and all his uncles, aunts, and cousins. And while the mold for those visits had dampened after SAO started, they still went through with it. The Laughing Coffin raid had caught them all by surprise. Of course, the entire world knew it would happen someday, since the meeting between Drifter and the other guild leaders of the assault team immediately after Red-Eyed Zax's last day, but when it was set in motion, it was almost immediate. In 3 days the assault team went from sleeping with an eye open for red players, to launching a raid against Laughing Coffin's base. Valorc's younger sister, now 7, had been especially affected. And no amount of talking from very parents and relatives would convince her not to watch the raid. Sil te plate, face attention, grand frere. The familiar feeling of uselessness was back at full force. Seijiru had always known the SAO task force post would be a rough one, but he thought that being constantly in the public eye would be the problem. Not the feeling, the helplessness from being able to do absolutely nothing to help the people trapped inside the death game. 2 years after he accepted the position, and it hadn't gotten any easier. Especially not at this particular moment. They are still there, sir. And don't show any signs of leaving. In fact, more are joining every minute. We've already called for reinforcements to keep the peace. Oh, the media is going to love that. Make sure the arrivals know THRY are only to keep them away and nothing more. Most of all use force. Yes, sir. Seijiru sighed, and rubbed his eyes. He had been staring at the screens mounted on the wall so intently that his eyes hurt. Unfortunately, the only other place he could look was outside the window, and that made his head hurt instead. Hundreds of people stood outside the gates of the First General Hospital, held back only by the police line. It had been just a couple dozen at first, but if they kept arriving at this rate, Seijiru would have a mob in the thousands to deal with, and they were all clamoring for the same thing. Seijiru thought the woman holding the cardboard sign at the front represented the demands of the crowd pretty well. Red means stop heartbeat too. His secretary, Naguka, must have seen the same sign. It was hard to miss it because he stood next to Seijiru and sighed. Remind me again why we can't let them in? Seijiru shot his subordinate a side-eyed glare, but there was no heat behind it. Because that would mean letting Laughing Coffin win. And I won't let them ruin more lives outside of the game too. Naguka sighed again. Then he lowered his voice. And if I went into their rooms and stumbled over the power cables? This time Seijiru turned away instead of facing his subordinate and letting him see the same desire reflected on his face. That would be a court-martial. And I won't lose good soldiers over that scum more than I would let the righteous souls outside lose their everything over momentary outrage, well placed as it might be. So go make sure the guards are in place. No one in or out of the red players' rooms until the raid is over. Even medical personnel. And Noguka? Yes, sir? No accidents. In a seedy bar on one of the tackier corners of the town of beginnings, the once famous, then infamous, and finally forgotten Kibu the Challenger grimaced for no reason. The assault team had been very particular about who knew anything about the raid. Until the day before, the leadership had kept everything on a need-to-know basis. Meaning, no one but them. Even so, Kibu could feel something was going on. It was an instinct born from his time as a frontliner. He just didn't know what it was. Kibu scowled and ordered another drink. Gwahaha. This is fun. Po was having the time of his life. He had already killed 3 frontliners and 1 laughing coffin player, but that was their own damn fault for not getting off his way quickly enough. With each kill, Po felt his unique skill, darkness blade stacking, and him growing stronger. Growing even more powerful for more and more slaughter. This was why he had dived into Sword Art Online. This was why he had, for only the second time in his life, ignored Gabriel's orders. And only because the other man couldn't reach him here. Po still remembered the first time he tried to defy Gabriel. He had never known you could be so close to death and yet not be granted the sweet release of oblivion. There was always the chance that his boss would simply pull off the nerve gear and off him, but that was a chance he was willing to take, because this madness, this dance of death and blood? This was what he lived for, and it came right on time. Po was starting to grow bored in the real world. Out there were orders, laws, lines. Even a professional mercenary and killer like him couldn't just do whatever he wanted. Can't kill that person because he's the client. Can't kill that other guy because it will blow their cover. Can kill those guys but have to make it quick because it's a job, not pleasure, boring, and annoying. Po had become a mercenary because that was where his life pushed him. His status as a bastard born to a lover and a cheating husband meant that his stepmother family always treated him like less than trash. So it was no wonder he ran away, though he was man enough to recognize that he always was a twisted motherfucker inside. He didn't need to track down his father and stepmother years later just to kill them. But he did. One bad decision led to another, and once his thirst for blood awakened, there was no quenching it. So he sought battlefields, anywhere he could kill to his heart content. That was where he met his boss. The only man who he feared. The only person who could control him, but like all beasts, Po only endured the leash because he was more scared of the hand holding it. And when the chance to cut loose came, in the form of a nerve gear he stole from a lucky soul who hadn't been able to play the day SAO was released, and hence wasn't trapped inside, and so, while the world was horrified by what Akihiko Kaiba had done, Po was delighted beyond words. A world without laws or order? A world where he could let the beast free, fight who he wanted to fight, kill who he wanted to kill. Sword Art Online was made for him, but Po, for all he was an insane psychopath and an unrepentant killer, wasn't dumb. He did manage to survive for over 2 decades in a life where the smallest mistakes led to death. Not unlike SAO, in a way, most people, Broken Spear Drifter and his merry guild included, thought Po founded Laughing Coffin because he was a madman who liked hurting others, and they were right. That was definitely the main reason, but it was also a disguise and a net. A disguise, because he could hide amongst the red players, keeping his identity and objectives in the shadows until he was ready, which was a few months ago, when he sent Red-Eyed XAXA after Reaver's Requiem, although the loudmouth manages to fuck that up, and a net, which Po cast nearly 2 years ago and let lay dormant. And now he pulled it, and it was full to bursting, full of cowards who thought killing made them strong. And full of idiots who thought not killing made them better. Laughing Coffin and Assault Team. Red players and frontliners, both of them breaking and broken. And all by his hand. Gwahahaha. Truly, today was an incredible day. Chapter 209, Guilt and Sin, Part 2. Gwahahaha. Drifter couldn't see Po, but he could hear him. Everybody could. The fucker hadn't stopped laughing, cackling madly, except to catch his breath every now and again. So that was who Red-Eyed XAXA got it from. Arg! Of course, even if Po and some of the more twisted red players were laughing, it was cries of pain and fear that dominated the air. Drifter wasn't sure how many frontliners had died. Some, at the very least. He had witnessed a few. After he finished off Hunter Grendel, the man was skilled enough with his axe to be a frontliner, although he didn't have the levels or stats to match. At the cost of a third of his HP, the first thing Drifter had seen was a DKB and a Laughing Coffin player ducking it out in the chaotic milieu.no. It wasn't right to call it a fight. Lin's man was absolutely demolishing the red player. He had only taken a few cuts, not even enough to push into yellow, while the Laughing Coffin member was a literal finger flick away from death, and yet, like Drifter knew he would, the DKB player stayed his sword at the last second. Both the weapon and his voice trembled as he spoke to the hooded red player. Surrender. Or I will strike you down. The red player was silent for a whole 2 seconds before he burst out laughing. Will you now? Let's put it to the test. The Spearmaster knew what was going to happen the moment the DKB player stopped, and he threw his weapon in a serpent coil impale, which veered wildly off course as a red player sneaked up in him and sliced into his unguarded back. Fuck! Cursing, the Spearmaster had turned around and delivered a powerful uppercut to the red player's jaw with a martial arts sendai, forgetting about the DKB player and his quarry for the moment. He could only hope he would do what was necessary. Meanwhile, Drifter was in a dangerous situation of his own. He needed to interact with his menu to recall his spear. It was just 2 swipes and 1 click, but doing that while getting attacked was a whole other story. So instead, he used the precious half-second his hasty sendai had bought him. It would have been more if he had time to charge the attack, but he would take what he got to mash blindly through his menu, once again glad for infinite spear. While not having his weapon in hand meant he couldn't change it with just a thought like he usually did, it was still faster than any other player. The bow staff hit the red player in the gut, causing him to double over, and it was all Drifter needed to change his weapon to a polearm, which he tore up in a vertical. A change to his trusty spear and a snake bite dirty play combo later, and Drifter had killed his second Laughing Coffin of the day. The 5th life he had taken overall. At this point, he was far past caring if how okay he was with that number made him a monster or whatnot. His head swiveled around, and he cursed when he saw the red player he aimed his serpent coil impale at earlier, while the DKB swordsman was nowhere in sight. Damn it to all hells. Why couldn't they have listened to him? Stop hesitating. Kill the fucking red players. Broken spear. Drifter followed his own internal monologue to a T. The red player was still cackling when the Spearmaster ran him through the back with a sting, and that was only one of the cases of frontliners dying because they couldn't bring themselves to kill that the Guildmaster saw. There were others. Too many others. He had known this raid would be a mess from the start. They were pitting good people, people who, while not entirely selfless, risked their lives every day for the sake of others, against unrepentant murderers who delighted in the carnage. But even if he hadn't expected it to be clean, he didn't think it would be this bad. The assault team might outnumber, outlevel, outskill, out everything Laughing Coffin, but the red players had a determination to be monsters to the bitter end that the frontliners lacked. Instead of one cohesive unit like they should be, like they had always been, the assault team was scattered, fighting multiple individual battles, or ganging up in singular red players. The latter would have been a good tactic, and one Drifter advocated, if the frontliners got serious and actually took down the red players, instead of flitting around them and calling for their surrender. Like that would do something. Laughing Coffin wasn't going to surrender, and Drifter was almost glad for it, because Drifter's bloodlust wasn't worth the lives they were losing to the mad players, but it was what it was. And as Drifter killed a 4th person, he caught glimpses of the battle around him. The first ones his eyes saw were, of course, his guildmates. But in the press of bodies, the only ones he could see were Agile and Wolf, still dueling Johnny Alchemist Black. For a moment he thought about going there to help them, but he caught sight of Chuchling getting pushed by a Laughing Coffin player, and took a detour. Agile and Wolf could handle themselves. And this was somewhat personal to them. Kakik. That all you can do? Outwardly, Johnny Black was still laughing and mocking the 2 Reavers Requiem merchants. Inside, however, his mind was running at full speed so he could just barely keep up with the 2 frontliners. They wanted him dead, that much was obvious. Their attacks carried no hesitation whatsoever, and Johnny Black was sure that, unlike most of the other frontliners outside of Reaver's Requiem, those 2 wouldn't give him a chance to surrender. He just wasn't sure why they wanted him dead so much. Other than the obvious, that is so he asked them. Any reason why you surly fuckers are singling me out? Agile's answer was to growl, while Wolf attempted to take his head off with a swing of his mace. There was a reason, of course. XAXA had been the one to kill Shigeo, and logically the two Reavers knew their friend would have died anyway. But still, when Seba told them that Shigeo had died on his knees because XAXA used a nail coated in paralyzing poison, their anger had erupted. And then later, when they learned from Argo that Johnny Black was Laughing Coffin's poison specialist, they decided he had to die, and that they would be the ones to kill him. It wasn't logical, and it probably wasn't sane either. But both Agile and Wolf were past the point of caring. Losing Name to a floor boss had been one thing. They all accepted that was a possibility when they joined the assault team, but the way Shigeo died? To another player, monstrous they may have been, Johnny Alchemist Black would never learn any of that, mainly because neither of the Reavers would lower themselves to tell him or fall for his taunts. The red player was a dead man already, and he somewhat felt it. He was managing get by 4 now. But it was only because Agile and Wolf were being cautious of the various poisons and status effect potions Johnny Black was throwing around. He would run out sometime, and when that happened, so would his life. Someone else would have cared, maybe even been slightly worried about that. Johnny Black, he laughed. Kekekekwa. And stopped laughing when a glowing red arrow tore through his neck. Johnny Black's gaze found the cold eyes of arrow huntress Sinan on the other side of the room as she cowered her bow after firing the searing steam skill. Those eyes were the second to last thing the Laughing Coffin executive saw before Agile's cleave cut off both of his legs at the knee, and Wolf's mace filled his vision. Fuck. Yes. You go, girl. Trisha could have kissed the archer. Watching her husband and Hannah's boyfriend having to constantly dodge the nasty-looking throwing picks and nails Johnny Alchemist Black was flicking at them had been nerve-wracking. The two women barely processed that their lovers had just killed someone. They were far past the point of caring. Had been since Shigeo died. Now they were just glad this nightmare was one corpse closer to ending. Asada Izumi, mother of Sword Art Online's first and only bow user, was clutching her hands and crying. Her tears hadn't stopped falling since the Prime Minister's speech, only, even Izumi didn't know how much of those tears were of fear for her daughter's life. And how much was from pride. The incident years ago had shaken up both of them, badly. After all, you can't just walk away from watching your 10-year-old daughter shoot a robber to death, and it was obviously 1,000 times worse to Sinan herself. For years, her little girl had shut herself from the world, and, most painful, from her. She had been forced to change schools and even cities once word of what happened somehow spread. She was bullied, belittled, and feared by other kids her age, and even adults. When Sinan got trapped in SAO, Izumi was fully convinced that was the end. Her daughter, who had already suffered through so much hurt and misery in her short life, would meet her end in a virtual world where Izumi could do nothing to help her. Somehow, that wasn't what happened. Somehow, Sinan found friends, people who cared about her. Family. She found the strength to get up and fight, to open up to others, to love again, and even the strength to dirty her hands with blood again, to protect those she loved. Izumi was so immensely proud of her little girl each step of the way. Terrified and scared for her, of course, but also proud. From when she saw her in the first boss raid broadcast, to watching the daily life of Reaver's Requiem after the 10th floor, witnessing her relationship with Yuki bloom and grow, most of all, she was proud of how Sinan got to live again. Not a normal life by any means, but one worth living nonetheless, and if she had to kill the Laughing Coffin players to protect that life? Izumi was going to be cheering her each step of the way. The sudden blossom of warmth in her chest was so out of place that it threw Sinan's aim off. Instead of the headshot she was gunning for, the white streak skill only hit the target red player in the shoulder. For a wasteful handful of seconds, the arrow huntress wondered why she was suddenly feeling that way. Then she chalked it up battle stress, and drew her bow again. There. Left over your shoulder. Next to her, Yuna had her eyes closed, listening. She didn't even notice Sinan helping Agile and Wolf. Her entire focus was being split between two things, playing her music, and finding luring voice Kamer. The only female member of Laughing Coffin's executives was being a pain. In seemingly mockery of Yuna's efforts, but a skillful one, she was using her music solely to counteract the songstress melodies. Whenever Yuna played a song, protected by Sinon and Nautilus, Kamer's discordant notes would come from somewhere around them, and always a different spot, disturbing her rhythm and inflicting debuffs on the assault team, debuffs the red player were using to great effectiveness. Even with Sinon on the lookout, they had lost a few frontliners because they were suddenly afflicted with fear or slowed out. Of course, if Yuna so wished, she could give back just as good as she got. Better, even. Although Reaver's Requiem songstress would admit Kamer was quite skilled, it was still a far cry from her own level, but unlike Yuna, who wanted the least amount of death amongst her allies as possible, and was thus focusing only on buffing them, Kamer couldn't give a damn about the rest of the red players, which was what led to this deadly game of cat and mouse, where every few minutes Yuna would utilize her incredible hearing to uncover where Kamer was hiding, and direct Sinon to fire that way, only for the laughing coffin singer to tank the hit and disappear for a while, then come back looking none the worse for wear. "AG, you should go." Nautilus didn't even react to Yuna's slip-up, a sign of how tense both of them were. "Not a chance in hell. You and Sinon are the two most vulnerable players in the assault team. And those fuckers would like nothing more than to kill you. I'm not leading your side." But nothing, Yun. The two childhood friends glared at each other for a moment, before Sinon stepped between them, loosening an arrow at a red player who was sneaking up on Griselda. "Actually, Yuna has a point, Nautilus." "Not you too, Sinon." "I already said yeah, I know what you said. And I also know it was Drifter who told you to stay by our side, as if you weren't planning to do that already. But with him lost in this mess, and everyone else scattered, someone needs to go kill this bitch. She's causing more damage than half of Laughing Coffin combined. We'll get someone else to do it. Agile Dash is already occupied again. Nautilus. Go!" It was an order, and no one mistook it for anything else, least of all Nautilus. And while he didn't have to follow Sinon's orders, Gur, you better not die or I'll kill you. Chapter 210, Guilt and Sin, Part 3. Viper was good. Very, very good. Kirito was better, obviously. But he wasn't that much better that he could just dismiss the red player. Nor his damn dual wielding, so this is how people feel fighting me. By definition, there were a lot of dual wielders in SAO. Any player who used a weapon in the main hand, and held a shield in their offhand was dual wielding, from larger hexagonal shields like Nautilus used, to small bucklers like Kismel preferred. As long as you had a little bit of combat sense, you would be able to make use of it in battle. Be it to block as was their main function, or just to feint and distract your opponent, or even attack if you had the necessary skills. Shields, when used in conjunction with swords, short spears, or maces. Classified as dual wielding, most people just didn't make that connection, or didn't think it was real dual wielding. Kirito and Yuki's unique skills played into that. By assigning the name Dual Blade to a skill that let you use two weapons at once caused most to assume that was the real deal. They didn't realize that the true meaning of Dual Blade was much more subtle. The unique skill wasn't about being able to flay around with a sword in each hand. When normal players did that, players who weren't the Black Swordsman or the Untamed Storm, all they were doing was make themselves look like clowns. Only one of the swords, their main weapon per se, would be recognized and deal true damage or be able to hold skills. The other was just a piece of scrap. They would accomplish the same effect by waving around a twig in their offhand. Dual Blade changed that by making both swords main weapons. Not to mention the other skills that could be unlocked, just being able to deal true damage with both hands was a massive boon. It could also have been a curse, if Kirito and Yuki weren't so damn good at fighting. Using two swords was no simple thing. Many players in Aincrad had tried, if only because they thought it looked cool, and not just a few had died because they ended up knocking their own weapons out of their hands or losing their balance. All that was to say, there was something truly and utterly special about Dual Blade. It wasn't a unique skill for nothing, and Kirito wasn't sensing that specialness from Viper, no matter how skilled the Laughing Coffin Killer was with his two jagged daggers. Still, as he parried a dagger with his left sword AMD thrust with his right, scoring a gash across Viper's ribs, Kirito was sure the red player wasn't just posturing by using two blades. Both of his daggers dealt true damage, and Viper had used skills with either. It's not dual blade. What is it? What are you doing? The swordsman frowned at Viper, retracting his swords just to launch a simple, yet effective, combo of horizontal with his left, vertical with the right, and linear with the left again. Viper scowled at him from under his hood, the haughty mockery and laughter long gone from his voice and face. That's what tended to happen when, despite catching them by surprise and trying your damn hardest to kill them, your opponent still had nearly 3 times as much HP as you. Fuck you, beater. Okay. Kirito was long since past being affected by such childish taunts. If he could ignore actual players calling him a beater, he certainly wasn't going to be fazed by a monster saying it. The black swordsman jumped forward with a savage fulcrum, then immediately swung his left sword in a normal attack, knocking Viper's right dagger aside. Kirito's dual use of long swords, something that would be inherently impractical, if not impossible in the outside world, gave him a major advantage over Viper. Reach. The sword user's attacks would, a 100 times out of a 100, reach Viper first. All Kirito had to do was stretch his arm with his swords pointing forward, and the red player would need to impale himself on it if he wanted to have any hopes of landing a blow on the reaver. Of course, skill could bridge that gap. If Viper was against a newbie who didn't know how to swing a sword right, he could have won. Kirito was as far from someone like that as you could get. Arg! A desperate attempt at a thrust saw Viper's left dagger flying off, still gripped tightly by his fingers, which were, in turn, detached from his hand by one of dual blade's skills, cross/as. Kirito watched the dagger spin on the ground and be lost amidst the slugfest that the raid had become. The laughing coffin executive glared angrily at the red stumps where all the fingers but the thumb on his left hand had been. Something clicked. It's your weapon, isn't it? It's just one dagger. That can split in two. That's why you can dual wield. It's still just one weapon in the system's view. Viper looked down and scowled, not that the reaver could see it under his hood. Then he clicked his tongue in annoyance. TCH. You have good eyes, black swordsman. Kirito blinked at the snarled-out compliment. Then he shook his head and assumed the starting stance for Sonic Leap. Any chance I could get you to drop it before you die? Our blacksmith would love to study it. He expected Viper to curse him or laugh or react in outrage like any of the other red players. It gave Kirito pause when the other man seemed to actually consider it. This was a drop from a hidden boss in the 21st floor labyrinth, Black Swordsman. Do you really think the Forge Master could replicate it? Kirito lowered his swords, still very much ready to jump into a skill if needed. But Viper had his guard entirely open as he stared at the reaver from under his hood. If anyone can do it, it's Liz. And you do have the Dragon Tamer as a dagger user. I guess that's better than letting it fade with me. Kirito blinked again, this time in astonishment. Surely Viper didn't mean dash all right. Here you go. The red player threw his remaining dagger over to Kirito, and the swordsman dodged and let it clang to the ground, just in case it was a hoax. But nothing more happened other than Viper raising his good hand. Fuck it, I surrender. Surrender? You? Yeah. I never liked that son of a bitch Poe anyway. What's gonna be, Black Swordsman? Do you accept my surrender, or are you just gonna cut me down? Kirito was tempted, sorely so. Viper was one of Laughing Coffin's executives, a red player with dozens of kills to his belt, and yet, killing him in cold blood wasn't something Kirito thought he could do. If Viper tried to trick and attack him, then sure. But with the other player so clearly giving up, maybe it was stupid. It surely was hypocritical. Kirito hadn't had any problems with Drifter killing Red-Eyed XAXA even after the other player surrendered, but it was still different. While both XAXA and Viper were undoubtedly monsters. XAXA was the monster Kirito had known, who sometimes, still, visited his nightmares. Viper wasn't XAXA. In the end it all boiled down to that. To the corridor crystal. Walk. And hands raised. Lower them or take one step in another direction and you die. The red player obediently turned around, seemingly uncaring about Kirito's sword poking his back. With his HP in the red, it would take less than a second for the Reaver to slay him, and it would be even quicker for him to kill himself in the frontliner's blade, but somehow Viper didn't think that would affect the younger man much. Heh. See you around, Black Swordsman. To Kirito's stunned surprise, Viper stepped through the corridor crystal to Black Iron Palace without any trouble, only turning at the last second to smirk at the Reaver. Kirito shook his head. No. No, you won't. Then Reaver's Requiem's Black Swordsman threw himself back into the fight, not forgetting to pick up Viper's former weapon. Poe was in hell. But it was a hell of his own making, and quite masterfully so. So many people. So much death, and all created at his hand. A carefully crafted masterpiece of sinful desires and shattered morals. Everywhere he looked, players were killing each other. And, to his surprise, it were the frontliners who were doing most of the dying. Honestly, seeing the high and mighty assault team struggling so much against the haphazard bunch of psychos he had thrown together had Poe wondering how they even managed to get this far in Aincrad, like, even now, about 45 minutes after the fabled raid started, which he definitely knew about beforehand thanks to his spies, and which he prepared a trap for that the assault team also definitely knew about. There were still so many of them hesitating to kill the Laughing Coffin members. It wasn't even as if they were all trying to arrest the red players, although there was a fair number who was. No, the vast majority of them hesitated because they apparently couldn't stomach the thought of taking a life, and they were dying for it. Poe really didn't understand. Sure, he was a psychopath, but there were plenty of people who weren't and who wet their hands with blood when necessary. He had expected more of an effort from the frontliners. They risked their lives daily to climb Aincrad, but when the biggest obstacle in all of SAO's history stood before them, they hesitated for something so inane as killing. To be honest, Poe was disappointed. Luckily, there were some amongst the assault team who seemed to understand him. Reaver's Requiem was the prime example, of course. Broken Spear Drifter had always shown himself to be ruthless, but it seemed Zax's actions had spurred that same mean streak in the rest of the Reavers. Black Swordsman Kirito, Lightning Flash Asuna, Merchant Warrior Agile, Arrow Huntress Sinan, Dark Elf Kismol, and, of course, the Spearmaster himself had all claimed lives today, witnessed by Poe's own eyes, and those were just the ones he knew the names of and had seen. Unbeknownst to the Red Guild leader, Precise Blade Ran, Untamed Storm Yuki, Wolf, and Griselda had all killed Laughing Coffin members too. Oof. That's gotta hurt. Shi. He had to add Indomitable Night Nautilus to that count. He had just seen Kamer's head fly, severed by the ash-haired Reaver's blade, but the Reavers, despite being the most proponent, weren't the only ones who had cast their doubts and morals aside. Red Blade Klein, Hero Orlando, Dragon Knight Lind, Chessmaster Shivada, Guild Leader Ambrose, and members of all their guilds had also gotten a taste of blood. Holy Sword Heathcliff in particular seemed to be completely at ease in the slaughter, as evidenced by the fact Atrax was nowhere to be seen, while the gray-haired Cobb Guild leader had just impaled a red player through the heart without a change in expression, and then, of course, there was her. Shadow Blossom Akari. Poe's lips twisted in a sickening smile as he carved a Fumaningdom player in half, catching the sexy role-player's attention. Poe. Truly, it was incredible how much hatred she managed to convey in those 3 simple letters. Poe's grin widened. So you are the pretty little flower who's been giving me so much trouble over the last months. Heh. Why don't you take off that mask? I like to see the face of who I'm killing. Especially one as pretty as you. Shi. He licked his lips as he spoke, and Akari's own curled in disgust under her mask. But she kept her cool, knowing that Poe was trying to provoke her. It was more effective than she liked to admit. Fumaningdom had been hanging to the edges of the battle, their talents much more suited for striking lone Laughing Coffin members who strayed from the meal, or ambushing low HP red players and killing them before they could react. But, about 15 minutes into the battle, it became clear that Fumaningdom weren't the only ones hunting. Poe had taken a lot of pleasure in stalking around the meal, cutting down frontliners with his giant cleaver when he had the chance, but all the while gunning specifically for the ninjas who had clashed with his guild so many times over the past year. Already, he had killed 4 of them, and Shadow Blossom Akari would be the 5th. Die! Their first clash was fast, and incredibly deadly. Only 2 skills were exchanged, and Po had to give props to Akari for not buckling under the force of the weapon buried in the flesh between her shoulder and neck, that she then proceeded to stab at his neck with her dagger, wiping nearly a fifth of his HP. Astounding and arousing, but not enough, unfortunately. Ugh! Po kicked Akari in the gut, smirking when she still managed to leave 2 cuts in his arm as he did it, and watched her somersault away from him and land standing, eyes glaring venomously at him, and a hand holding the injury on her shoulder. An injury which wasn't closing even after a few seconds, unlike most that happened in SAO. Red flakes fell off the large cut, and Akari's health was slowly but steadily ticking down. Black smoke rose from the wound, flowing in a wispy stream towards Po's cleaver. Akari swiped at it with her dagger, but all it did was dissipate for less than a second before reforming. "What is this?" she snarled, and Po smiled at her, far too many teeth showing to be considered friendly. "This? Oh, nothing much. Just Darkness Blade. My unique skill." There was no need to hide it, it wasn't like anyone could steal a unique skill. And the absolute astonished and dumbfounded look Akari wore was more than worth it. Especially when she noticed his HP recovering at a far faster rate than the battlefield recovery skill allowed. "How could a monster like you have a unique skill? You will have to take that up with Kayaba. Personally, I like to think it's my reward." Akari's face took on a guarded expression, but she could not ask. Reward for what? Why, for making his game more interesting, of course. Shish. Akari's eyes widened briefly before narrowing again as she shook her head to empty it of all distractions. She couldn't let Po get into her head. Just before she could charge him again, however, something happened that made both of them turn their heads, one in curiosity and the other in surprise and a little anger. A spear had embedded itself in the ground in front of them. The shaft was shaking slightly, in resonance with its owner, whose voice thundered with fury, enough to halt the entire battle. Enough! Chapter 211 Guilt and Sin, Part 4. Enough! Drifter's roar wasn't shrill with rage. Instead, it was deep and grave with pure and unadulterated fury. It carried throughout the bridge, and, indeed, the entire tower, halting the battle dead in its track. Well, that wasn't entirely true. Those who were already engaged still traded blows, at least until they could safely separate, and one unlucky red player died an ignoble death at Lin's hand when he got distracted, but for a few brief minutes, everyone stopped to turn their heads in Drifter's direction. The Spearmaster, however, had his glare focused solely on the hooded red player carrying an oversized meat cleaver and facing Akari, Laughing Coffin's guild leader. Po! Drifter had momentarily lost him in the heat of the battle. What with players brawling and trying to stab each other to death everywhere he looked, and Laughing Coffin members stupidly attacking him every other minute, but the moment his gaze had found the Red Guild leader again, it hadn't left him, even as Drifter carved a bloody path through the man's subordinates to get to him. Already, 5 red players had met their demise by Drifter's hand in this battle. Still, his target had never changed. And it was the Spearmaster's single-minded focus on Po that saved Akari's life, although neither of them would ever know it. Po's Unkaiyu skill, Darkness Blade, was different from all the others. It didn't come with an entire new skill tree for him to unlock, but it did give the red player something which was, in his opinion, much better. It let him become stronger by killing other players. It was the reason why Po could kill frontliners so easily, other than his natural combat power. Po actively received buffs when fighting other players, both in the form of permanent stat increases when he killed someone, and also a series of temporary power-ups. That was what the black smoke connecting Po and Akari was. As long as he injured someone, for as long as they stayed in a combat status, his own stats would increase while theirs fell, and a life-stealing effect would be applied, and, if that wasn't enough, it also stopped the afflicted player from using healing items, which Akari discovered when the red crystal she smashed on her chest did absolutely fuck all. Drifter wasn't aware of any of that. But his anger, which had only been growing as he watched frontliner after frontliner die meaningless deaths, finally exploded when he saw one of his closest friends in danger. His call of enough wasn't to put an end to the battle, however. Nor was it a declaration of surrender. It was more of a wake-up call. Enough. Enough holding back. Enough mercy. Enough of you, dying to this scum. A wake-up call for the assault team. His words were heavy with disappointment and reproach, and several of the frontliners who had shots at killing red players but didn't do it flinched, but throughout all of it, his eyes never left Poe. And the red player, who had lifted his head enough for Drifter to see the lower half of his face under the shadow of his hood, was smiling in something that resembled approval. All of the red players. They are people. They are monsters. Monsters standing in our way to freedom, and doing it proudly. So enough staying your hands. Kill them all. Normally, those words would be a signal for the battle to restart. But something told all the gathered players that Drifter wasn't done yet. And Poe, and indeed, as the frontliners and red players slowly separated, forming two blocks, one behind Drifter and the other surrounding Poe, Aincrad's first Spearmaster continued talking. Only, now he was directing it at the Red Guild leader, who smiled even more indulgently from behind the 30 or so red players who weren't dead or arrested yet. You are a monster. But that wasn't enough for you. Ha! What gave it away, Broken Spear? Drifter ignored the sarcastic quip. He flicked his hand, and his spear was back in his grasp, the double-pronged tip pointed directly at Poe. Congratulations, Poe! The sudden non-sequitur had even the criminal unique skill holder tilting his head in confusion. But Drifter didn't waver. You wanted to transform us into murderers. Into monsters like you. You succeed. Now you can bear the consequences, and die for it. Before anyone could react, ally or enemy, Drifter's figure blurred forward in a golden glow no one had seen before. For a moment, it looked as if there were two of him, one still standing on the same spot, and the other right in front of the red players, body tilted forward, and spear going through the head of the Laughing Coffin member at the front of the pack. Roar. The red player's body bursting into shards seemed to be the signal for the battle to start anew. The assault team surged forward, Reaver's Requiem and other guild leaders in the lead, while three murderers jumped Drifter at the same time. Two died before they could even realize it. Drifter's spear changed into a poleaxe, which he swung in a tidal sequence, carving the already low-health criminals in 6 pieces. The last survived a little bit longer, but only because his HP had been slightly higher. His death was, somehow, even more unsightly, however. Ack! He looked down at the weapon protruding from his gut. It was one Drifter rarely used, a spear-tipped billhook. Similar to a halberd, but slimmer, and able to be used, even if momentarily, with just one hand, which left Drifter's other hand free to pierce through the red player's neck when the Spearmaster used the curved tip of the billhook to tug the other man forward and end his life with a martial arts, hand-knifed, in a flash. Drifter had brought the total amount of people he had killed in his life to 12. And he wasn't planning on stopping anytime soon. No, that wasn't right. He was planning on stopping soon. But not because he turned over a new leaf. No, it would be because by the time today was over, he would have already killed everyone he needed to kill. Poe must have sensed that, or maybe it was the way Drifter's glare barely strayed from him as the Spearmaster chose the most direct path to get to the enemy guild leader, a straight line through his followers. Whatever it was, Poe threw his head back and cackled, a mad laughter that almost caused the battlefield to halt again. Frontliners and red players alike shivered from hearing it, albeit for different reasons, all except Broken Spear Drifter, who used a comet break to jump forward like he hadn't heard a thing. His spear found another target, and this one actually managed to defend from 2 strikes before Drifter's snake bite put a hole in his shoulder, and a sting and triple thrust put 4 more in his chest. The next red player showed something more than madness in her gaze. Fear. Maybe the others would have too, but he had killed them too quickly. A split stream bisected her straight down the middle. Now there were only 2 more Laughing Coffin members between him and Poe, the others all engaged with the assault team. Although Drifter had pierced far deeper into their formation than anyone else, they held their swords in front of them, but they were shaking, and this time Drifter saw it clearly, feared. He almost laughed. The only red players still fighting were the ones who wouldn't surrender in any way. By all rights, those 2 should be like Poe, delighting in what they accomplished. Turning the frontliners into murderers. Even Broken Spear Drifter had acknowledged it. That was probably why it felt less like a victory to them. What they wanted was the hesitation, the fear, the disgust, the brokenness the frontliners showed when they forced their hand, not the absolute nothingness they saw in Drifter's gaze. In it, there was only the promise of death. It would be swift, because they weren't worth his time, but that was all. There was no acknowledgement, not in him, despite his words just moments before. The two red players looked at Drifter and realized their deaths, and the complete lack of reaction it provoked in him. Oh, that didn't mean they gave up. They were, after all, insane, so it was quite the simple and easy process for them to convert that fear into anger, which powered their swings, but not a single one landed on the Spearmaster. Drifter ducked under the first sword, his spear tracing a horizontal that almost scratched the ground, and severed both of the red player's feet at the ankles, while the murderer flayed about and fell due to the sudden lack of appendages to stand on. The second Laughing Coffin member tried to nail Drifter to the ground with a downward stab at his unprotected back. The keyword being tried. The Reaver simply moved his shoulders, almost as if shrugging, and the sword cut the empty air in front of his chest. Drifter's spear didn't miss, the first stab of double tap puncturing a hole in his throat, while the second pierced the underside of his jaw and came out the top of his head. Amidst the shower of shards that followed, Drifter straightened his body and deftly spun his spear, stabbing the first red player, who was trying to crawl his way to safety, through the heart with a rage spike, and finishing him off with a dirty play. When that wasn't enough, that left only Poe in front of him, who hadn't moved a muscle to save his subordinates. Instead, the criminal guild leader was racking his nails across the sharp edge of his cleaver, eliciting a shrill sound not unlike dragging your nails over a chalkboard. Of everyone, I always knew it would be you, Broken Spear Drifter. At first I thought maybe that loud fool Kibu the Challenger, or Black Swordsman Kirito, but since you dealt with Mort, I was sure you would be the one. Poe's tone was surprisingly devoid of laughter now. It was scarily neutral, actually. Enough that the Spearmaster almost paused his steps, almost. Instead, Drifter chose to convert his hesitation in momentum. Heh. You will have to try better, Broken Spear. The 5 hits combo of Pinpoint Star was meant to have wiped out Poe's HP in one go. Instead, it was blocked by the man's giant cleaver. With just a glance, the Reaver knew the weapon wasn't normal. It was a dull black, with only the edge shining silver, and the way Poe's grip fit the handle perfectly made it clear it was a custom job, not one of Liz's, obviously. While open to commissions, the blacksmith would never forge something so blatantly designed for PvP+, and this might be Drifter's negative emotions towards Poe talking, but the weapon just looked plain evil in his eyes. Liz would have never crafted something like it. Regardless of where Poe got it from, the collision of the weapons told Drifter everything he needed to know. He would not be winning this fight by relying on the gap between their items, as there wasn't much of it in the first place. The cleaver was almost as good as Drifter's main spear, and that wasn't all the information he derived from the clash. How fast Poe had raised his weapon to block Drifter's, how few steps he had been forced to take back, the grin still on his face. Poe was Drifter's equal. Equipment, stats, and skill, the man had it all, unlike most of his Laughing Coffin dogs. Enough to fight and win against any frontliner in a straightforward battle, and the dark miasma that shrouded him was unsettling. He had heard Poe bragging to Akari that a unique skill, Darkness Blade. He didn't know why the red player had it, but from his experiences with his own Infinite Spear, Kirito and Yuki's Dual Blade, or any of the other unique skills out there, he knew it would not be easy to beat, but beat it and its owner he would. Of that, Drifter had no doubt. Regardless of how strong the unique skill was, of how strong Poe was, he would die today. He had to die today. Drifter's spear swept up in a sky render, aiming to knock Poe's weapon out of his hands, but Poe was faster and bolder than he expected. The man let go of the weapon, causing it to drop and Drifter's attack to miss, and twisted his body so he was now deep enough inside the Spearmaster's guard that he would have trouble retaliating. Drifter's response was a swift martial arts, low blow, a kick aimed directly at Poe's crotch. It wouldn't actually do any more damage than if he kicked anywhere else, but it was hard to prevent the natural reaction from being targeted there. Poe was no exception. His eyes widened minutely and he unconsciously turned his body so the kick hit him in the right leg. It barely phased him, no additional debuffs taking effect since Drifter hadn't hit any technically fragile areas like the knees, but the unexpected movement threw a wrench in Poe's plans, which had been to grab his cleaver with his other hand while it fell, and cut Drifter in half with a diagonal slash. He fumbled and managed to get a hold of his weapon, but wasn't in any position to launch an attack. Instead, he was treated to Drifter using Infinite Spear to equip a staff and slam it on the side of his head. Poe stumbled back, noticing the not insignificant decrease in his HP, and grinned. That's it, Broken Spear. This is gonna be fun. Chapter 212, Guilt and Sin, Part 5. Poe was skilled, incredibly so. Drifter was going at it as hard as he would against a floor boss, throwing every single skill in his arsenal against the man, and yet barely managing to connect any. The guild leader of Laughing Coffin dodged, blocked, or parried all of Drifter's attacks. Of course, the Spearmaster did the same to Poe's retaliation, but the battle was going nowhere. In fact, it was worse than going nowhere. Poe had a kind of adeptness and cunning Drifter had never seen before. He flitted around the battlefield, slashing unsuspecting frontliners with his cleaver, and somehow always positioning himself so that Drifter was forced to abort his attacks or hit an ally, even when other players tried to gang up on him, including Kirito, Nautilus, and Asuna. Poe had somehow managed to make them stumble into each other's way, to the point Drifter was forced to order the others to stay back, as it was causing more harm than good. What none of them knew was that, for all the experience they had accumulated in their time in Sword Art Online, it wasn't even close to Poe's. A mercenary and a killer for hire, the man had decades of combat experience over them, not all of it translated to SAO, of course. There were no guns, and all kinds of weapons like spears and swords, which were rarely used nowadays and against which he had little to no experience, were mainstream in Aincrad, and all the game aspects, such as someone being able to simply ignore getting stabbed because their stats were high enough, meant Poe had to learn as much as the odder players to do well in the game. But one major advantage he would always hold over any of the frontliners was experience. No one and nothing, not even Cardinal, could take away the instincts he developed over years of fighting and bleeding in the outside world. Snakebite, Overhaul, Spear and Cleaver met in a shower of sparks, and Drifter grimaced while Poe smirked. Inside, however, the red player wasn't feeling as carefree as he showed. Broken Spear Drifter was good. Really fucking good. He may be lacking when it came to fighting other humans, but Poe was also hindered by how few spear-wielding opponents he had met before SAO, namely, 0. And Drifter was a master of the weapon. All that was to say, it was almost an even match, if not for Poe's unique skill. Drifter had only been cut by the murderer's weapon once, but his HP was constantly trickling down. Not to a worrying extent, at least not yet, but the fact neither battlefield recovery, healing crystals, or Yuna's rest could stop it was, Drifter needed to end this battle fast. Not just for his own life, but also all the other frontliners, and Poe's smirk was bothering him. Laughing Coffin members were falling left and right, either dead or arrested, and the man showed no signs of being concerned that his guild was falling apart right in front of his eyes. Now, this could be just because Poe was a psychopath. Normally, Drifter would accept that answer, but today, he couldn't afford not to consider the other possibility, that Poe had a way to escape, and that wouldn't be allowed. If the leader of all criminals and killers in Aincrad lived another day, there was no telling how much damage he would cause. It was time to take risks. A quick glance at the upper left corner of his vision revealed to Drifter that he still had about 70% of his HP left, with a further 2% withering away every 5 seconds or so. Nothing worrisome for now. Poe was in a similar, yet opposite, boat. The Red Guild leader had about 60% of his health, but for every percentage that Drifter lost, his recovered. A vampiric effect. Annoying. That's my unique skill, Broken Spear Drifter. I like it more than yours. We will see. Needle Spear. Poe dodged, as he had predicted. But this time, instead of halting in preparation for his counterattack, Drifter pressed on, smoothly transitioning into a vertical, headless of the cleaver coming at his chest. Poe's eyes widened in a somewhat stunned mirth, surprised by Drifter's perceived mistake. The Spearmaster saw in his gaze the moment he decided to trade blows, tanking the vertical to land another hit on the Reaver, which made his shock all the more enjoyable when Drifter cancelled his skill mid-swing and used Infinite Spear to transform his spear into a staff, which just so happened to fall right in the path of the cleaver. The force behind the blows still sent the Reaver reeling. Clearly, Poe had poured most of his stats and strength, but it was worth it. Sliding his left foot back and bending his body in the same direction, Drifter switched the position of his hands on the staff, suddenly taking a left-handed grip. Ack! The bottom of the weapon flew up and smacked Poe squarely in the chin. It was the red player's turn to stumble, upturn. Riptide, Drifter would have been dead 10 times over if he was stupid enough to let go of such a chance. His trident stabbed deep into Poe's chest, and he then heaved, throwing the man over his shoulder. Somehow, the red player managed to twist in mid-air and land on one knee instead of flat on his back as Drifter intended. Still, he was in no position to block the second skill, and the twin slashes of Riptide carved red trenches on his upper torso and face. They also bulldozed the durability of Poe's hood, and it broke apart, revealing a head of raven black locks and a harsh face twisted in a scowl. You are dead. Drifter's response to Poe's growl was to try to stab him in the face, but the red player jerked his head out of the way, ending up with only a grazing cut on his cheek, and swung his cleaver while still kneeling. Ugh! Drifter couldn't help but groan as he felt his legs give. Were it not for his spear supporting him, he would have fallen face first on the ground. A quick glance revealed what he feared. His left foot was missing from the ankle down. Even so, the Spearmaster still prepared a follow-up attack. With both him and Poe in less than ideal positions, he was betting everything on killing the red player before he could kill him. He probably would have succeeded too. Poe only had about 20% of his HP left, while Drifter, for all he was pretty much crippled, sat at double that. But just as he raised his spear to unleash the snake bite that would end Poe's life, he saw something that made his blood run cold. There, straight ahead of him, was Silica fighting a Laughing Coffin member. She was winning handily. Her HP was in the upper yellow, with Pina healing her with her bubbles, while the red player was deep in the red, but Silica hesitated. Of course she did. Out of all the Reavers, she was still a child. A mere 14 years old, old enough to kill, a conclusion she seemed to have reached too, for Drifter saw her eyes narrow and her dagger start glowing. In that moment, time seemed to freeze for the Spearmaster. His snake bite was cancelled before it could even begin taking shape, and his right arm bent over his head, his spear slotting nicely over his forearm with practiced ease. It was stupid. It was illogical. It was hypocritical that he knew all that, in that brief moment. But he still let his serpent coil impale fly, and it flew true. Milliseconds before Silica's triple fawn could connect with the red player AMD and his life, the silver projectile that was Drifter's spear pretty much obliterated his head from his shoulders. Well, that was fucking dumb. Drifter's gaze met Silica's stunned stare for half a second before Poe's disappointed remark grabbed his attention. The guild leader of Reaver's Requiem turned to the founder of Laughing Coffin, his vision filled with the black cleaver, darkness blade. It tore through his chest and health. A deep, messy cut that should have split him in half. But somehow, despite his right arm flying away from its socket, Drifter managed to hang on by a sliver of HP. A sliver which was rapidly disappearing as Poe's unique skill ate away at his health, the few red pixels left in his HUD vanishing one by one. Drifter! At least half a dozen voices yelled at once, but the Spearmaster only had eyes for Poe. The expression on the red player's face was a mix of angry, let down, and curious. His head tilted to the side as he spun his cleaver. Why did you do that, broken spear? The girl had it well in hand. She was about to kill him. That is why. Silica's hands are still clean. Mine already have plenty of blood. One more doesn't matter for me. But it would change her life forever. More pixels were going, and Drifter's vision was starting to go black. He didn't know if that was what actually happened when you died, or simply his adrenaline overriding cardinal system. Poe snorted, but his voice wasn't amused. Ha! What a hypocrite. Weren't you the one spouting out things like no mercy and kill them all? And for one little girl you go back on all of it? How pathetic. To think I actually considered you worth fighting. Fuck you. Poe ignored him. His gaze swept over the dying battle. The handful of remaining Laughing Coffin members, about a dozen, had unconsciously surrounded them, giving him the perfect chance to escape, but not before gloating some more. You know what, Broken Spear Drifter? You fucked up massively. Because now the little girl isn't just going to live the rest of her life blaming herself for your death, she's also gonna be the first one I kill when I start hunting again. Shi. Poe's wheezing laughter was full of venom. He even licked his lips while staring straight at Silica, who was standing shock-still in the same spot. That was a mistake on his part. He really should have been paying attention to Drifter. Especially his eyes, they weren't the eyes of someone who had given up. No. What the fuck do you dash? The red player didn't get the chance to complete his sentence. Drifter gathered all his strength on his remaining foot, and threw himself at the laughing coffin leader. He smashed against Poe, bringing them both back down to their knees. His left arm wrapped around the red player and pulled him close, refusing to let go no matter how much the other man struggled. It looked almost as if they were hugging. Except no hug contained that much viciousness in it. Drifter's glare as he glared at Poe, their faces not even 2 fingers apart, was positively feral. You are not hurting anyone I care about ever again, Poe. Agile. At his shout, Poe's eyes widened, and he squirmed just enough to turn his head around to look over his shoulder, where his gaze met the looming figure of Reaver's Requiem merchant warrior, massive axe raised overhead. Motherfu Agile's axe came down. Poe's head and torso were diagonally split in 2, flying in 4 different directions. The Reaver couldn't given a fuck less at the moment. He let go of his axe and dropped to his knees next to his guild master, who had fallen to the ground after losing his support. The Spearmaster looked at Agile, then past him. He wished he could have seen his entire family, but only a few were in his line of sight. Silica, Kirito, Kismol, Sinon, Nautilus, Yuna. Drifter opened his mouth. Then he closed it again as Agile's healing crystal shattered uselessly on his chest. Poe's darkness blade still eating away at him, revenge for its master. Broken spear. Drifter smiled. Then darkness filled his vision. You died. The moment Drifter died, his body imploding in a shower of shimmering blue shards, much of the world froze. From his mother, whose eyes rolled to the back of her head as she fainted, to Seijiro in the hospital, and billions of spectators around the globe, plenty of players had died today already, from Laughing Coffin and the Assault Team alike. But none of them had been Broken Spear. Drifter, a title player, a banner of the Assault Team and Frontliners, a name not a single person the world over didn't know. The one who had pushed the hardest for the raid against Laughing Coffin. He was the first title player to die. And it seemed his death caused the world to grind to a halt, but not Aincrad. Not the Frontliners. They saw Drifter die, felt a piece of them die with him, and started fighting even harder to kill the remaining Laughing Coffin members, and most of all, Reaver's Requiem. None of them froze. On the contrary, to a man, they burst into motion. Kirito! As one, their eyes turned to the Black Swordsman, even as they started running towards the spot Drifter died, where Agile was still on his knees. Reaver's Requiem former leader didn't need their reminders to know what to do. Yuna, Sinon, Nautilus, and Asuna were all too far away. He was the closest one. The only problem was the Laughing Coffin axe wielder in front of him, who blocked his path even as Kirito's internal clock started ticking down. 10. 9. Both of his swords flashed in a blur, a line cut with his right, and a horizontal with his left, severing the red player's left arm and leg. 8. 7. Suddenly, 3 swords were thrusted into the red player's body from the side by Ran and Yuki, one coming out of his neck, the other 2 from his chest. 6. Go. 5. Kirito jumped forward with a sonic leap, scattering the shards of the red player. 4. He landed next to Agile, and let his swords clatter to the ground. His left hand opened the menu. 3. His index finger swiped down desperately until it found the item he was looking for. Kirito mashed the button like his life depended on it. 2. There was a brief flash of white light, and a black, unassuming stone was resting in his open palm. 1. Kirito clenched his fist and the stone broke into shards. Only, those weren't blue like every other he had seen in Aincrad. They were a deep, bloody red. Kirito, Agile, and all the nearby players, which included most of the Reavers, were forced to close their eyes as the red shards pulsed and then shone with a bright light of the same color. 0. Chapter 213 The End of Sin. Ouch. The first thing Drifter noticed when his consciousness came back was that his body was floating a few centimeters above the ground. Once he came to that realization, gravity promptly reasserted itself and he dropped, his head bouncing off the floor. He grimaced as he propped himself up on one elbow and rubbed the back of his head. That hadn't been fun. Drifter! And he got to experience it a second time as 3 bodies rammed into him and he lost his precarious balance. Drifter blinked down at Yuki, Silica, and Yuna. The purple-haired teen was basically sitting on his legs, staring up at him with wide eyes. The tamer was wrapped around his side, bawling her eyes out. And his wife, Yuna, had her face hidden in his chest, and his arm automatically rose to pull her tighter into his embrace. She was shaking. Drifter? Are you okay? He turned his head. Agile and Kirito were kneeling next to him, and the rest of Reaver's Requiem seemed like they were just waiting for their turn to jump on him, and they weren't the only ones. Klein, Orlando, Akari, Lind, Shivata, Litton, Heathcliff, Ambrose, and all the other frontliners, they were all standing in the middle of the labyrinth and staring at him in awe. Of course, Drifter blinked again. He remembered everything. The raid against Laughing Coffin, fighting Poe, getting cut by the man, Agile killing him. And the message. That's fucking weird. So that's what it was like to die in Sword Art Online. One big, red, you died, filling your vision, and then nothing. I died. Someone used the stone? He was far calmer than he probably had any right to be. But really, it hadn't been that bad. Me. Are you sure you are okay? Kirito stared at him as if he couldn't quite believe his eyes, but Drifter nodded affirmatively. He was great. Even his health was back to full. The Divine Stone of Returning Soul had worked exactly as advertised. IT also explained why everyone was staring at him like he had grown a second head. He would have some explaining to do. But first, hey. I'm fine. See? Not a scratch. He kissed the top of Yuna's head, but she only wrapped her arms tighter around his torso. He was sure he would be in for a hell of a scolding once she calmed down, but he could live with that. WY. Silica wasn't going to wait to be pacified, however. Her eyes were red and leaking a constant stream of tears. Why? Why did you do that? I wasn't in danger. I could have killed him. That's the one thing I couldn't let happen, Sil. His voice was soft as he gently caressed her hair. He didn't flinch as she started punching his shoulder. Why you? You! I hate you! She didn't. But he gladly allowed her to let out some of her frustration. She needed the release, and it was a different kind of tears that wetted his armor when she stopped hitting him and let him pull her closer. I can't say I don't understand why you did it, Drifter. But it was still really fucking stupid. Wool's hand fell on his shoulder, and the Spearmaster smiled at the mirthful, if strained, grin on the other man's face. I know. I'm sorry. Dumbass. That was Nautilus, who kicked his side while trying to hide his relief. Sinan just punched him on the top of the head, which seemed to be a signal for his friends to approach and call him out on his idiocy, often by hitting some exposed part of his body, and it weren't just the Reavers either. Furinkazan, the Legend Braves, DKB, all of those closer to Drifter had a few choice words to say to him, usually starting with relief and ending in a dressing down. Akari's glare made him squirm, but luckily someone was there to take the attention off him. So, how was being dead? One could hear the sound of several hands slapping their foreheads at Klein's bluntness. His guild members followed up by slapping the back of his head. Drifter couldn't help it, he chuckled. Even Yuki, still sitting on him, snorted in amusement. Honestly, pretty underwhelming. I got a big system message saying, you died, then everything went black. Next thing I know, I'm back. Felt a little like waking up. Someone Yuna pinched his side for how nonchalant he was being. But that was truly how it felt. You are all taking this pretty well. I thought there would be more questions by now. Specifically about how I came back. Drifter tilted his head and looked at the assembled players. A few shuffled uncomfortably on the spot, but the leadership of the assault team was surprisingly composed. Shivata sighed. We definitely have questions, Drifter. But right now we're just glad you are alive. At least until Yuna and the rest of your family gets their hands on you properly. Ha! I would pay to see that. Orlando laughed, as did several of the non-Reavers Requiem players. Drifter just shivered. And, well, we had time to cool down about the whole revive item debacle, Drifter. You are not someone who would keep a secret like that if it could benefit the assault team. So I'm guessing. Time and guild restrictions? It's a one-time use, that much is obvious. Lynn's gaze was calculating, but soft. There was a hint of melancholy in their Drifter tried to ignore. Laughing Coffin's end hadn't come without a price, and clearly the other guild leader was trying not to think of the what-ifs. 10 seconds, same spot, same party. It was Asuna who rattled off the details of the Divine Stone of Returning Soul. Lind and the others nodded slowly. The restrictions were even harsher than they expected. Explains why the Black Swordsman had to do it and not Agile, who was already next to you. We're gonna want to know how you got it later, but for now, we have other things to deal with. Think you are up to it? Won't blame you if you don't. Dying couldn't have been fun. Right. Laughing Coffin. The raid, Drifter looked down at the 3 girls trapped over him. Yuki promptly jumped up, and Silica moved with a little coaxing from Wolf, who wrapped her in a hug, but he had to pull Yuna up with him when he got up. Hey, love. I'm fine, I promise. I'm here, Songbird. I'm not going anywhere. Maybe it were the familiar words that roused her, but Yuna slowly peeled off him just enough that she could look up and break his heart with her tears. Oh, my Songbird. I am so sorry I worried you. You died. I did. But I came back. He gently wiped off her tears with his thumbs, holding her head in his hands. He touched his forehead to hers, and Yuna closed her eyes, a gentle smile forming on her lips. It was small, but it was there. We are going to have words later, dummy. You are never doing something this stupid again. I won't let you. I promise. He wasn't sure he could keep it, but he intended to try, pulling back from Yuna, but still keeping an arm wrapped around her. Drifter raised his head to fully take in the labyrinth and the players. The portal from the corridor crystal was still open, and there were some puffs of shards. He shuddered at the thought that those were what little was left of actual people swiftly vanishing, but no hoods. No masks. Only the tired and familiar visages of the frontliners and their allies. Drifter's gaze found Akari. What's the damage? The others also turned their heads to stare at the ninja. Drifter may have been made the de facto leader of the assault team for this raid, but Akari had been instrumental in Laughing Coffin's demise. 17 dead frontliners. 6 of my Fumaningum. Drifter closed his eyes while most of the frontliners balked at the numbers. He had known it was going to be bad, but not that much. The Laughing Coffin leader, Poe, did most of that. 3 frontliners and 5 of my subordinates. His unique skill. I had never seen something like it. It made him stronger the more he killed. At least we won't ever have to face it again. Something like that. Like him. Shouldn't exist. The frontliners could agree with that. Except Heathcliff, who privately thought the unique skill had played its role to perfection. But no one needed to know that. What about Laughing Coffin? What's their state? Even under her mask, the frontliners could feel Akari's savage smirk. They are done. We have 23 in custody, 16 from the battle today, and the 6 spies, plus the one we arrested long ago. They won't be leading Black Iron Palace for the rest of SAO. And Argo's already committing their faces to her memory so we can make sure they get what they deserve once we're out. She didn't know the entire world was watching. None of them did. Even with Kaiba and Cardinal's preventive measures that blurred the faces and censored the names of the red players. What the world witnessed today, and the statements of the present players, would be more than enough to identify and lock away the murderers for good once they were in the real world. They would never walk free again, and, once their mental faculties were appraised and proved to not have been influenced by SAO, even the death penalty wouldn't be off the board. And their casualties? Drifter himself had killed 12 red players today. To call them people would be going too far. He knew that was an absurd number. Unlike most of his guildmates, he hadn't even tried to arrest any of the Laughing Coffin murderers. He cut all of them down without a second thought, but he also knew most everyone in Reaver's Requiem, and, indeed, the other guilds, had also either been forced to take lives, or chosen to. Silica, Yuna, and maybe Valork were the only exceptions. Too few of them, in my opinion. Now Akari was sporting a full-on snarl, and it sent shivers down the spines of many a frontliner. Drifter, however, weathered her bloodlust with nary a flinch. How many? 76, even his eyes widened at that. Come again? I don't remember even seeing that many when we began. Poe held some of them back. An ambush inside an ambush. Unfortunately for them, my guild was on the lookout for that. We never expected Laughing Coffin to play fair. The final count is 76. Which meant that, all in all, counting the Laughing Coffin players who had been killed before today, there had been close to 130 red players in Aincrad. It shook Drifter. Maybe that number wasn't very significant compared to the 10,000 souls that started SAO, but to think that over 100 players would willingly chose to become murderers and monsters. It boggled his mind, but, at least it's over now. Indeed. If by some oddity of destiny one or more of them manage to slip through the net, Humaningdom will hunt them down over the coming weeks. But Laughing Coffin is over. It was a feeling of relief that washed over the assault team. Their worst enemy, the nightmare that had haunted Aincrad for months, was over. And just in time. Drifter looked around. They had still lost too many frontliners. Especially from the smaller guilds, who had a more loose chain of command, which allowed for more hesitation when striking down the red players, but the assault team still had whereabouts 100 able-bodied players. Some probably weren't in too good a place mentally right now, but unfortunately, death, in all of its forms, was something they were used to. They might never be okay. But they could certainly fight. And that was what the assault team needed. Because they were getting close. 1 month to the 50th floor. 1.5 to the boss raid. That's how long we have to prepare and train any new recruits now that Laughing Coffin isn't looming over our heads anymore. Then we tackle the 50th floor. Broken Spear Drifter, guild leader of Reaver's Requiem, titled player, and spearmaster of Aincrad, nodded to the faces around him. Good job today, everyone. I'll see you tomorrow. It was an anticlimactic end for the devastating battle. But Aincrad didn't leave corpses to bury or dead to honor. Just a bunch of cross names back in the town of beginnings, standing there in the labyrinth, moping around and fighting the occasional mob, wouldn't do anything. Best to go back and set their heads to right as much as possible. Anyways, Drifter already expected the Laughing Coffin raid to have lasting effects on all of Aincrad. Especially once word got out to the normal players of what had transpired with them none the wiser. Akari, I want to talk to you. Kirito, Asuna, if you could grab Argo and meet us? The ninja blinked at him. You are disturbingly calm for someone who died. Broken Spear. Like I said, I barely registered it. And I'm sure I'll have nightmares later, but for now, I need to put all of this behind, otherwise I won't even be able to sleep. He was going to catch hell from Yuna, Argo, Silica, and all of his friends. But especially the first 3. One was his wife, the other 2 were his little sisters. He was going to be in the doghouse for months, but he stood by his actions, no matter how idiotic and hypocritical they had been. It had been over a year since he killed Mort, and he still woke up sometimes with the red player's mocking face at the front of his mind. He expected many more would join him, and doubted he would ever be fully free of them. He couldn't subject Silica to that. At the moment, he didn't stop to consider that Silica's life would have been much worse if she spent the rest of it blaming herself for his death. But she would hammer that particular point, and many others, into his head in the near future. Now, however, it was like he told Akari. He just wanted to tie up all the loose ends and put the whole Laughing Coffin debacle behind them. Aincrad wouldn't climb itself, and with a sure death floor coming up, even the bloodbath that was today had to be put on the back burner in favor of preparing for the 50th floor. Otherwise, odds were it would be much, much worse when they got there. Chapter 214, A New Light. Once again, Drifter was walking through the corridors of Black Iron Palace, like he had done for the past 3 days since the Laughing Coffin raid. It wasn't because he enjoyed the company of the red players, nor because he wanted to gloat. No, like Argo, he simply wanted to commit their faces to his memory now that they couldn't hide behind their masks, to make sure that, once SAO was over, they paid for their crimes. Most of the red players he passed turned their heads away from him. A few muttered curses or just outright threatened him, but he ignored them. Most didn't have the will to do much more than shy away from him. After all, while a few were true psychopaths who had been captured with the use of Liz's items, the majority of the prisoners were those who had, when confronted face-to-face with death, backed down from Laughing Coffin and posed grand act of suicide by assault team. They were still twisted motherfuckers, no doubt, but when push came to shove, they valued their lives more than traumatizing some frontliners with their deaths. They were the ones who Drifter despised the most. Cowards who only acted strong when hurting those weaker than them, but who folded immediately when confronted by someone stronger. At least the rest of Laughing Coffin, monsters that they were, had the guts to stand by their resolve to the death, those who had been given a choice, that is. God's new Drifter, Agile, Wolf, Akari, and Fumaningum as a whole hadn't even contemplated granting mercy to any of the red players. The ones who came across them died, without exception. Of the 23 Laughing Coffin members they had in custody, Drifter only had more than a passing interest in 2. He stopped in front of Viper's cell first. Now without his hood, the red player looked just like any other prisoner, although more composed. The cursor above him read, Malik. That was the name of the killer known, until the end of the raid, only as Viper. He was handsome enough to be part of one of those idol groups that had become more famous in recent years. Drifter had no idea if they were still a thing after the 2 years they spent trapped in SAO. Viper. I see you haven't disowned your association yet. Some of the other scum did, although I don't know what they expect to gain with it. The former Laughing Coffin executive looked up, lips curling in a facsimile of a smile. The brand of his guild was still visible on his wrist. Heh. I don't give a shit about what those cowards are thinking. As for Laughing Coffin, you said it yourself, nothing to gain by erasing it. And while I hated that fucker Poe, I love the guild and what it represents. Drifter stared at him, unimpressed. I'm not surprised. Kirito said you were one special kind of fucked up. He. Did he now? And how's the Black Swordsman doing? He hasn't come to visit once, you know? Again, Drifter's expression remained unchanged. He won't. And this is the last time you will see me or anyone else who isn't an NPC guard until we leave Aincrad. Then you can expect to see us again, on the other side of a courtroom. Viper smirked, as if the possibility entertained him. Drifter shook his head and turned around. He was still warring with himself and the murderous intent the red players unleashed on him. But one side was clearly whining, we should have killed them all. The second player of interest for Drifter, and his last stop before leaving Black Iron Palace, hopefully for the last time in his life, was a long-haired, emaciated man. He once held a prestigious position in the assault team, but now he amounted to less than trash in the eyes of the frontliners. Kirito had been a team leader in the Knights of the Blood Oath before. Drifter had ordered all members of the assault team guilds, not just the frontliners either, but all affiliated with them, to be inspected for Laughing Coffin's brand. Kirito had been one of the 3 spies who turned up on Cobb. He had been the most indignant one when they arrested him, and also the quickest to break once he realized all his future entailed was a small cell and no one to keep him company but his mind and the occasional NPC'd. He had been a wealth of information on Laughing Coffin. One Drifter was somewhat disappointed they hadn't been able to tap before the raid, but they had needed to move fast. Personally, the Spearmaster thought Kirito wasn't Laughing Coffin material, especially after meeting Poe. Oh, he could still be a killer and red player alright, but his motivations didn't match Laughing Coffin. He didn't want chaos and blood like them. No, the reason Kirito took the Red Guild's tattoo was much more mundane, jealousy. He wanted to kill the people he was jealous of, and boy did he have quite the list. Drifter, because everyone looked up to him. Kirito because he was a kid. Asuna because he asked her out once, which was just fucking creepy, and she rejected him. Lind and Shivata because they had rejected his application to join DKB. Heathcliff because he wanted to be guild leader. Godfrey, another of Cobb's team leaders, because the man was friends with everybody, and just about every other person he came across. The man had a problem, and likely not just with his personality. Kirito belonged in a psychiatric hospital, but he was also desperate enough that, just by hinting they might have a way to get him out since his cursor wasn't red, he spilled everything, who and how Laughing Coffin recruited him, which players he knew were part of it, or at the very least sympathetic, possible targets, hideouts he had been made aware of, and even guilds like Titan's Hand, which, although not part of Laughing Coffin, either knowingly or unknowingly worked for them. Argo and Akari were already checking all of it. Most of the information was useless, outdated, or just plain fake, but some of it had panned out. Quite a few names had been added to the info broker's untrustworthy bastards list. HM? Hey. When are you letting me out of here? Hey! You promised. Drifter kept walking by his cell without breaking stride. Kirito was deluded if he thought they had been telling the truth. The Reaver couldn't bring himself to feel the least bit guilty about the lie. You done? Finally? Argo was waiting for him when he came out, reclining against the building and basking in the sun. He ruffled her hair, hood and all. HM. If I never have to see this prison again, it will be too soon. Lucky you. I'll be in and out of it for a few weeks still, at least. Having to see those creeps every day is a pain. In the past, Drifter would have offered to join her, or even go in her instead. Now, he recognized they had both grown. Argo didn't need him holding her hand for this. Anyhow, let's not talk about this now. You go into the 46th to meet the rest of the Reavers? Yup. We are challenging the floor boss in a week. We need to get a move on with all the time Laughing Coffin made us lose. Good. Think you can pass a message to Griselda for me? I would do it myself. But honestly, it's uncomfortable. Drifter raised an eyebrow. So you are pushing it onto me? Yep. The info broker grinned, but her eyes weren't so amused. Fair enough. What's the message? Grimlock offed himself yesterday. I had Fumaningdom keeping an eye on him since he was released a couple months ago, to make sure he didn't try anything dirty again, and they saw him jump over the edge after the news of the LC raid broke. Dunno why that's what pushed him, but I say good riddance. Honestly, so did Drifter. Grimlock had only been held for 6 months in Black Iron Palace, since he hadn't actually killed anyone, and Griselda had been a nervous wreck for weeks after he was released. Thankfully he hadn't done much more than hide in a shady inn on the 7th floor since then. The Spearmaster wasn't sure if his guildmate would celebrate the news or mourn the man who was once her husband, but he nodded to Argo. This was part of his duties as guild leader. Not one he was looking forward to, but necessary nonetheless. I'll tell her. And please thank Fumaningdom again for doing this when they already had a lot on their plate. They were hoping Grimlock might try to contact someone from Logan Coffin again. Maybe he did, and they didn't answer. Might be what pushed him. Don't really matter now, and I don't really care. But I'll pass it along. See you around, Dri Boo. See you, little rat. Be safe. Always. He waved to his excitable little sister, and started making the trek to the teleporter. There were more eyes on him today than normal. Or rather, the weight behind those gazes was different. Everyone in Aincrad now knew of the raid against Laughing Coffin. And, thanks to a frontliner who got overly chatty after drinking, plenty of the details of the battle itself were now making the rounds, each a seed for rumors to grow. And some were reaching truly outrageous proportions. At first, it had been fairly close to the truth. The assault team had launched a raid against the murderous Red Guild Laughing Coffin, during which Broken Spear Drifter had killed over 10 Red players including their leader, died, and been revived by a special item, pretty tame, other than the fact Agile had been the one to deliver the final blow to Poe. And even then, one could argue Drifter had done most of the work, but now, not even 2 full days since Argo released the news, the story had already grown to Drifter challenging all of Laughing Coffin on his own to avenge Shigio's death, slaughtering a path through them to get to Poe, and ending in a sacrifice of his life so valiant it had impressed Cardinal itself into bringing him back to life. How anyone could believe any of that, he didn't know. But the bottom line was that all the rumors agree on two things. Broken Spear Drifter had killed plenty of red players and died. The later was easier for people to come to terms with, Drifter believed. They were inside a game, and rumors of the revival item had run rampant not long ago, but the former was what unsettled most people, and changed the stairs. Drifter was used to receding into something heavier, not that he particularly cared. He had done what needed to be done, and didn't regret it one bit. Now if only he could convince Yuna and Silica of that. And the rest of his guild that they didn't need to coddle him just because he died. It hadn't been that bad, if only. Watching Broken Spear Drifter sigh to himself, Seijiru suppressed a smirk. He had nothing against the Reaver, much the contrary. He was a big fan, but he felt the Spearmaster somewhat deserved the cold shoulder his wife was giving him, because that was the only thing that could make a man sigh like that. He imagined the young man would also catch hell from his family once Sword Art Online ended. Seijiru had heard his mother, Kana, had collapsed when he died on the broadcast. Thankfully, her husband rushed her to the hospital and the doctors said she would be okay. It was just a case of strong emotions causing a short fainting spell. He would have to visit her when he had the time. What her son had done, leading the assault team to annihilate Laughing Coffin, while it had created a lot of work for him, nearly 100 deceased players, had also set Seijiru's soldier blood boiling. In his eyes, what Drifter had done had been nothing short of safeguarding the future of the assault team and all SAO players. If Laughing Coffin had been left alone, they would have grown and festered into a cancer that couldn't be cut away. It didn't mean he still couldn't find it funny to see Drifter scolded repeatedly by the people who cared about him. Yuna's silent rage and the chastisement of the rest of his guild lasted until the 46th floor boss raid. Then, something happened that finally took the attention away from Drifter. They had just defeated the floor boss and climbed the stairs to the 47th floor, stepping on a picturesque flower field, when Silica suddenly exclaimed in surprise. "Ah!" That had everyone turning to her, weapons at the ready in case they were already under attack. It had happened before, only to see the young girl was unharmed, and looking down at her chest, through the gaps of her clothes and breastplate, a bright green light was shining. Silica slowly reached inside her clothes and tugged out her necklace, revealing the source of that light. Ferder's Fong. Silica blinked at the memento before something in her HUD caught her attention. Swiping through her menu, her mouth opened in shock. It took a good while before she recovered and looked at her guild and the assault team. I think I just got a unique skill? Chapter 215, 47th floor and unique skills. Initially, Kaiba had planned for 12 unique skills in Sword Art Online. A nice, meaningful number. An oversight on his and Cardinal's part had seen to it that the creation of another skill was necessary. Kaiba owned up to his mistakes. It had been his failure, and he wouldn't see a player unfairly punished for it, but, of the now 13 unique skills in SAO, only 9 had been allocated until now, one of them twice, but it still only counted as one. They were UQ001 Batajutsu Holder, Red Blade Klein.AN unique skill designed for the best katana user in Sword Art Online, carrying within it a skill tree of its own, as well as a boost to katana-related skills proficiency acquisition, and a permanent bleed effect. UQ002 Darkness Blade Holder, Po, Deceased. A monstrous unique skill, made for the worst of the worst in Aincrad. It could only be acquired by the first player to kill over 100 people, and allowed one to grow stronger by committing slaughter. UQ003 Dual Blade Holder, Black Swordsman Kirito Secondary Holder, Untamed Storm Yuki, the exception to the rule. An unique skill meant for the player with the fastest reaction time in Sword Art Online, only to find 2 who tied for it. The unique skill for the player, or players, who would end Sword Art Online. UQ004 Holy Sword Holder, Holy Sword Heathcliff, the cheat. An unique skill designed to disguise Kaiba's system assistance, and ensure he was in the proper position to bring about Aincrad's biggest betrayal when the time was right. UQ005 Infinite Spear Holder, Broken Spear Drifter, the greatest surprise of all unique skills. In a world designed for swords to rule supreme, Kaiba had never expected someone to climb to the peak using a spear, even discovering parts of the unique skill before it was supposed to be released. Now, he wasn't sure who would be the one to clear SAO. UQ006 Mirage Burst Holder, Lightning Flash Asuna, the unique skill of Sword Art Online's fastest player. A skill so swift it killed the enemy before they realized the first attack had been launched. UQ008 Indomitable Knight Holder, Indomitable Knight Nautilus. An unique skill originally meant for a pure tank, but reassigned after its holder broke through the restrictions of a FNC. Even Kaiba and Cardinal could do nothing about. UQ011 Volcano Forge Holder, Forge Master Lisbeth. The tool of Aincrad's greatest blacksmith. An unique skill that gave its host the power to forge anything, anywhere, anytime. And finally, UQ013 Arrow Path Holder, Arrow Huntress Sinon, the extra unique skill that was never meant to exist. It allowed for nothing more than using the bow, a weapon that only existed in SAO because of a mistake. But that was enough. 9 out of 13 unique skills. That still left 4 that had yet to find their owners, until today. As the assault team stepped into the meadows of the 47th floor, Cardinal decided now was the time to arm 4 players with the weapons that, quite honestly, were already theirs since long ago. UQ007 Shuriken Jutsu Holder, Shadow Blossom Akari. UQ009 Spirit Friend Holder, Dragon Tamer Silica. UQ010 Soundless Melody Holder, Songstress Yuna. UQ012 Morning Sun Holder, Hero Orlando. Only Silica glowed, because of her unique skill reacting with an item she carried. But the others would find out their own gifts in the coming days. Unique skill? Just like that? No one thought Silica was lying. All of them, Reavers or not, knew her too well and trusted her. But it still boggled their minds how out of left field it had been. What is it, Sil? And what does it do? Error. The name Spirit Friend. The owner of the skill can register up to 3 pets. The pets will receive a number of buffs and skills that will make them more effective in combat. The pets can be Suddenly, Silica cut off, her hands going up to cover her mouth while her eyes opened wide as saucers. Her pupils were tiny. Silica. What's wrong? The unique skill at Ferder. I can bring back Ferder. What? Pretty much every player in earshot shouted. The Reavers were crowding around Silica, and the rest of the frontliners weren't even trying to hide the fact that they were listening in. Yeah. It says here, the pets can be revived any number of times as long as they wish to. The Dragon Tamer trailed off, eyebrows furrowed in confusion. What does that mean? Wish to? It sounds like the pet can reject being brought back. But why would they do that? Actually, how would they do that? You know, being dead and all. I dunno, man. It's Silica's skill. As the Reavers fell into speculation, Drifter thoughtfully tapped his chin. He couldn't exactly claim he was experienced. His death had lasted 10 seconds, while Ferder had been gone for months, but also, Ferder wasn't a player, was he? Cardinal probably, no, definitely has Ferder's data stored somewhere. It can just make a copy of it and bring him back. As for the wish to part, well, Spirit Friend didn't set a limit on the number of resurrections, did it, Silica? No? Why? Imagine, and I know you would never do that, but just imagine for a moment that you wanted to take advantage of the skill and just keep sending your pets to their deaths. There would come a moment where they might not want to be brought back, no? Silica's indignant expression was enough to relay what she thought of the mere idea of treating Pina and Ferder and any possible third pet as if they were disposable. Like I said, you would never do that, so I don't think you have to worry about Ferder refusing to come back to us, Sil. Instead, you should be rereading the description of Ferder's Fong. I know it's for no reason that it glowed and you received your unique skill now of all times. Silica had the description of the memento engraved in her brain. Her eyes widened as she arrived at the same conclusion as Drifter, and a tentative smile spread over her face, as if she couldn't believe it quite yet. Drifter's grin encouraged her hopes to bloom. He ruffled her hair and pulled her into a one-armed hug. Come on, Silica. Let's bring Ferder home. It wasn't quite as simple as that, of course. The description of Ferder's Fong may have said that they could use it to revive the wolf in the Hill of Memories on the 47th floor, and the time limit had disappeared, but they still needed to actually find the place, and that meant exploring the 47th floor, which, in itself, wasn't any big sacrifice. they were already going to do just that anyway, and compared to some of the floors they already had the displeasure of mapping, the 47th was actually very pleasant. Grassy hills and vibrant meadows stretched for the entire floor, and all of it was covered by beds of flowers of all shapes, sizes, and colors. Small, waist-high stone walls separated different sections of the floor, including a rather large radius around the main settlement, Floria. Those walls usually flanked an array of paths, which, from the Reaver's experience over the last couple of days, were safe from mobs as long as you stuck to the paved ones. All in all, this was another floor that was well in the way to become a tourist attraction and a resting spot for the players once the clearers were done mapping it. Especially now that there was no laughing coffin to worry about, the only wrench in that plan were the mobs. Unsurprisingly, the floor was populated by plant-type enemies. And annoyingly, all of them were ambush mobs. The giant Venus flytraps were basically invisible to the naked eye. They waited, buried in the ground near unpaved paths, for any passing players, and sprung to life when someone came close. They looked, well, pretty much exactly like their name indicated. Giant green and purple Venus flytrap plants, which tried to eat the players alive. They weren't too bad on their own. Deceptively fast for a plant, but nothing the Reavers weren't used to. What was annoying was that, while the giant Venus flytraps were stationary, you couldn't exactly avoid them. That was because, if you tried to go around then, you always ended up running into the second mob of the floor, land anemones. Those were easier to spot, the collection of lilac tentacles waving in the wind at about shin-height, a dead giveaway. But there were so many dotting the flower fields that it was like trying to traverse a minefield while blindfolded. You were bound to hit some, and they were disgusting. Giant slimy purple columns that rose up to 12 meters in the air and flayed around like some sort of inflatable gas station mascot, either crushing players with its mass, or, worse still, capturing them with its tentacles and attempting to eat them. Drifter had the unfortunate privilege of being snared by it once. The feeling of getting squeezed on all sides by the mob while it tried to digest him was one he never wanted to repeat, and had locked away in a box at the back of his mind and thrown away the key. No. There and then he made an executive decision that Reaver's Requiem would stick to the paths even if they had to uproot every giant Venus flytrap between here and the 48th floor, and it was looking like that was exactly what they would have to do, because, by everything that's sacred, there were a lot of mobs, mostly just the giant Venus flytraps, thank gods. A few times they strayed from the path to investigate something and had to deal with the land anemones, but those were few and far in between, thankfully. While Drifter was feeling exasperated by the constant battles, Silica, on the other hand, was almost giddy with excitement and anticipation. She was also showing off her unique skill at any possible moment, not that the Reavers minded. Growth! The whole guild had decided to come and search for the Hill of Memories together. Not the most efficient clearing strategy, but none wanted to miss the moment Ferder was reborn. That was how all of Reaver's Requiem ended up watching somewhat indulgently as Siloka used the first and for now only skill inside of Spirit Friend. Suddenly, her faithful companion, the small feathered dragon Pina, wasn't so small anymore. The amicable pet glowed green and doubled in size, which, considering she could comfortably nest on top of Silica's head before, meant she was only about the size of a big cat now. Drifter wagered the skill would be a lot more impressive if used on Ferder. The wolf was already intimidating as he was, and would be nearly of height with the Spearmaster if the skill also doubled his size. Another reason to get to the Hill of Memories quickly, but while they made their way there, watching Silica get used to her unique skill wasn't bad. Growth unfortunately didn't do much for Pina, as the skill raised the attack and defense of a pet, which wasn't all that useful when the little dragon was a healer, but it looked cool. And, surely, as the girl used Spirit Friend and her proficiency increased, more and more branches skills would be unlocked, and Silica wasn't the only Reaver testing out new skills. After she received Spirit Friend out of nowhere, every frontliner had been tempted to at least check their menu. You never knew, right? And, lo and behold, at least two of them had been rewarded. One was Hero Orlando, who made a lot of noise about his unique skill, Morning Sunday, and yes, that was morning as in to grieve something or someone. At first they thought it was just Orlando who couldn't speak right. As far as Drifter been able to tell from the Brave's excited gibberish, Morning Sun was the unique skill for heavy weapon users. Warhammers, maces, axes, and, of course, Orlando's weapon of choice, the greatsword. The skill was impressive. Other than a massive boost to his attack power, it also had something Orlando called passive butcher effect. It made it so he had a much higher chance of dismembering or cutting off limbs of enemies, brutal, but extremely useful when it was on their side. In SAO, losing some part of your body was more than just an inconvenience. It came with penalties, ranging from getting your speed reduced to temporarily losing your vision, and last but definitely not least, there was the other Reaver to receive a unique skill. Yuna had been delighted by Soundless Melody. According to her, the skill was simple, but also everything she needed. Other than giving a major overall boost to her songs, Soundless Melody did just one other thing. As long as she completed a song, it would last for the entirety of the battle. In other words, no more did she need to juggle different instruments and tunes like crazy. Now, with just a little planning, she could stack buff after buff on her allies, and debuff after debuff on her enemies. Already one of the major contributors of the assault team, Songstress Yuna had now risen to be, perhaps, the most important person in the front lines. Chapter 216 Bad News. It took whereabouts 5 days for Reaver's Requiem to find the path to the Hill of Memories. In the end, they should have kept to the paved roads. There was one that went directly from the main settlement of the Floria, to the location, interrupted only by the field boss, which was also why they had put it on the back burner until the first half of the 47th floor had been cleared. Despite how easy the frontliners made it look sometimes, field bosses were no joke. Now, over 2 years after SAO started in discounting the anomaly that was Laughing Coffin, field bosses were the second leading cause of deaths in Aincrad. Only behind the towers themselves. That was because field bosses respawned, and their loot was always good, usable for at least a handful of floors above them. So low and mid-level players flocked to them, and in their rush, sometimes ran right to their deaths. And of course, that was just for the weak players. To frontliners, unless they deliberately gave up on their lives, it was rare for one of them to fall in anything less than a floor boss raid. The assault team wasn't full of brash greenhorns anymore. Now, each of the frontliners was a battle-hardened veteran with at least thousands of life-or-death conflicts behind them. Recently, more than a few had even experienced what it was like to take another human's life. It was the Cobb who took down the field boss of the 47th floor, and Drifter was happy to let them. Field bosses were always a first-come, first-served base, but when it fell, the path to explore the second half of the floor was opened. And, with it, the way to the Hill of Memories, which was where the Reavers were right now. Whoa! Standing at the foot of the map, the guild was struck by just how big it was. Really, you might as well call it a small mountain. But the floor had been designed in such a way that you only saw it when you were right in front of it, and, as a special map, the Hill of Memories wasn't without its challenges. Reaver's Requiem was slowly making their way towards the top while appreciating the flower fields, but they could already spot something that was decidedly unnatural waiting for them up ahead. The guardian of the flower that would bring back Fairder was big and ugly. A gigantic carnivorous plant, colored a deep red and sickly purple. Even now, out of combat state, its mouth was open, the petals that formed it parting slightly to reveal sharp green barbs in the place of teeth, rising and falling slowly alongside the rest of the plant as it seemed to be deep asleep. Truly, it was grotesque. And when they got closer and the garish Gerbera started moving, Drifter had to hold back a grimace. The countless roots wiggling underneath the monster looked less like feet, and more like thousands of worms squirming around together. Not on it. The indomitable knight dashed forward with unrepentant charge, smashing into the trunk of the mob. The creature, at least 10 times bigger and 50 times heavier than the player, stumbled back as if it had hit a wall. The monster seemed surprised, which was more awareness than the players normally saw in plant-type mobs. But nevertheless, there was only one fate awaiting the garish Gerbera. It wasn't even an exciting fight. It probably would have been, if the ones the monster was facing were just a singular party of normal clearers. The amount of vines the garish Gerbera had whipping around at any given time would ensure that, but, unfortunately for the mob, it was up against Reaver's Requiem. Before it could even begin to show its incredible prowess, swords, axes, daggers, maces, and spears cut, sliced, and crushed it into nothing. Drifter didn't know if it was on purpose or just a coincidence, but the 47th floor was surprisingly easy. It was scenic, and the enemies, while not particularly weak, weren't that strong either. It was a good floor for the frontliners to explore after the Laughing Coffin raid. Here we are. Without giving a second glance to the defeated mobs, the guild walked the last few meters to the top of the Hill of Memories. There, on a softly glowing pedestal, was a nearly pure white flower, down to the stem. The only other color the flower carried was the vibrant golden core. Numa flower. Silica breathed out the two words in a reverential manner. This was, after all, the key to reviving one of her dearest friends. Almost instinctively, her hand reached to pluck the flower, but halted. A fearful expression flashed on her face as unbidden thoughts crossed her mind. What if Ferder didn't want to come back? What if he didn't remember her? What if go on, Silica? He's waiting for you. A strong, yet gentle hand landed on her shoulder, and she looked back to see Drifter smiling kindly at her, as if he could see her dark thoughts plainly on her face. He probably could. Beyond Drifter, all the other Reavers were smiling at her. Kismal in particular stepped forward to rest her hand on Silica's other shoulder. Go on. Kismal had even more right to miss Ferder than her. The wolf had been her brother's partner, and that loyalty had transferred to her when Locke died, but the bond Ferder and Silica had created was undeniable. Over the last 18 months, Ferder barely left the girl's side. He even slept with her. It was no surprise Silica was nervous. If this somehow didn't work, she would be heartbroken, but she drummed up her frontliner courage and plucked the Numa flower. It detached from the pedestal without a sound, breaking off at the base of the stem. Silica then took a deep breath and pulled out Ferder's fong hanging on around her neck. The moment the two items got close, they started glowing green. A prompt must have appeared for the dragon tamer, because she tapped the empty air in front of her. Suddenly the glow around the items expanded to form a sphere about the size of a soccer ball, obscuring them from view. Ba dump, ba dump, ba dump. The sound of heartbeats started coming from the ball as it pulsated, getting faster and louder each turn. Silica stepped back as the ball grew once again, until it was bigger and taller than her. The noise was almost deafening now. The silence that followed when it suddenly stopped was almost as loud. They could still hear the beating echoing in their ears as the sphere vanished with a noise similar to a balloon popping. Left in its place was a large gray-furred wolf, sitting on its haunches. Ferder! That was all the incentive the wolf needed to launch himself onto Silica, bowling the tiny girl over. Yet, the famous dragon tamer didn't care for it at all as she buried her face in Ferder's fur, laughing and crying while the wolf frantically licked her hair. Ferder couldn't speak, but his actions sang louder than any number of words. The Reavers had no idea how aware of what had transpired, his death, his revival, and the time in between the wolf was, but it was clear to everyone that he was still the same old Ferder. Old friend, as Kismal kneeled next to Ferder and started treading her fingers through his fur, causing the wolf to turn his head to her, the rest of the Reavers also surged forward to greet their old companion. The news of Ferder's revival didn't cause many waves. The frontliners had already known about Silica's unique skill, which meant one of them had sold the intel to Argo before the girl could hurt their info broker friend. And, to the rest of the other players, Ferder was simply a mere pet.to the pet owners in Aincrad. It was knowing about the existence of the Hill of Memories and Numa flower that interested them more. But they were few and far in between, since most people didn't see the value in pets, as the vast majority had no use in combat. What most people in and out of Sword Art Online were focusing on was the future. Or, more specifically, the approaching 50th floor. The players, frontliners, clearers, or otherwise, still remembered the horrors of the 25th floor. The world remembered watching it. The boss raids of the 47th and 48th floor barely garnered any attention. That's not to say nobody watched it, but, with the impending sure-death floor on the horizon, most eyes were turned towards the preparations the assault team was making for it, and they were preparing, that is. The 25th floor had been one big series of mistakes culminating on the 25th massacre. Broken Spear Drifter and the others would never allow it again. Chief amongst all measures they had taken was the complete exploration of the quests in all floors above the 40th, while the frontliners didn't have the time to go on the countless side quests. Being occupied leveling up and upgrading their skills and gear as much as possible, they had tasked the clearers in their guilds, as well as others, with completing any and all quests, no matter how innocuous, and funneling all the intel Through Argo, IT was no easy feat. Quests in Sword Art Online varied in complexity, from the basic fetch quests to chain quests spanning multiple floors. But the one thing they all had in common was that there was always more to them than you could see at a first glance. IT could be some random curiosity a NPC spouted during an escort mission, or the description of some inconspicuous item you received as a reward, or a certain lore behind a location or a NPC. IT was never the full story at once. And it was Argo's job to separate the useful from the useless, the true from the false, and glue together a picture of what the 50th floor had laying in wait for the players. Arg. I'm losing my mind over here, boo. My HUD sounds like it's having a stroke. I didn't even get that many messages when I was coordinating the LC hunt. Thanks for your hard work, little rat. Fuck you too. Also, I need you to go meet Akari for me. Something unrelated to the 50th floor, but I don't got the time right now. In a secluded park in a corner of the 37th floor's main settlement, Broken Spear Drifter and Argo the rat rested on a bench. Well, the Reaver was resting anyway. Argo was furiously typing away at the empty air in front of her. Sure. I haven't seen her since the after-raid interrogations of those red bastards. This will be a good chance to catch up. You, meanwhile, need to take a break before you go insane. Don't you have anyone who can help you? At least with sorting what's useful and what's a waste of time. The info broker bit her lips, her eyes flickering to him for a moment. Not with this. I weeded out any moles, but this is too big. You know as well as I do that incompetence kills just as easily as malice. Can't risk it. Not with this, not now. Drifter bit his lips, but said nothing. The laughing coffin spies amongst her informants had shaken Argo's faith in her judgment. All right. But you can always ask for help, little rat. You know none of us would look down on you for it. Anyone in the guild would be more than happy to take some time off from grinding to work as your secretary for a while. The assurances brought a smile to Argo's mouth, but she waved Drifter off. I'll think 'bout it. Now shoo, boo. Akari's waiting for you on the 41st. Drifter shook his head with a grin, and ruffled Argo's hair before getting up and stretching. Don't be a stranger, little rat. See ya. Argo waved her hand briefly before going back to glaring at her menu. Drifter doubted she was going to take him up on his offer. Still, it was good she had at least delegated one task to him. And he did miss seeing Akari, though. The moment he stepped past of the teleporter in the 41st floor and saw her grim eyes beneath her mask, he knew this was going to be a lot more complicated than a simple request. How's it going, Akari? Not here. The ninja didn't give him any time to say more, turning around immediately and stalking away, leaving him only with the option to follow her. Not that he minded, watching Akari traverse the city, shifting from shadow to shadow in what was almost definitely an unconscious habit, was a marvel in itself. Drifter was certain she wasn't using hiding or any other skills, and she was just a few steps in front of him, and yet he almost lost sight of her no less than 3 times in the short walk to the gates. Akari only stopped once they were far away from the city, in a wide expanse where no one could eavesdrop on them without being discovered. This serious? Drifter raised an eyebrow. He couldn't see them, not without activating his searching skill, but the slight prickling in his nape told him there were at least a couple Fumaningum players nearby, keeping watch. Akari's eyes were dim beneath her mask. She nodded, then shook her head, then nodded again. Maybe. Or it might be nothing. But it's related to frontliners. I thought you should know. Drifter's gaze sharpened. Argo and Akari were like two sides of the same coin when it came to the information and espionage business, but while one dealt mostly in the light, the latter rarely left the shadows. If Akari was involved, it was because players were involved. We don't have another laughing coffin situation in our hands, do we? Chapter 217 Worse News. We don't have another laughing coffin situation in our hands, do we? Drifter was genuinely afraid of that. Once had been enough to almost break the assault team, though he personally believed they had come out stronger the other side, but if it happened again, they would truly collapse. When Akari didn't immediately deny it, he felt his hair skip a beat. His hand unconsciously shot to his back to grip the haft of his spear. Who? Are you familiar with a player called Lancelot? Drifter furrowed his brows. I think I've heard the name before. Argo mentioned it. Cursed it, really. Who's he? A solo player, active in the middle floors. Keeps a consistently orange status. Displaying an orange cursor wasn't that frowned upon. Plenty of players, including inside Fumaningum, did it with some frequency. There were certain items, mostly geared towards PvP, that could be only bought with an orange status, but to have it on all the time? That was a red flag. After all, you had to attack someone, unprovoked, to gain an orange cursor. Argo knows him well. He was one of her informants. She cut him off because he was too closely associated with some LC members. Another big red flag. Drifter was starting to really dread where this conversation was going to be. Why the nature of her work, Argo kept in touch with a number of unsavory individuals. It had served her and the assault team well when it came to raiding laughingcoffin.so. For it to get to the point where she decided to cut ties with this Lancelot, it must mean the man was far more than just friends with the red players, but you couldn't imprison someone for the company they kept. So letting him go was really the best his little rat could do. You kept tabs on him, I assume? Yes. But with the cleanup of that mess, and the losses my guild had, Akari trailed off. Fumaningum had paid in blood for their efforts to bring down Laughing Coffin. With the raid itself, and all the battles they fought behind the scenes, over 20 of the role players had laid down their lives. And Lancelot slipped through the cracks. Yes. We managed to find him a few times, but he either found out we were observing him, or expected it. He has become quite adept at losing his tails. That was impressive, albeit also annoying. Fumaningum were Argo's best trackers. You said this was related to a frontliner. How so? Or who, rather? He could see Akari biting her lips under her mask. Knights of the Blood Oath's chief of finances, Daizen. Twice already we have clocked him on not just the same floor, but the same safe zone as Lancelot, at roughly the same time. Once, they were spotted talking. Ah. That. Complicated things. Daizen wasn't just any player. Although not a frontliner himself, he controlled pretty much everything on the assault team's second largest guild, answering only to Heathcliff. If Daizen was involved with a bad egg like Lancelot, and Drifter decided to help Akari investigate him, and the Reaver certainly wouldn't refuse if she asked, it meant Heathcliff would have to be brought into it at some point. And it was no secret to anyone that the two guild leaders disliked each other. Do we know what they were meeting about? Meeting in person in Aincrad, where you could just send messages, meant Daizen didn't want to leave any trails leading back to him. Akari shook her head. No. But there is one more thing. In the past month, myself and Argo have identified 13 instances of suspicious deaths. 17 players in total, all mid to high level, who seemingly got unlucky with tower mob spawns. Drifter's eyes glinted dangerously. Mob pulling? Using mobs to kill someone for you, usually by aggroing them and then leading the monsters to your target, before using a stealth skill to transfer the aggro. Drifter wasn't unfamiliar with the practice. Back on the first floor, when it had been just him, Yuna, and Nautilus, they had almost fallen victim to it. It was luck, instinct, and Drifter's ruthlessness that saw them live through it, but 13 instances of mob pulling in just a month? That wasn't just griefing anymore. It was mass murder. I believe it to be the case. And though they all happened in the labyrinth, and the survivors didn't report seeing anyone, my people can confirm Lancelot was on the floor above or below in 6 of those occasions. Akari grit her teeth. That she couldn't confirm it on all was a blemish on Fumaningum's record. I believe in coincidences, Broken Spear. But not that many. Neither did Drifter. The logical and obvious conclusion was that Lancelot was behind it. If Lancelot really was as close to the red players as you and Argo believe, then it won't surprise me if he's behind it. But where does Daizen fit in? A member of one of the most looked up to guilds in Aincrad was paying an orange player to kill normal players? That didn't make sense. But then, neither did anything else. I don't know, Drifter. That's why I came to you. If Humaningdom started stalking Daizen and got discovered, yeah, that would be trouble. No, I understand. You did well by bringing this to my attention, Akari. I'll take it up with Heathcliff. Hopefully Daizen's association with Lancelot is something inane. The ninja accepted it, but couldn't help but ask, and if it isn't? Drifter's eyes flashed murderously. I've already killed plenty of monsters wearing human masks. I don't mind adding 2 more. After leaving Akari to her thoughts, Drifter didn't waste any time. His feet carried him straight to the 28th floor, where the Knights of the Blood Oath had set their temporary base until they, like Reaver's Requiem, procured the funds to buy an actual proper location. It was a big building, built with the characteristic deep red stone that was abundant on the floor. Drifter didn't know how much the cob was sinking on it on rent each week, but he knew it must be a fortune. It wasn't something the Spearmaster or Reaver's Requiem would do. Although Drifter could see the value and necessity of having a proper base, he had chosen to wait until they found a suitable location to buy. For the Knights of the Blood Oath, however, he could see the sense in it. Heathcliff ran his guild a lot more like a company rather than a family like Reaver's Requiem. Having a physical location gave the lower-level members a feeling of stability they sorely needed. The Spearmaster stormed through the building's entrance without slowing down, leaving a couple of very bewildered guards unsure if they should stop him or not. He was Broken Spear Drifter. After all, finding Heathcliff's office wasn't difficult. He just had to follow the most opulent-looking corridor to the end. That wasn't so much a reflection on Heathcliff's personality as it was the image his guild wanted to pass. Broken Spear Drifter. I didn't know you were coming. How can I help you? And, sitting at a desk in front of the office, was none other than Daizen himself. The Spearmaster's nostrils flared at the sight, and he sneered in dark amusement at the carefully practiced fawning tone of voice. Is Heathcliff in? Ah, well, yes. However, thanks. Go take a walk. I want to talk to him. Alone. You can't. Brushing past the pudgy man, Drifter pushed one of the large oak doors open, before slamming it close on his face as he made to follow. Bang, sitting at a desk in the center of the large oval room, shifting through a pile of documents, was none other than Heathcliff. The gray-haired guild leader looked up at the loud noise, one eyebrow rising in surprise. Ah, Broken Spear. To what do I owe the pleasure of your unannounced visit? The not-so-subtle jab did absolutely nothing to deter Drifter. The Spearmaster walked right up to the front of the desk and looked down at Heathcliff. Your man, Daizen, was seen multiple times cavorting with a known orange player. Said orange player is suspected of mob pulling in no less than 17 suspicious deaths. Do you know anything about it? Drifter had rarely been one to mince words. His glare sharpened as the other guild leader showed zero reaction to the accusation other than to interlock his fingers and stare back at the Reaver. Damn, Heathcliff and his incredible poker face neither broke the stalemate at first. Drifter was extremely out of line by coming here like he did. But Heathcliff also knew the likely response he would receive if he pointed that out with the Spearmaster in his current state. May I ask how you came to know of this, Broken Spear? It was Heathcliff who spoke first. Giving away nothing, of course. Drifter snorted. I make a point to keep an eye on all criminal players. After Laughing Coffin, Holy Sword. I see. Well, first let me assure you that if Daizen is indeed in communication with such a player as the one you described, it was not under my instructions. Drifter narrowed his eyes. Don't try to jerk me around, Heathcliff. You are many things, but blind is not one of them. Neither is stupid. If even I found out about it, there's no way you've missed it. Not with how you run your guild. So spill. What's Daizen doing with Lancelot, and what are you going to do about it? Heathcliff hit it well, but Drifter caught the flicker of annoyance deep in his gaze. The Spearmaster put both of his hands on the desk, shoving aside a paper pile, and leaned uncomfortably close to the other man, looming over Heathcliff. I'm not stupid either, Heathcliff. If Daizen was just trading with the orange player, there would be no need to hide it. Every frontline guild does it. Hell, I've gone orange once or twice to complete quests or buy some special items. And this isn't that. For a moment, it looked as if Heathcliff was going to drop his facade of indifference. His face contorted in several unfamiliar and deeply unpleasant expressions before his mask set once again and he got up. "Remember where you are, Drifter." The two men were of a height, and, for a few seconds, it looked like they were about to attack each other. Maybe they would have, were it not for the desk between them, but this wasn't what they needed right now, not before the 50th floor. So Drifter took a step back, both literally and metaphorically. "What's Daisen up to, Heathcliff?" The white and red-clad player stared back at Drifter for a few uncomfortable seconds. "It's because of you." Drifter furrowed his eyebrows at the accusation. "Explain." Heathcliff sighed, massaging his temple as he sat back down. Daisen was always terrified of dying. When rumors of the revival item were abound, he was one of the ones who searched the most frantically for it. "It's how I pulled him into the guild in the first place. Despite having basically no combat ability, I saw how effective he was at coordinating others and arranging things. I promised him safety and he takes care of our finances and other civilian matters." Eventually he gave up on it, seemingly satisfied I wouldn't force him to fight. It was Drifter's turn to sigh and grind his knuckles on his forehead in a vain hope of stamping the incoming headache. And when I got brought back by the divine stone of returning soul, it reignited his hopes that there was another, or something like it, yes. For fuck's sake. And how does Lancelot figure in this mess? As far as I am aware, he is one of the players Daisen hired to search for the item for him. However, he raised a hand to stop Drifter's objection. "However, I did not know about this Lancelot's indiscretions, and I very much doubt Daisen does. Despite his cowardly nature, Daisen is a good man. He is one of the reasons why my Knights of the Blood Oath could grow so quickly and strongly to take our spot on the assault team." Well, Drifter couldn't deny the Cobb was invaluable for the front lines and Aincrad as a whole. And, whatever disagreements he had with Heathcliff, he very much doubted the man would let anything get in the way of them clearing SAO, much less the actions of one of his own subordinates. He has to stop, Heathcliff. Take care of it, or one of Akari's shadows will. And it won't be pretty. The Spearmaster knew Akari too well to believe the ninja would let him get anywhere close to Lancelot. After the Laughing Coffin raid, his status was too high to risk him losing control and killing Lancelot in a moment of rage, and gaining a red cursor. No, she would have one of her subordinates do it, or maybe herself. "I will, Broken Spear Drifter. And I'll speak with Daisen too. It won't happen again." Satisfied, the Reaver turned around and walked out, almost smacking Daisen with RHE door. His glare grew up a notch when he saw how pale the man was, and he was sure he had eavesdropped on his and Heathcliff's conversation, but he said nothing. A week later, just as the assault team triumphed over the 49th floor boss, Akari went to check on the Monument of Life. Lancelot's name was crossed. Cause of death, mobs. Chapter 218, 50th floor. Whatever the frontliners were expecting of the 50th floor, it wasn't for it to be an almost exact replica of the 1ST, although undoubtedly smaller. Now halfway up Aincrad, they were definitely starting to feel the size difference between upper and lower floors. The layout was pretty much the same. Verdant hills, dirt paths, one big city at the center and another, smaller village at the foot of the tower. Even the mobs were disturbingly similar. Instead of dire wolves and frenzy boars, they had terrific wolves and savage boars. It set the frontliners on edge. It was almost like the cardinal system was telling them they had come full circle. Or trying to show them how much they had grown since the first floor. Well, the only thing it was doing right now was undermining the frontliners' confidence. The mobs, which looked like even the kids back at Sasha's church could kill in one hit, were proving to be a real challenge. The terrific wolves were impossibly quick. They darted in, biting and clawing, then retreated before their victim could react, and the savage boars had even cruder attack methods that were, somehow, just as effective. Getting hit by one of their thunderous charges meant losing at least half of your HP unless you were a pure tank. Ha! So it is a sure death floor after all, huh? Shut up, Agile. That's not the kind of thing you say out loud. Even as she finished off a terrific wolf with a flurry of stabs to the belly, Asuna scolded the merchant. The truth was, they could all feel it. It wasn't even the mobs, dangerous as they could be. Nor the floor being a nearly perfect replica of the first .NO, it was in the air. The oppressive feeling crushing down on all of them. This was a floor the frontliners would have to bet their lives to overcome, and for some of them, the coin wouldn't land with the right side up. Enough squabbling. Focus. Drifter barked at the bickering duo. He was on edge. All of them were. There were a million scenarios running through his mind of possible ways Kaiba and Cardinal might kill them on this floor. There was a reason why, even a day after the 50th floor had been opened, 2 frontliners were stationed near the teleporter, making sure no one came to the floor half-cocked. There would be enough death as is. The Spearmaster had long given up on the naive mindset of saving everyone. He was older now, more jaded, and just a tiny bit more cruel. But if he could use his influence to avoid unnecessary deaths, he would. Nautilus, Griselda, Sachi, Tetsuo, the left side. Kismol, Silica, Yuki, Valork, the 2 boars behind us. Kirito, Asuna, Ran, the wolves to the right. Wolf, Liz, Keita, the front with me. Sinan, Yuna, give priority to supporting the rear. Can't have those mobs charging our ranks while we deal with the pack. It was unfortunate timing that landed Reaver's Requiem in a semi-perilous situation. They had been engaging a terrific wolf pack composed of 9 mobs, fairly large by SAO standards, but manageable, until 3 savage boars spawned right behind them. Then things weren't so manageable anymore. It had been a frantic scramble to reposition that saw 2 of the terrific wolves and 1 of the savage boars killed. While it was in no moment life-threatening, the Reavers were all too aware that nothing was certain on this floor. Tisk! Drifter clicked his tongue when his target jumped back and dodged his sky render. The terrific wolves were incredibly agile. Engaging them head-on would quickly turn into a battle of attrition. Crushing impact. Good thing he wasn't alone, and frontliners hated playing fair. Even before the mob moved, Liz and Wolf were already positioning themselves to cover all possible avenues of escape. The wolf may have dodged Wolf's cleave, but that just meant it walked right into the path of Liz's crushing impact. Yip! With a pitiful yelp, the monster was sent tumbling, but another of its brethren managed to clamp its jaws around the blacksmith's arm. Liz didn't waste a second in swinging said limb, and the terrific wolf attached to it, into the ground, where it stayed, pinned through the neck by Drifter's lance. Even so, the mob refused to die. It trashed about, and actually managed to dislodge the weapon and get back on its feet. It would have probably lunged at Drifter if Keita's staff didn't crack its head and wipe out the last sliver of its HP. Persistent little fuckers, aren't they? I don't remember the dire wolves of the first floor being anywhere near as sturdy. Run what you just said through your head again and you will see where you went wrong. You think I don't know it? I'm just hoping we won't get stuck here for an entire month like we did back then. Don't even joke about it. Drifter rolled his eyes at Wolf, Liz, and Keita's banter. He knew they were being careless. That's just how Reaver's Requiem was. Switch. The command was unnecessary, really. At their level, the Reavers could fight with their eyes closed and their ears clogged and still coordinate better than 90% of SAO players, and no, that wasn't an exaggeration, but a tried and tested fact, but saying things aloud was a useful habit to have. It helped prevent mistakes, and make sure the flow of the battle stayed firmly under the control of the leading player. It was a big part of the reason why players announced skill names when using them. You didn't want to muck up someone's attack or waste a skill by getting into each other's way. Searing steam. A red-hot streak flew past Drifter's head, the arrow burrowing deep into the flank of the first terrific wolf. The Spearmaster looked back to see that the group assigned to the rear had already dealt with the savage boars, freeing Sinan to assist the others. He nodded to the archer before turning back to the mob, who was writhing in pain on the dirt. His eyes were cold as he raised his spear. Pinpoint star. The 5 consecutive stabs pretty much erased the head of the mob. It managed to get one last swipe of the claws in on Drifter, but a single normal attack from Liz ended it. The other enemies were dispatched just as quickly, and the Reavers gathered in a circle to discuss feedback from the battle. Thoughts? Kirito furrowed his brows at Drifter's inquiry. Strong. A clearer party can get wiped out if they aren't careful. Or get unlucky like we did. Even one of our main parties would have trouble in this kind of situation if they were by themselves. The others nodded in agreement to Kismel's assessment. Them being who they are, the situation the Dark Elf described wouldn't have been deadly, but Kaiba's objective was never for frontliners to die at the fangs and claws of mere mobs. Other players, however, were an entirely different story. But Valork shook his head. We can't control other players. And anyone who's stupid enough to still underestimate SAO is either dead already or won't make it even close to this floor. Callous, but none of the Reavers, not even Silica, blinked. Drifter nodded curtly. We'll split up to explore the rest of the floor. Always 2 parties at a time. The tower entrance should be near the second safe zone, but if for some reason it isn't and you come across it, don't go in and call the rest of us. Same with the field boss. We will have to join forces with Furinkazan and the Braves to tackle it, for safety's sake. Roger that. You got it, boss. Understood, Drifter. As the guild split up, Drifter felt a hand tugging on his sleeve. He glanced over his shoulder to find his wife looking at him with an expression that was an even mix of shy and forceful. What's it, Songbird? Sasha messaged me. She knows we will be occupied with this floor, and she doesn't want to bother us once we're in the swing of things, so she asked if we could come over today to visit the kids. Of course we can. Just us? Yuna's bright smile was all the reward Drifter needed. He kissed her cheek and took her arm. They had to enjoy what happiness they got as it came. Gods knew there would be little of it to be found in this floor. 14 days and 32 deceased players later, the assault team gathered on an amphitheater-like safe zone near the entrance to the 50th floor's labyrinth. Drifter couldn't help but ponder on what his life had come to that he saw that last number and thought, it could be worse. None of them had been frontliners. Only 6 had been clearers, even. If you look past the fact that every death was a tragedy and the SAO players had gotten disturbingly good at that, this was actually the best possible outcome they could have expected from a sure-death floor. They had made it all the way to the floor boss with their main fighting force intact. They had all leveled up to the point where even 50th floor mobs barely awarded any experience. Forge Master Lisbeth and other high-tier blacksmiths had all upgraded their equipment to the pinnacle of what could be achieved right now. And they had more information on this floor boss than pretty much any before. That was actually what was being discussed right now. While the frontliners focused on getting stronger and preparing, Argo the Rat had compiled all the intel she could get her hands on that was in any way relevant to the coming raid. They had just finished up hearing the party leader of a small clearer guild who had completed a 6 floors chain quest. What they had to say wasn't all that useful, unfortunately. Not because they didn't try hard enough. The party looked so haggard Drifter had no doubt they had been running themselves into the ground to finish the quest on time, but because there just weren't enough details, and what few they did have were unclear at best. To recap, the boss is a humanoid type, named Silver Duchess. 3 phases at least. It kicks back and lets its minions, Gem Knights, fight in the first phase. The number of guard mobs is unclear. In the second phase the Duchess joins in and likely spawns more minions, if the pattern from other Lord-type bosses holds. Third and hopefully last phase is a mystery, but we should all expect buffs on the enemy's side. Pattern changes go unsaid. No mentions of a 4th phase, but I wouldn't put it past Cardinal and Kaiba to leave that as a little surprise. So nobody lowers their guard until the congratulations message is up, understood? Drifter didn't know when it had become the norm for him to take the lead in major battles. Laughing Coffin maybe, but Lind, Orlando, Klein, Ambrose, and even Heathcliff had silently allowed him to take the center of the stage, although somewhat begrudgingly on the later's part. It was a lot of responsibility. Especially now. The frontliners didn't call the 50th floor a sure-death floor for nothing. They knew that, without a shadow of a doubt, some of them would die tomorrow. Maybe a lot of them did. If Drifter didn't know any better, he might think the other guild leaders were already trying to push the blame for those deaths on him, but he did know better. Lind and all the others had given up the leadership they once so fiercely contested, all for the belief that the Reaver could lead them to a victory with the least losses. Now all Drifter had to do was live up to that belief. Then we have the most worrisome piece of intel. Little Rat? Drifter gestured with his head to Argo, passing the baton to her. The info broker grimaced as she stepped forward. Other than what Dri Boo said, there's a couple words that appeared repeatedly in pretty much anything involving the Silver Duchess. Talks with NPCs, the chain quest, item descriptions, floor exploration. Consumer, swallow in the world, gleamin' forevermore. No idea what they allude to, but they popped up too many times not to take it seriously. Drifter nodded to the girl. Best guess? We will be dealing with something Terminator-like in the third phase. Consumer, swallowing, gleaming, combine all that with the boss name, Silver Duchess, and the first thing that comes to my mind is some monstrosity of living liquid silver. Maybe I'm dead wrong, but it's better than nothing. We should prepare for it, and if it's not that, we just improvise. It's what we would do in the third phase in the first place. Chessmaster Shivata grumbles. Maybe Drifter was wrong. But with their luck, he doubted it. What's the strategy? Dealing with the minions is the first step. We recalled the scouting party as soon as we saw the boss wasn't going to take part in the first phase, so we don't know exactly how many we are up against. The decision had been contested at the time, but Drifter was unyielding, especially considering the Reavers were the ones to carry out the scouting. He just wasn't willing to risk it, not when they couldn't be sure if the Silver Duchess would suddenly jump in or not. I want all guilds except the Cobb to split up in parties. Party composition is up to you, but keep in mind that, depending on how many mobs there are, you might be on your own for a while, so plan around that. Heads nodded to him. Trying to micromanage everything was a surefire way for disaster. Better to just lay out the broad strokes of the plan and let the others fill it in. After all, each guild leader knew their guild the best. And why have you singled us out? Heathcliff questioned, but his tone wasn't hostile. No doubt someone as intelligent as him already knew, but was asking for the benefit of others. I want your guild on standby, Holy Sword. We don't know what's the trigger for the second phase. Killing enough minions, HP loss, or something else. I don't want us to get caught with our pants down. A boss like this could wipe out entire parties in just a couple of moves. Cobb's job is to intercept the Silver Duchess once it starts to move, and give the rest of us time to regroup. HM. Heathcliff acknowledged the orders with a grunt. Drifter fixed the other guild leader with a stare for a couple of seconds before nodding to himself. The third phase is where the real battle will begin. The intel seems to point out to the boss having great crowd control abilities instead of overwhelming attack power, but we aren't going to gamble on it. Work as a party, switch out the moment your HP dips lower than 60%. It isn't efficient, but it will hopefully keep you alive. We're aiming for a battle of attrition this time around. In the 25th floor, they had been forced to discard that strategy in favor of killing the boss as fast as possible, lest the entire assault team was annihilated. Drifter wanted to avoid that in favor of the somewhat safer, if more tiring, option of wearing down the boss little by little. And if that ain't possible? Ambrose groused from his place near the back. The guild leader had become more and more glum ever since one of his people died fighting Laughing Coffin. Then we adapt. There is no perfect strategy. Safety comes first, but finishing off the Silver Duchess is equally as important. A frozen mask of grim determination sat on the Spearmaster's face. I won't mince words. There are only two ways tomorrow can go. We see we are hopelessly outmatched and retreat before losses mount up, or we push through regardless of the damage once that threshold is crossed. Pulling back after suffering too many losses only means dying a slow death later, because we won't have the numbers or the momentum to do another raid. He wasn't even considering the possibility that there wouldn't be any deaths. That was a fool's dream. The frontliners might avoid saying it out loud, if only because of superstition, but they didn't call this a sure death floor for nothing. The 50th was entirely comparable to the 25th floor as far as they were concerned. Drifter was actually incredibly proud of all the players before him. They all knew they could be walking to their deaths. Sure, nobody was going into the raid thinking, I am going to die. The Spearmaster knew from experience that that thought never quite materialized until the moment the last bit of your health drained away, but they all knew it was more than a possibility, it was almost a guarantee. And yet, not one frontliner had turned their backs. Faltered and flinched at times, yes. But they hadn't run. That's it for tonight. Sleep early, rest well, and make any last-minute preparations you have to. We meet here tomorrow, at 7 o'clock sharp. Don't be late. Chapter 219, Silver Duchess. Kaiba reclined on his chair, eyes closed as he pondered on the raid that was to take place the next day. The Silver Duchess had been especially designed by him. Most bosses were, but he had paid special attention to the more important ones like the Silver Duchess, the Two-Headed Giant, Ilfong the Kobold Lord, Kagachi the Samurai Lord, the Skull Reaper, Fatal Scythe, and, of course, the floor boss of the 100th floor itself, whose place Kaiba planned to take. An incarnation of the Radius. Details aside, the fact of the matter was that Kaiba was fully expecting the assault team, including his own Knights of the Blood Oath, to suffer heavy losses. Tomorrow. He may not have been the one to coin the term sure death floor, but it was appropriate. Of course, he wouldn't be one of those who fell. He knew the boss better than anyone. And then there was the system protection he had in place which made it impossible for him to die. It was cheating, yes. Kaiba would admit it. But it was a necessary precaution to ensure the plot of his world did not get disrupted, but those were worries for the future. Right now, Kaiba had to make a decision. How much should he interfere in tomorrow's raid? In his initial vision, by now he shouldn't even have to worry about that question. The assault team should already have been under his full control, although he would, of course, give the other guild leaders the illusion that they still had a say. It would make his betrayal later on all the more impactful story-wise, but if Kaiba was being honest, everything was going not according to plan. He had made a series of mistakes in his calculations, starting with taking too long to join the front lines. His decision to attempt to swoop in at the 25th floor raid like some kind of knight in shining armor had backfired. If Drifter or any other frontliner were privy to his thoughts, they would tell Kaiba that any time after the first floor was already too late after they finished murdering him, of course, but Kaiba's list of errors didn't stop there. Most were minor, like letting his superiority complex from being the god of this world color his interactions with other leaders of the assault team in a less than stellar light, but by far the biggest mistake he had made was not accounting for the appearance of so many anomalies in the assault team, Dragon Knight Lin's pride giving way to his desire to see as many of his subordinates live as possible. NPCs becoming nearly human. Unique skills popping up earlier than they should have. An archer and a musician taking key roles in the assault team, and, most of all, the surfacing of a leader all in the assault team were willing to bow their heads to. Broken Spear Drifter was both a source of annoyance and admiration to Kaiba. Annoyance because he threw his plans in disarray by taking up the leadership spot Kaiba was aiming for, and all of it without even trying, and admiration for nearly the same reason. Drifter represented the best Kaiba saw in humanity, and believe it, that was quite the compliment, seeing as he had become disillusioned enough with people that he saw fit to create an entire new world. But Broken Spear Drifter. The man had risen to his current station with nothing but sheer force of will and dedication. No tricks, no cheating. Just a spear and the ruthlessness to wield it against the very world he found himself into. Special the raid on Laughing Coffin. It was one thing to fight digital monsters, but another entirely to go up against other humans. And yet, Broken Spear Drifter had shown not a shred of hesitation in cutting down a dozen of the red players. After that day, Kaiba had no choice but to recognize Drifter as the most dangerous player in Aincrad. No doubt, when the day of the final showdown between him and the assault team came, Drifter, if he still lived, would be at the forefront, but all that brought him to his current state, resting on his chair, eyes closed, and waiting his options. Should he show off tomorrow at the raid, and attempt to gain some measure of control over the assault team? Drifter had set the perfect stage for it, but it would undoubtedly lead to more butting heads with the Spearmaster in the future. Or he could step back and just do strictly what the other guild leader asked of him in Cobb. No one would be able to fault him for it, but it would mean assuming a subservient position towards Broken Spear until the day Heathcliff came out as Akihiko Kaiba. It was a hard decision. And one he didn't have a lot of time to make. The morning sun had just crested over the edge of Aincrad when the last of the frontliners made their way to the meeting point. They were 20 minutes early. ZZIRRK, they quietly entered the queue before Forge Master Lisbeth, for a last-minute sharpening and buffing of their weapons. ZZIRRK, Other than the sound of metal scraping against wetting stone, the safe zone was silent. Zerkak, Drifter raised his head and pulled his spear off his back. Let's go. The assault team stepped out of the corridor crystal to be greeted by a set of lavishly decorated doors. Fit for a royal or a duchess, as it were. Drifter wasted no time with speeches. The moment all the frontliners were accounted for, he placed his palm against the doors and pushed them open. Like always, they needed only a touch before moving on their own. Drifter stepped through the gap, gaze fixed on the figures at the back of the circular room. Sitting on a throne fit for a queen, the Silver Duchess made her name justice by being bedecked in the color. From her hair to her eyes, dress, and jewelry, all of it was silver, standing in stark contrast with her ebony skin. Her expression was almost bored as she waited for the assault team to take their place in the center of the room before lazily waving her hand. As1, the other figures who had been still as statues kneeling at the foot of the throne got up, much like their lady. The Gem Knights seemed to take their theme to the extreme. From their armor to their weapons, it was all made of precious minerals. There were 3 of them, the leftmost holding 2 short swords and covered from head to toe in a startling blue shining armor, looking as if it were made from diamonds or sapphires. The one in the middle, also showing not an inch of skin uncovered by its green emerald armor, held a morning star and a round shield, and the last one, to the right, was the one who got Drifter's attention immediately. How could it not, when its spear, made of pure gold and topaz, shone so brightly and dangerously? None of the frontliners relaxed at seeing just 3 Gem Knights guarding the Silver Duchess. From the short, but equally informative scouting raid, they knew things weren't so simple, and, lo and behold, they were actively getting more complicated. The Gem Knights suddenly blurred, as if their resolution had violently fallen. Their forms started to stretch, and, before the frontliners knew it, 4 extra copies of each mob had appeared. 15. That's more than when we scouted. Scaling of our numbers? Kirito muttered under his breath, and Drifter shrugged even as he tightened his grip on the haft of his spear. Maybe. It doesn't matter. Everyone, stick to the plan. Attack! Drifter himself was one of the first to charge at the Gem Knights, targeting one of the spear-wielding ones, of course, with a comet break. To his surprise, his intended target matched him skill for skill. That hadn't happened before. Around him, Nautilus, Valork, Ran, and Kismel grunted in shock as the synchronized comet break charge by all 5 Gem Knights caught them all off guard. What the fuck? Unable to pay attention to others, Drifter barely managed to abort his skill in time to avoid getting skewered by the rushing mob. Trading hits with a monster was nothing short of suicidal. His spear swept up and right, but the mob blocked it with the shaft of his own weapon. The Gem Knight ignored the tangled spears and reared his free arm to throw a punch. Drifter kicked it in the stomach. Fuck off! The kick, without any skill empowering it, did absolutely 0 damage. But it accomplished its objective of pushing the mob back enough that Drifter could change his weapon into an all-pike and thrust it upwards. For the first time since he engaged the mob, the Spearmaster managed to land a clean hit, and it was a good one. The all-pike entered through the gap between the Gem Knight's helmet and neck armor, piercing clean through the jaw and out its nape. Had it been a skill, it probably would have wiped out a good 1/4 of the Gem Knight's HP. Even as a normal attack, it still took away about 15% of it. Drifter! Switch! The Spearmaster fell back without hesitation, allowing Kirito to swoop in and engage the mob in his place. While he still had more than enough energy and health to continue fighting, as the leader for this raid, he had to look at the bigger picture. Already, things were going off the rails. When the Reavers scouted the boss, none of the Gem Knights had used skills, much less with such coordination. And their fighting prowess Drifter felt as if he had been fighting another frontliner. A quick glance around showed that the spear-wielding Gem Knights weren't the only ones who had seemingly evolved between the scouting raid and today. The other 2 types were also displaying combat power far above the expected. Good thing the assault team had come prepared to be surprised, even if not so early. Although many players were struggling against the unexpectedly fierce mobs, none had fallen in the initial clash. Reform ranks. Reserve parties A through D, I want you to engage the sword user mobs. Heathcliff, we may need you earlier than planned. Be ready! The assault team moved to follow his commands like a well-oiled machine. Even Heathcliff didn't hesitate like he normally would. the Silver Duchess was still lounging on her throne, watching the battle through half-lit eyes. She seemed completely uninterested in everything, but Drifter wasn't fooled. She would come out to play, and soon. Reserve parties E and F, alternate with Furinkazan. G and H, backup Reaver's Requiem. Orlando, you are overextending, pull back and switch with the DKB sub-parties. Leading a raid meant always having to keep an eye on everyone, especially the more hot-headed frontliners, who were prone to getting drunk in battle lust and charging ahead while forgetting everything else. IT wasn't a job just anyone could do. Guild leaders were prideful individuals, evidenced by the fact they would rather start their own groups than fold under someone else. Getting them to listen to anyone wasn't an easy feat. IT was one of the reasons Kibu the Challenger had been kicked out of the assault team, although not the main one. That was still the absolute clusterfuck he caused. But Kibu's refusal to play nice with others would have seen him gone sooner or later. I'm switching in. Kirito! But Drifter couldn't just play the role of a backline commander. He was still one of SAO's handful of titled players, and one of the assault team's strongest combatants. After seeing that there was nothing more demanding his immediate attention, he jumped back into the fray. The Gem Knights weren't easy opponents. If Drifter had to guess, each and every one of them had advanced AI capable of learning and improvising during the fight. Fully at the level of the average frontliner, still, there were just 15 mobs to over 100 frontliners. Even if the Cobb was staying out of it, there were more than enough player to comfortably split one party per Gem Knight. If any frontliner fell this early, Drifter would have been severely disappointed and would also order their retreat immediately to reevaluate their strategy. A spear whistled past his head, and Drifter frowned as he ducked and changed his weapon into a Geesarm, a tip-heavy variant of a polearm with a hook in addition to the main blade. Sweeping the Geesarm close to the ground, he succeeded in hooking a Gem Knight by the ankle. Without missing a step, he pulled strongly, bringing the mob down. There was nothing to be seen in the helmet-covered face of the mob, but Drifter got the distinct impression it was surprised. That didn't stop him from stabbing it in the neck with a double tap, making it the first Gem Knight to fall today. However, Drifter wasn't happy about his kill. If anything, he became even more tense, a frown taking his face as his lips twisted into a grimace. The Gem Knight's HP had undoubtedly reached 0. And yet, the mob had not shattered into a million shards like everything else that died in SAO. Instead, the creature dissolved into golden liquid, which slithered away from Drifter's spear like it had a mind of its own. The Spearmaster attempted to slash at it, but it was futile, simply parting the liquid momentarily, and not even slowing it down. Drifter could only look on as the living puddle nimbly moved across the room, joined by more golden, blue, and green liquid as other Gem Knights perished, their destination evident. As the remnants of the Gem Knights disappeared under the hem of Silver Duchess' dress, Drifter nervously flexed his fingers, and no matter how he looked at it, this was a sign of the rapidly approaching second phase of the boss raid. Before the Silver Duchess even got up, Drifter's heart already felt like someone had stuck their hand inside his chest and was squeezing it. Death. That was what he felt. Chapter 220. Halfway there. 5 health bars appeared above the Silver Duchess as the boss got up, timing it perfectly with the death of the last Gem Knight. Watching the blue, green, and gold remains of the minions flow towards the boss, even climbing the steps to the throne before disappearing under her dress, Drifter felt an overwhelming sense of threat. Death. His instincts, honed through hundreds and thousands of battles, were screaming at him that he was in danger. But just then had never stopped any frontliner. Veins popped on his neck as his eyes opened wide, pupils the size of pinheads. But he didn't hesitate to roar his next orders. Heathcliff, take point. Everyone who was fighting, fall back and heal up. It's coming! He wasn't the only one feeling the invisible pressure the Silver Duchess' seemingly placid face put on them. Kirito, Asuna, Heathcliff, Klein, Orlando, Lind, Shivata, and, indeed, all the frontliners had deadly serious expressions, their eyes glinting sharply. Danger. Incalculable danger. No one said it, but they were all certain. This is where some of them died, and it was just the second phase. It hadn't even properly started yet. A sure death floor indeed. Drifter smashed a high-level healing crystal on his chest without a care for the cost. His glare fixated on the smirking Silver Duchess, and he swapped his spear for a javelin. Why now? the serpent coil impale was a familiar sight to everyone around the world. Several people leaned forward in their seats, not wanting to miss the silver flash that had become Broken Spear Drifter's signature move. He didn't disappoint. The javelin, powered by the sub-skill of Infinite Spear, seemed to teleport, leaving Drifter's hand and hitting the Silver Duchess' chest faster than one could blink. The boss didn't even stagger. Instead, she looked down curiously at the weapon embedded in her chest, her expression one of slight surprise, although the handful of red shards drifting from the wound, and the very tiny reduction of the Silver Duchess' HP bar indicated the attack had some effect. Drifter was more concerned with the changes on the boss body. The area the javelin hit rippled like water, the fanciful dress turning into shining silver liquid, pulsating a few times as it expelled the weapon. Drifter wasted no time in recalling the javelin when it clattered to the ground, turning it back into a spear at the same time. His brows furrowed as he stared at the floor boss, who still failed to show a reaction. "What is it doing?" He was answered when the Silver Duchess carelessly gestured with a delicate hand, and 3 colorful masses of dense liquid escaped the hem of her dress. The frontliners stared up, and up again, as 3 massive gem knights, each towering at 7 meters easy, took form: swords, Morningstar, spear. There were just 3 gem knights, but the pressure they gave was several times higher than the 15 from before. And Drifter's keen eyes widened as he noticed one detail. They don't have health bars. The giant gem knight stood in front of the Silver Duchess like a living wall, blocking her completely. Drifter frowned. Probing attacks. Shivata, Kirito, Godfrey. Go! The 3 players he named didn't hesitate, each charging one of the gem knights with their respective parties. The mobs met their offensive head-on, swinging their now massive weapons. The Morningstar in particular was visually threatening, the size of a car door and weighing at least half a ton. Shivata raised his shield and blocked it. An unwise strategy, and an unnecessary risk when he was capable of dodging it completely, but Drifter had asked for a probing attack, and this was one way to get information. To his left and right respectively, Godfrey's Cobb party and Kirito's Reaver's party engaged the sword-wielding and spear-user gem knights. But as their attacks and skill chipped away shards of precious stones from the mobs, Shivata realized what Drifter already suspected. They don't have HP. They can't be killed. He shouted the last sentence over his shoulder, sure Drifter heard him. The guildmaster nodded somberly. We have to focus on the boss. Heathcliff, engage the Silver Duchess. Ambrose, switch with Godfrey's party and lead the gem knight away. Shivata, Kirito, the same. Kite them around while the rest fights the boss. Lytton, Valork, Nautilus, support Heathcliff. Lind, Orlando, and Klein, get ready to switch with the Cobb when they start to falter. Reavers, support parties, we are the 3rd switch. Drifter's orders were concise and to the point, trusting the frontliners to figure out how to best carry them out. Kirito's party would have to be brought back into the main battle at some point too. The firepower of the Black Swordsman, Lightning Flash, Dark Elf, and Merchant Warrior wasn't one they could do without. Drifter would also be joining soon, since he doubted anyone would be able to hold out too long against the floor boss before a switch was necessary. Yuna, Song of Stone. Sinan, harass the knights. Their AI is advanced, they might not be entirely directed by aggro. Don't let them join the boss. Drifter dreaded to think what climbing Aincrad would be like without Yuna's soundless melody unique skill, or Sinan's equally unique arrow path. The buffs the songstress provided had saved many a life over the years, and the Arrow Huntress arrows had astounding mob control capabilities. For now, Drifter was focused on the impending clash between the Cobb and the Silver Duchess. The boss let Heathcliff and the others close in on her, and their weapons sink into her body. Again, it rippled like liquid silver, but they were definitely doing damage. The Silver Duchess stood there and took it all like she felt nothing. Her expression was still disinterested when she raised her delicate right hand, and all the frontliners tensed. Drifter's eyes struggled to follow what happened next. The Silver Duchess waved her hand like she was shooing away mosquitoes' arc. And then it was a wall of silver that smashed into Heathcliff, Shivata, and 3 other players and sent them flying, all but Heathcliff, who had used his Holy Sword unique skill to convert all his attributes to defense, took significant hits to their health. Even Shivata, a pure tank, was teetering on the edge of yellow. the Silver Duchess' entire arm had transformed into a swirling mass of silver. Albeit she retracted it quickly, none of the frontliners dared to forget that she could just as easily do the same to any part of her body. That didn't stop the frontliners from pressing on the attack. Sometimes, there was only one way to go, forward. Regardless of how hard or unfair the battle was, the Silver Duchess had to fall if the players wanted to climb. They descended upon the boss like a pack of wolves. Smart, coordinated, deadly, they would attack once, twice, at most 3 times before the boss swatted them away, but little by little, they were making a dent on the first HP bar. Drifter didn't let their apparent success get to his head, however. He knew it would only get harder the longer the raid went on. It's time. Switch! The Cobb still had some strength left, but there was a cooldown for using healing items. Most of their members were under 60% HP. Lind, Orlando, Klein, move in. A fresh wave of frontliners rushed forward to meet the boss, giving the Cobb players a chance to rest. Those who need it, go to Liz to repair your equipment. Liz, always an eye open. I know it, boss. Volcano Forge may let Liz do blacksmithing in the middle of a battle, but it didn't mean she was immune to damage. It was a bold risk to take, but the buffs applied made it worth it. Drifter, something's changing. This time, the boss hadn't created a wall to smack away players. Instead, she was pointing one dandy finger at Dale from Purinkazan. Defend! Dale didn't need to be told twice. Changes in boss attack patterns were never good news. He raised his hatchet in front of his torso just as the Silver Duchess' finger extended to an impossible length, like a gigantic silver nail. Uck! It pierced clean through Dale's chest, narrowly avoiding his hastily raised guard. His HP drained at an incredible rate. 90%. 70%. 40%. It finally stopped at 25%, just a hair away from the red zone. Dale! Klein rushed forward, slashing at the silver spike with a blood-red skill. The Silver Duchess simply retracted her finger. Dale, fall back. Everyone else, watch out for new attacks. Drifter's throat was hoarse from screaming orders. Change of plans, Reavers. We are going in now. Heathcliff, Shavada, Lytton, Valork, Nautilus, I want you in a rotation. Block what you can. The Spearmaster himself charged forward as soon as his words were finished. His lance pierced through the body of the boss, who stared back at him with dispassionate eyes. We are betting lives now. They had been from the beginning. But if the first phase was a warm-up against the minions, now was the start of the real fight. The one where people died, specks of silver flew through the air, intermingling with red shards. Wounds opened across the bodies of frontliners, and skills shown in retaliation. Drifter felt the moment the first person died. He had his back to them, and they couldn't even scream before their life was over, but the dimming of the noise, the sudden pause in the movements of all frontliners, it told him everything he needed to know. Now was the moment to decide. The Silver Duchess still had 3 HP bars left. At least one more phase, fall back, or push through. One cost lives now, the other later. Attack! It took less than a second for the guild leader to make his mind. His eyes were bloodshot, and his spear whistled through the air with each attack. They would fight now. And one way or another, the boss would fall. No doubt about it. How many players would precede it, he had no idea. Watch out! Tilting his head, he barely avoided a silver spike through the eye socket. Looking over his shoulder to the source of the call, Drifter saw that the 3 giant knights had dissolved back into liquid jewels the moment the boss lost another bar of health, and were now slithering back towards it. Fall back and close ranks. Tanks to the front. Lytton, Shavada, Valork, I want a shield wall all the way through. Nautilus, Heathcliff, Indomitable Might and Holy Sword as linchpins. Got it! Roger that. His eyes never leaving the boss, Drifter watched as it swallowed what once had been gem knights. In the span of a couple seconds, the Silver Duchess had grown from being a head shorter than Drifter, to towering over every player by nearly 10 meters. As the body of the boss started to ripple and shake, Drifter's eyes widened. Brace! Then a tsunami of liquid silver engulfed them. Congratulations. Drifter stared at the system message hovering above their heads. It didn't feel like a victory. Battles like this rarely did. 7 players. That's how many they lost. A great improvement over the 25th massacred. It still felt like 7 people too many, even though Drifter and every other frontliner knew this was the best possible result they could hope for. The Spearmaster looked at the dejected faces around him. It was hard to celebrate when people you've known for years had just died right beside you. Good work, everyone. They would be proud. He didn't specify who they were. The players who had just fallen. Diavel, Harry 1, all the others? Each frontliner had their own ghosts they answered to. We'll advance to the 51st floor, and I'll be giving Reaver's Requiem 2 days off. You should do the same, Lind, Heathcliff, everyone. Drifter acknowledged each of their nods before going around talking to people. His own Reavers, other frontliners, he made sure to exchange at least a couple words with everyone. Once that was done, he pulled Yuna close and kissed her forehead. Then, closing his eyes for a second and taking a deep breath, he sheathed his spear on his back and started walking towards the stairs. By the time they reached the 51st floor, the frontliners had mostly shaken off the doom and gloom. They weren't happy by any means, but it was also something they were far too used to get all depressed over. Great! Missed. Nautilus groaned, watching the waist-high blanket of fog that covered the grassy ground of the 51st floor. Other frontliners grumbled too, already dreading the ambush mobs that were sure to populate the floor, but Drifter's mind was elsewhere. He scanned the 51st floor with a frown. Something was different. He didn't know what it was, but he felt it, and he wasn't the only one. Kirito, Asuna, Lind, Shivada, Heathcliff, Lytton, all of them had pensive expressions. None of them could say why, though. Until Isin dope slapped Klein for making a bad joke and the samurai yelped. Ow! That hurt. Why did you do that, Isin? I was just joking, man. You deserved it. Klein rubbed the back of his head while glaring at his unrepentant guildmate. Then he saw Drifter staring intensely at him. What's up, Drifter? The Spearmaster didn't answer. His brain was working overtime until a line of thought connected in a sudden realization and his eyes widened. That hurt. You hurt. What? Klein and the other frontliners stared at him in confusion. He wasn't making any sense. But some had a look of horror as they came to the same conclusion as Drifter. Kirito! The black swordsman understood what he wanted without even asking. A duel request was sent and accepted, and the assault team watched Kirito walk forward to lightly cut Drifter's arm, who made no effort to defend himself. Ah! The Spearmaster hissed in pain, and now more players had that same look of dawning realization. And fear. Drifter stared at the red shards fluttering from his arm. Then he held up the limb for all to see. It hurts. I can feel pain. Chapter 221 Big Changes. Drifter stared at the injury in his arm. It looked like any other he had received in Sword Art Online. Oddly shaped red shards instead of flesh and blood, but this time, the sensation that accompanied it wasn't just a slight numbness like it had always been. It was pain, but it still wasn't quite right. Under the shocked eyes of the assault team, he raised his head to look at Kirito. Again. Deeper this time. Kirito frowned. Are you sure? Yes. My HP is still normal, nothing else changed but the pain. But even that doesn't really feel how it should be. The cut he had received was about a finger deep and stretching 6 or 7 centimeters over his biceps. In the outside world, he would be rushing to the hospital to get stitches. The pain, while not enough to send him into shock or anything, shouldn't be just the sting and light burning he was feeling. Okay. Kirito looked at Drifter's extended arm and, after a moment of hesitation, raised his sword tip down over it. Then he plunged it down, piercing Drifter's forearm clean through. Ack! This time the Spearmaster definitely felt the pain, and several Reavers rushed forward to catch him when he stumbled back, clenching the injury. Drifter! Are you okay? Kirito, having been next to him, was the first to grab his shoulders to keep him standing up, at the same time canceling the duel, but Drifter didn't need the help. After the initial flare-up of pain and surprise, he had confirmed his suspicions. "Yeah, I'm good, don't worry. My HP is almost recovered already." He had lost less than 10% of his health to the 2 attacks. And, with the duel over and him out of a combat state, his natural regeneration had almost replenished it all already. Along with his HP coming back, the pain had also mostly faded. When both cuts healed completely and closed, it was like it never happened, except for his memory of it. Drifter's face was colder than ice when he pushed his guildmates away with assurances that he was okay, and looked at the assault team. "No doubt about it. There's pain now. But it's not. It isn't right. It's too weak." "Weak?" Drifter nodded to Orlando. "Yeah. I'd never been stabbed in real life, but what Kirito did would have cut through flesh, tendons, bones, nerves. No way I would have only felt this much pain, and been able to recover so quickly from it. It was at most, I dunno, a fifth or a fourth of the real pain. That wasn't the comforting thought you might think it would be." After years in SAO, all the frontliners understood Kaiba never did anything by half measures. Cardinal's getting us used to it. If it's just a fifth now, like you said, it will be 100% by the 55th floor. Lin's face was covered by shadows, but his tone would have made lesser men shiver. Heathcliff just watched it all quietly. "We need more tests. Most important, Klein, take Furinkazan down back to the boss room. Start a duel and test it. If it's something that only works from the 51st floor onwards, that's for the best." If it's Aincrad wide, Drifter didn't need to complete the line of thought. If all the players who were out right now fighting mobs suddenly started feeling pain, hundreds would die just by being caught off guard. "Got it." The red-headed guild leader saluted and ran back down the steps to the 50th floor, followed by his guild. Drifter, meanwhile, turned to the rest of the assault team. "Until they get back, let's assume it's limited to the 51st floor and up. We need more tests. But more than that, I'm placing this floor on lockdown. Everyone agrees?" Heathcliff was the only one who hesitated before nodding, but he did too. "Good. I want a party stationed here, to make sure nobody follows us up through the tower. Everyone else, we are moving to the safe zone. Do not unlock the teleporter, understood?" More nods. Drifter already started walking. "Limit communications too. I'll inform Argo and Ikari, and have Fumaningdom escort them through the labyrinth, but I would prefer to keep a handle on this thing until we know more. We don't want widespread panic on the lower floors. People won't like that." Rand raised the point just for the sake of it, since it was true. But Drifter was resolute. "They can suck it up. If we have hundreds of players flooding in like it always happens when we open a new floor, how many will actually stop to listen before venturing out and getting killed because they aren't used to hurting anymore?" Drifter halted, and turned to face his second-in-command. "Actually, Kirito, have you messaged Argo yet?" "I was typing the message now." "Then don't. She will be at the Town of Beginnings now, with most of the players. Teleport down there, explain everything to her. And get ready for a press conference of sorts. Asuna, Kismol, Shivata, Heathcliff, can you go with him?" The named players exchanged glances before nodding firmly. Drifter resumed walking. "Then go, and keep us in the loop about the mood down there. I'll join you as soon as we are done up here." Kirito held Drifter's gaze for a long moment before nodding and pulling out a teleport crystal. In a flash, the 5 of them were gone. They were halfway to the safe zone when Klein and his guildmates came back, panting heavily from the dead sprint they had set. "No pain on the boss room or the labyrinth right outside of it, Drifter. But we tested again once we got topside. It's a 51st floor and up phenomenon." The Spearmaster let out a sigh of relief. That was the best outcome they could hope for. "I would say it looks like Kaiba still has a heart, but we all know that's bullshit. Let's get to the safe zone and test it more. And thanks, Klein." The idea of stabbing each other repeatedly and purposefully didn't appeal to any of the frontliners, but it needed to be done. If only so they could all remember what it was like to feel pain. Kirito, I've got Argo. She isn't happy, but she already started moving. Drifter read the message from his vice leader and nodded thoughtfully. Drifter, what about the players? Kirito, several hundred in the plaza. They are still waiting since it hasn't been that long, but who knows? What should we do? Drifter, get Argo to spread the word that the assault team will make an announcement in the plaza in the town of beginnings in 2 hours. Kirito, you sure? Drifter, no. But it has to be done. Closing the system window, Drifter looked ahead to the quaint little town that was the main settlement of this floor. It looked vaguely Scandinavian, with long, thin wooden houses with hay roofs. NPCs happily went about their days on the streets. Normally, the assault team would have already split up to investigate the town while a couple players went to unlock the teleporter. But this time around, they all went there as a group. Alright, let's get to testing. Form pairs, start a duel so you don't get an orange cursor, experiment. Everyone has to get used to the pain. If this is going to be the new normal from here on out, and it definitely is, then we can't have you freezing in the middle of a battle because you were surprised. It was just outright cruel to request this of them. And not once had Drifter asked if anyone wanted to back out of the assault team now that the pain was real. Start with small cuts, work your way up in severity. For the love of all that's sacred, don't kill each other by mistake. The 2 days of rest Drifter had proposed back at the boss room went out the window. Now, they would have to use every second they had to get used to feeling something they hadn't had to deal with in over 2 years. Drifter had rarely wanted to kill Kaiba so much as he did now. If the assault team was grim-faced and determined, the outside world was like someone had dropped a firecracker inside an anthill. The outrage was global in scale. As if trapping thousands of people in a death game wasn't enough already, now they had to feel pain too. And SAO wasn't like the real world, where the vast majority of people never experienced more pain than a broken bone or twisted ankle. No, in Aincrad, the players got bitten, cut, stabbed, and worse on a daily basis. Especially the frontliners. There was not a single day they weren't at the forefront, bearing all the dangers so the SAO victims could escape. Many people were worried if the frontliners would even be able to stay sane if they had to go through all that. Can you imagine getting hurt again and again, and healing in a matter of seconds, so you don't even take the time to convalescence, just throw yourself back into the grinder? The physical pain may fade fast, but the mental scars wouldn't heal that easily. It was a very real possibility that the frontliners would have to choose between giving up or going insane. Kikuka Seijura didn't doubt which one they would choose. Already, not 2 hours after arriving at the 51st floor and discovering the changes, the assault team was engaged in mock duels to get used to the sensation of pain again. Monsters. That's what frontliners were. But they were monsters fighting for the right cause. Seijura wasn't sure if they would like the comparison, but he knew at least a few wouldn't deny it. One of those was Broken Spear Drifter. Having watched the Spearmaster for over 2 years now, witnessing him rise from a simple member of a no-name party to the de facto leader of the assault team, Seijura thought Drifter embodied the essence of a frontliner better than anyone. The man never stopped. He faltered, he stumbled, sometimes he hesitated. But he never stopped. Now was just another example. Where most would have broken down at the prospect of climbing half of Aincrad while experiencing pain again, he had immediately risen to the challenge, and pulled the rest of the assault team up with him, and now, he was getting ready to teleport to the town of beginnings, to address the thousands of players who had gathered there, either to use the teleporter for the new floor, or in answer to Argo the Rat's summon. Were it a year ago, Seijura didn't think Drifter could have done it. Even to politicians, going up on stage to tell thousands of people something he knew they wouldn't like to hear was daunting, but now, he didn't see a shred of hesitation in the frontliner's grim face. It was just another mission. Shaking his head, Seijura turned away from the screen momentarily to call one of his aides. "Sir? Go down to the hospital. I want reports on the players' bodies now that another variable has been added. The pain may be inflicted directly to their nervous system by the nerve gear, but it will have adverse reactions on their physical bodies. Give me reports as soon as anything changes. Make sure all the frontliners are monitored." "Yes, sir." "Ah, and another thing. The 7 who died during today's raid, find their address for me. I would like to visit their families once this is over. That was always the hardest part. His subordinate stayed silent for a second before saluting. Yes, sir. That done, Seijiro turned back to the screen. He was intrigued. How did Broken Spear plan on breaking the news to the players? When the teleportation was over, Drifter found himself surrounded by agitated players on all sides. The town of Beginnings was packed to the brim. It took a minute for the surrounding players to realize who it was who had just teleported amidst them. But, as Yuna, Nautilus, Lind, Litton, Orlando, Klein, and other frontliners appeared too, a space opened around them. Drifter kept a blank expression in face of their whispers. Spear on his back, he marched forward, leading the other frontliners, and the crowd opened a corridor for them. After all, they had just watched the 50th floor raid. Their impatience towards the 51st floor not being open yet was set aside for the respect they held for the frontliners and a healthy dose of apprehension over what mood they were in after losing 7 people. Uninterrupted, Drifter made his way to the center of the plaza, where Kirito, Asuna, Kismel, Heathcliff, and Shivata were waiting with Argo. No doubt Akari was somewhere around too, watching. Drifter nodded to the info broker, but didn't halt as he made his way toward the fountain that stood in the middle of the plaza. Without hesitation, he climbed up the monument until he could be seen by everyone. There were thousands of players, filling every square meter of the plaza and the alleyways beyond, looking down at him from the windows of inns and the balconies of restaurants. He wouldn't be surprised if every single player in Sword Art Online was there. Or it was very close to that point. One hell of a mob to piss off. But he was far from the best of moods too, so maybe they should be the ones to watch out. The 51st floor is closed for the next 3 days. Just one simple sentence, and the crowd was stunned into silence for exactly 4 seconds before blowing up. Drifter crossed his arms and let them throw their tantrum, while the rest of the frontliners watched impassive from below. You can't do that. He wasn't sure who yelled it. But the accusation, no, the demand, made his eye twitch. With a deep breath, he drew his spear from his back, and let the power of the skill fill him. Serpent Coil Impale. A silver streak cut through the air above the heads of the players, before impacting onto the side of a building with a big purple, immortal object, messaged he would get fined for that. He didn't care. Drifter's cold gaze swept over the crowd, who had gone mute again. Be quiet. Chapter 222 King. Drifter was angry. No, he was enraged, absolutely livid, but he hid it well. He always did. Too many people looked up to him for him to scream and break things whenever something pissed him off, and it was often NSAO. Every time a frontliner died under his command. Every time one of his reavers came within a hair's breadth of falling forever. Every time he received the news that another clearer party has been annihilated by an ambush or a trap or stupidity, every time something out of his control happened and he could do nothing but watch. Miaolin. Diaville. Merida. The 25th Massacre. Ducker and Sasamaru. Shigeo. Laughing Coffin, Pain, the idea that right now, Kaiba was probably sitting in the comfort of his home, sipping a mug of coffee and relaxing after he just ensured thousands of people would suffer even more than they already had Drifter seeing red, but he hid it, because a leader had to be calm, even he had a limit, however. And getting shouted at by thousands of people who you were trying to protect was Drifter's final straw. Be quiet. He didn't shout. He didn't yell. But his voice carried, so chilling the loudest of those complaining shivered and stumbled back. The frontliner looked down on the crowd, and, arms still crossed, repeated what he had said earlier. The 51st floor will stay closed for the next 3 days. This isn't a discussion. It's an announcement. There was silence for near a minute, and he let it stretch until the message sinked in. Why? But, of course, with this many people gathered in one place, it was impossible for it to last forever. Drifter's gaze fell on the black-haired player who had just inquired. Kaiba and Cardinal saw fit to reintroduce Pain to Sword Art Online. His words stunned the player into silence, but also restarted the brains of several hundred others, who started talking all at once, until Drifter raised his hand, and his spear was back in his grip. This time, he didn't need to say anything for them to shut up. As I said, there is now pain in the game. We have tested it, it's only from the 51st floor up. Right now, it's about 1/5 of the real thing, but Kaiba doesn't do things by half. By the 55th floor, you will be feeling every cut, stab, slash, burn, and more like it's the real world. Players shuddered just thinking about it. Even the most cautious or cowardly of players got hurt, unless they absolutely refused to leave the safe zones. It was fine when all that happened was losing some HP, but if they felt everything, the assault team won't activate the teleporter in the 51st floor for the next 3 days to ensure that every player in SAO hears the news. If you reach the 51st floor by climbing the tower, be aware you are doing it at your own risk. The Spearmaster looked at the crowd and saw shell-shocked expressions. He sighed in his heart, although outwardly his face stayed the same. That's bullshit. Drifter was about to step down, announcement delivered, when he heard that. His glare instantly zeroed in on the player who had spoken. I'm sorry? The player, a reasonably well-equipped brown-haired man, who was one of the closest to the teleporter, flinched. But, feeling everyone's eyes on him, he was emboldened. I said that's bullshit. Even if there's really pain now, you don't have the right to stop us from climbing Aincrad. He probably expected more support than the countless flat looks screaming, "Are you stupid?" at him. He turned red from the neck up, but his embarrassment fueled his defiance and he glared right back at Drifter. The Spearmaster, for his part, had to physically hold his right hand with his left to stop himself from launching another serpent coil impale. Instead, his already cold expression fell to below freezing. We are frontliners. We have every fucking right. The player sputtered, likely not expecting such an overbearing response. But Drifter didn't give him a chance to defend himself. I'm not up here asking for your support. I'm not up here asking for your understanding. I'm not asking you to like it. I'm telling you what is going to happen, and you are all going to listen. Because that's our right as the assault team. As frontliners. It is what you owe us. All of you. So shut the fuck up before you say anything more you are going to regret. Drifter had reached his breaking point. The tension that filled his body and scratched at his soul from risking his life every day, the deaths of so many players, so many friends, waiting on his mind. The 25th massacre and laughing coffin. The 7 players who died in today's raid and SAO's newest update, everything was too much. And unless that player listened and listened well, keeping his damn mouth shut, this isn't a dictatorship. Don't act like we begged you to fight. He didn't. Of course he fucking didn't. You little Shivata had to hold Lin back from walking over there and decking the player, and Kirito had to do much the same with Asuna. Kismol, Yuna, Nautilus, Klein, Orlando, and all the others, including Argo, had glares that gave new meaning to the expression "if looks could kill." You didn't. Nobody can be forced to become a frontliner. Drifter, surprisingly, sounded calm. But if you knew him well or just had a good sixth sense, you knew he was beyond enraged. We all became frontliners because we wanted to. And you didn't. Or couldn't. And that gives us the right to make decisions on your behalf. That gives me the right to tell you to close your fucking mouth right fucking now, because 7 of my friends didn't die today for someone like you to trample on their sacrifice out of some mistaken belief that you, who did nothing but watch, is equal to them. Harsh words, and an even harsher delivery. Drifter usually wouldn't say it like that. Wouldn't even put these thoughts to words, because he didn't believe it 100% either, but he did value the lives of comrades who had fought by his side for years more than the pride of some no-name bastard, especially when that same bastard was mocking their deaths by rushing to his demise out of some stupid idea that the assault team was monopolizing resources, because that's what this was about. Drifter had no doubt. There were always vultures who let frontliners and clearers die to clear Aincrad while not lifting a finger, and yet were the first to rush to a new floor for items and quests. Drifter hated them. He always had. Scavengers who profited on the deaths of frontliners. The assault team has always done its best to clear SAO and save as many people as possible. We didn't give up after the 25th massacre. We didn't hesitate when we had to put down Laughing Coffin. Right now, The frontliners who aren't here are engaged in duels, deliberately getting hurt and feeling pain, so they can continue to climb Aincrad. This time the entire crowd winced. Drifter was undeterred. His glare never left the player, who now looked like he wanted to dig a hole to crawl into. Making decisions without consulting you? That is our right as frontliners. Monopolizing resources? That is also our right as frontliners. You don't like it, you are welcome to challenge floor bosses yourself. The corner of his lips curled up in a cruel, mocking smirk. You will die. But at least it will be knowing what hundreds of other clearers and frontliners have felt before you. Now Drifter's glare finally left the player, and he almost collapsed in relief. The frontliner forgot about him in an instant, gaze sweeping the crowd, who, bar a few exceptions like the clearers or Fumaningum and Sasha and her kids, all flinched. Right now, our bodies are wasting away in the real world. How long do you think before beating SAO isn't even worth it anymore? That we return to shriveled husks and have to spend the rest of our lives in a hospital bed? Angry beyond belief, Drifter aired the thoughts every SAO player had had at least a couple hundred times. He broke the unspoken agreement to never mention the outside world. Shattered it into pieces. Clearers and frontliners fight, knowing that we are barreling towards our deaths, so that those who make it to the end, so that you can one day escape this hell. So we have every right, I say we have. Drifter sheathed his spear, his gaze returning to that player and dripping with disdain. The 51st floor will stay closed for the next 3 days. Clearers are welcome to go through the labyrinth and tower to get there. Everyone else will be turned away. That's final. Having said so, Drifter hopped down from the fountain. Then he tossed Argo and the frontliners who had come down before a bunch of teleport crystals with the coordinates of the 51st floor safe zone, and crushed his a dozen flashes of blue light later, and the group was gone, leaving thousands of dumbstruck players and hundreds of millions of equally dumbfounded spectators in their wake. After they reappeared on the 51st floor, nobody said anything for a long time. They just stared at Drifter, even the members of the assault team who had stayed there caught onto the mood, and were looking at the Spearmaster with curiosity. So, what the hell was that, Dri Boo? Argo cleared her throat and broke the silence. Even she kept her distance from Drifter right now. Only Yuna had immediately gone to her husband's side and hugged him. What happened, Argo? Sinan tilted her head, her eyes never leaving the couple. Drifter's head was bowed and his expression hidden, but Yuna seemed to be whispering reassurances in his ear. Drifter may have just turned Aincrad into a dictatorship? With the assault team at the head? Honestly, I'm not sure. It was Kirito who answered, choosing his words carefully. Say that again? The rest of the frontliners couldn't quite believe what they had just heard. But from Kirito's tone, as well as the awkward expressions the others who had gone down to the first floor had, it didn't seem like he was joking. Surprisingly, it was Heathcliff who took over the explanation, his gaze towards Drifter containing more respect than it ever had. Broken Spear made an announcement regarding the new developments on this floor and our plans to keep it locked for the next 3 days until Argo the Rat could spread the news. One of the players implied we were simply doing so because we wanted to keep the resources of the floor to ourselves. 'Twas Sakharin. He's a vulture. One of them players who rushes to a newly opened floor to take whatever intel and items he can get and overcharge it to people on lower floors. Dri Boo went off on him. Argo added offhand, her gaze never leaving Drifter. The Spearmaster seemed to have calmed down now, with Yuna's help, so she got closer and was pulled into a hug. I'm fine, little rat. Just pissed off. Our losses today hit me harder than I thought. They were a lot better than what we expected already. It was true, even if Drifter didn't like it. 7 players was already a phenomenal result for a sure-death floor raid. They had expected a dozen. Prepared for 2. Been ready to fight until they either won or were all dead. Yeah, I know. But together with this new clusterfuck, they compounded on one another, and I lost my cool. Sorry, everyone. He truly did have to apologize. Not only had he spoken up for the entire assault team without consulting them first, but he had also possibly alienated all the normal players from them. Was it really that bad? Even Yuki sounded hesitant, and Drifter snorted. Yeah, it was. I told them to shut the fuck up. A lot. And then I basically implied that the assault team deserved more than everyone else. Drifter chuckled mirthlessly. I don't think I was wrong. But I shouldn't have said it, and definitely not the way I did. Sorry, everyone. You probably shouldn't expect a warm reception everywhere for a while. Drifter wasn't expecting to be chastised over it, even if it had been a mistake. Most of the frontliners understood why he did it, if not outright agreed, but what he definitely hadn't expected was Lin shrugging and then clapping him on the shoulder. Not like we frequent the lower floors all that much anyway. Drifter blinked at the other guild leader. Sure, he and Lin had put aside their past differences, but this nonchalance wasn't quite what he expected. Lin's right. I was about to punch that asshole if you didn't shoot him down first. He deserved it. Klein and Orlando chimed in, and that seemed to be the signal for the rest of the frontliners to say similar things. Drifter stared at them in disbelief, then broke out laughing. It was loud, freeing, and somewhat hysterical. All of you he swept his hands to encompass the entire assault team. Are a bunch of crazy bastards. His grin took any bite out of his words, and he received similar, if confused, smiles back. Shaking his head, he kissed the top of Yuna's head. That wasn't what I was expecting. Later that night, Kaiba sat at his station, back into the familiar form of his real body, fingers entangled and a thoughtful expression on his face. Drifter's breakdown and the verbal beatdown he delivered were a surprise to him. Maybe he should have been paying more attention to the mental state of the frontliners. Still, he couldn't help the bubbling of pride and joy in his chest. He had created Aincrad, created an entire new world, hoping that it would, in turn, create heroes, and it had done that and more. When he looked at Broken Spear Drifter in that plaza today, he had seen a king. Someone who would lead the assault team to the very top of this castle they were in now, someone who would kill him. Akihiko Kaiba couldn't wait. Chapter 223, Unwelcome Proposal. Motherfucker. Drifter looked over his shoulder to see Klein holding a gash on his arm and swearing up a storm. One unexpected consequence of the insertion of pain to SAO had been the drastic increase in cursing by the frontliners. Sorry, boss. But you did stab me earlier. Kunomitsu apologized, but Klein waved him off. It was my mistake. Just not used to it still. 2 days after beating the 50th floor, the assault team had moved from simply getting used to pain again to full-on sparring. But somehow, it still caught them with their pants down sometimes. There was a massive difference between fighting with pain and without it. That didn't exactly come as a shock to anyone, but it didn't mean it was any easier to adapt. Even though the sensation was reduced right now, the frontliners struggled to combat the body memory they had constructed during their 2 years in SAO, but they had to. The inclusion of pain wasn't so simple as learning to endure it. It modified their entire fighting style. After all, a cut on the arm hurt a lot less than a spear through the guts or a slash across the eyes. Drifter knew that from personal experience. He had been dueling with Ran when she cut his arm, and he, slowed down by the pain, didn't manage to block her next attack from piercing through his lower abdomen and all the way out his back. His fellow Reaver had apologized profusely, but the Spearmaster didn't accept it. It was no one's fault but his own for not being attentive enough. Even so, there was something to be said about the grit and resolve of frontliners, that, still with a day left in the deadline Drifter had set, they had already moved on to all-out duels, and not one of them had asked for a break. Again. Heathcliff in particular was proving to be quite the quartermaster. He never raised his voice, but he had this way of motivating his subordinates that put them ahead of the rest of the assault team in terms of adaptation. Drifter met Heathcliff's gaze and nodded respectfully to the other guild leader. Their personal differences aside, the Holy Sword was a pillar of the assault team, much like Drifter himself. All right, that's enough. Good work, everyone. The sun was setting, and it was time to rest. Now, more than ever, Drifter was acutely aware of the psychological burden each frontliner carried. He clapped his hands and caught the attention of the assault team. For now, Very few clearers had taken Drifter up on his offer to climb to the tower to get to the 51st floor, preferring to wait until the teleporter was officially unlocked, so it was mostly just frontliners in the safe zone, all staring at him now. Go eat, drink, and rest. Tomorrow, at the discretion of your guild leaders, we'll move out of the safe zone to explore the surrounding maps, and, most of all, get used to fighting mobs again. Drifter's gaze jumped from Klein to Orlando to Lynn to Ambrose, and to all the other high-ranking frontliners. We are all proud of you. And we couldn't have asked for better men and women to fight alongside with. Good night. As far as speeches went, it wasn't the most inspiring. But it came from the heart, and that was what mattered the most to frontliners. After all, some had joined the assault team for the riches and glory. But that wasn't why they stayed. Going to turn in two, Drifter? Asuna came up behind him, giving his shoulder a friendly tap. The Spearmaster stretched and yawned. Tempted. But I need to talk to Argo first. Probably do that while we eat. Asuna winced in sympathy. I heard the other players haven't exactly been content with SAO's newest update. Drifter snorted. That was an understatement if he had ever heard one. That's putting it lightly. But all they've done for now is talk, so I'm just grateful for it. Little Rat's gonna fill me into anything important. Shouldn't be too long. Well, good luck. I'm getting dinner and then taking a long bath. Drifter threw his friend a side-eyed glance. You know, you and Kirito could come too if you want. You are technically my vice leaders. Asuna waved her hand. Bath, Drifter. A long, long bath. The Spearmaster chuckled and bumped her shoulder with his. He hadn't expected any different. Enjoy it. And don't you and Kirito do anything I wouldn't do. Drifter. The fencer blushed bright red and swatted his shoulder. Drifter dodged, laughing, and ran away to join Yuna and Nautilus, who were waiting for him to the side. What did you do now, dummy? His wife shook her head in exasperation, which only made Drifter laugh louder. Nautilus hid a smirk from his spot next to her. Knowing him? Found another way to tease Asuna. I would be more careful with that now, Drifter. It's gonna hurt when she eventually explodes and stabs you. The Spearmaster snorted. It will be worth it. Probably. Probably. Ah, dummy. What am I supposed to do with you? Love me? Drifter gave Yuna a cheeky grin and planted a kiss on her cheek. She flushed and gave him a coy smile in return, rolling her eyes but not denying it. And I'm already getting PDA'd. Where's my girlfriend when I need her? You know as well as we do that when we split custody, it was agreed we got you for 3 nights a week, not. Now let's go, Argo's already messaging me. The trio made their way through the safe zone, exchanging light-hearted jokes and playful jabs. Argo had already ordered when they arrived at the restaurant, and Drifter plopped down next to her, shamelessly stealing some kind of fried potato stick from her plate. Hey! How are you, little rat? Oh, this is good. What's it? French fries Aincrad style. And it's mine, you thief. Get your paws away from it. Argo pulled her plate out of reach and cradled her arms around it protectively, mock snarling at Drifter. The Spearmaster pouted. Ah, come on, little rat. Just one more, pretty please? Mine! The back and forth continued, with Drifter trying to steal another fry and Argo snapping at his fingers. Nautilus and Yuna, sitting across from them, looked at each other and rolled their eyes in unison. You two are like children. Hey! I am a child. What's Dribu's excuse? I'm your big bro. Drifter spoke through a full mouth of stolen food, and fondly ruffled her hair. Argo scoffed, but her lips curled upwards and she stopped fighting so hard to prevent him from taking her fries. How's things down below, little rat? After they had all ordered their own portions, of which Drifter had no doubt a lot of his would end up in Argo's plate as revenge, the Spearmaster broached the subject they were meeting to discuss. Cimarron. If you had said a week instead of 3 days, you would have a revolt on your hands. A lot of dead players, more like. Damn fools. Nautilus grumbled over the lip of his mug, a stormy expression on his face. Argo sighed. It's not like anyone thinks y'all are lying, now boo. But they also don't want to believe either, 'cause it's scary, so the normal players are stuck between a rock and a hard place. They are gonna believe when it's them rolling on the ground in pain. Hopefully sooner than that. We'll leave a couple people at the teleporter for a week just to reinforce the warning. Dunno how much good that will do, dri boo. But better than nothing, I guess. Inwardly, the Spearmaster agreed. He took a large sip of his drink and shook his head. There's not much more we can do. The assault team can't order people around, it's not what we are. I was already way over the line when I blew my top at them in the plaza. Instead of the comforting or snarky response, with Argo it was a 50-50 he was expecting. Drifter saw the info broker push her food around with her fork. His eyes narrowed. What is it, little rat? Well, someone floated an idea by me couple days ago. Drifter didn't like the way she said it, nor how she kept looking at anywhere but him. What idea? It's still immature. Needs a lot of refinement. Argo. The info broker cringed. Alright, okay. With you frontliners getting farther and farther away from normal players, especially now that many are giving up Klimbin entirely cause of the pain. Well, y'all can't really keep an eye on things down under. And as good work as myself and Akari-chan do, we are also stretched thin. Trouble's gonna keep popping up and you can't abandon the front lines to clean it up each time. So someone proposed to me creating a sorta police force to patrol the lower floors. Stop another Logan coffin from emerging, keep hotheads from killing each other, arresting orange players and stuff like that. Drifter's initial reaction was to disagree immediately, because he could see how monumentally wrong that could go. But he held back, and thought of the benefits, which weren't few. Argo was right. There was a limit to how much the assault team could do on top of their already time-consuming role of clearing SAO. And each time a new floor was added, there was more space for trouble to grow. The Spearmaster mulled over the proposal, exchanging silent conversations with Yuna and Nautilus through their gaze. Who would be part of that police force? Well, volunteers, since we obviously ain't gonna be paying them for it. But I was thinking high-level players who stopped Klimbin for whatever reason. And if they ever start getting too big for their britches, that's when I call ya. Drifter had to admit, the idea had merit. So why did Argo still look so damn unsure? What aren't you telling us, little rat? Argo bit her lip. She leaned back slightly as if already expecting an explosive reaction. Remember how I said the idea was proposed to me by someone? Yeah. That someone was Kibu. Drifter pointedly didn't shout in outrage, mostly because he was, at first, too stunned by the sheer absurdity of it, and then because, when his brain finally restarted, he remembered this was Argo he was talking to, and if she thought for even a moment that this was such a horrible idea as it seemed in his eyes, she wouldn't have brought it up in the first place. So, instead, Drifter set down his mug while Yuna and Nautilus boggled at the info broker and stared right into her eyes. Why? Argo let out a bone-weary sigh, looking older than she had any right to be. I don't like Spiky Head any more than ya, dri boo. But I've been keeping an eye on him. He's stayed away from trouble, but he's still keeping his level up to date. He's changed a lot since the 25th. What hasn't changed is that 70 people died. Because of him. And I'm not saying let him back on the assault team. Not now, not never. But there's north of 200 players who have the levels, and in some cases even the skill to be frontliners. But they don't got the courage for it, so they never will be. The 25th massacre, Logan Coffin, the 50th floor and pain, it all scared them away. But if it's to keep the lower floors safe? That they can do. Drifter thought about it. Argo wasn't wrong. And those same players often cause trouble because they had too much free time in their hands. Giving them something to do in the form of patrolling the lower floors would be solving two problems at once. Still, what's Kibu's angle on all this? He just gave you the idea? Or does he want to be in charge too? Someone's gotta be. And say what you will about his personality, but he ran a tight ship. The ALS was well trained. From across the table, Yuna raised a questioning eyebrow. Is that what this police force would be? Another ALS? What guarantee do we have he won't try to muscle his way back into the assault team later on? Argo narrowed her eyes, as if her pride was stung that Yuna believed she hadn't thought of that already. None. But so what if they do? Even if just a fourth of them end up following through, that would be bolstering the assault team by half again. Can you really say no to that? Yuna pouted. They couldn't. Either way, that would be all in the future, Yu-chan. Months from now, and even then. Like I said, Kibu's changed. Can't say he won't change back once he gets a taste for leadership again, but right now, there's no challenger left in Kibu. He would train this new group cause he sees it as his atonement. Atonement? The bastard doesn't have the right to seek that. Nautilus plunked down his mug with far more force than was necessary, face twisted in a snarl. Argo raised her hands in surrender. Don't shoot the messenger. Just saying things how I see 'em. A guardian force would do good right bout now, but we need someone with a firm hand in charge or they just become bullies. Kibu has the experience. And also the arrogance. The info broker had to concede the point with a dip of her head, and she didn't continue arguing in favor of Kibu. It wasn't like she was a fan of him either. Your choice, dear Ibu. Scrap it or give it a try? The Spearmaster, who had fallen silent during the later half of the conversation, pondered over his choices. Dunno, little rat. Anyway, this isn't a decision I can make on my own. I'll bring it up with the rest of the leadership. Argo nodded, then snuggled up against his side. Fair enough. Chapter 224, No Title. As he promised, Drifter brought up Kibu's proposal with the rest of the assault team. Reactions were mixed, to say the least. At first, everyone but Heathcliff and Shivata reacted with outrage. And of those two, one didn't count, while the other was just as infuriated as the rest of the frontliners, just better at keeping his cool. The former ALS members, especially Litton, were the ones who were impacted the most. For a long while, it was almost impossible to break the young woman from her stunned state, but once the frontliner leadership calmed down and really thought about it, Kibu's idea. It wasn't bad. If only it wasn't him proposing it. Alright, you can think about it later. Drifter clapped his hands to catch everyone's attention. His gaze sharpened in a way that was both striking and familiar. Today we are going out to explore the floor. It will also be the first real battles we get into since the update. Update. It was strangely fitting since they were inside of a game, but at the same time it completely failed to fully encapsulate what the addition of pain to SAO meant. All of you already know that, but I'm going to repeat myself. Be careful. Don't overreach. Don't get cocky. Don't do as stupid. In better circumstances, they might have laughed at the way he worded it. But Drifter's expression was deadly serious, and so was theirs. At least two parties together at all times. Tell your people not to act tough. The moment someone can't deal with the pain, pull back to the safe zone. I would rather we take 2 months on this floor to adapt than lose frontliners because we let pride rush us. He received nods of acknowledgement, and the next couple minutes were spent patting each other's shoulders and wishing good luck. Once the other guild leaders and such had dispersed, Drifter looked to Kirito and Asuna, who had attended the meeting with him. Each time I think the assault team is incredible, I realize that the people in it are a lot stronger than I give them credit for. When he spoke to them just not, Drifter had not seen an inkling of fear in any of their eyes. Wariness, yes. Apprehension too. But not fear. Forget 2 months. The Spearmaster would be surprised if it took them any longer than normal to clear the 51st floor. You are included in that too, you know? Kirito playfully punched his shoulder, and Drifter smirked before throwing his arms around him and Asuna, pulling both against his sides. Yep, I'm aware I'm also pretty damn incredible. But somehow it seems easier to think of it as normal when compared to everyone else. His friends tried half-heartedly to escape from his grasp, but smiled when they heard what he said. I know what you mean. None of us are normal or right, but finding so many others who are just as broken and committed, Asuna stared at nothing, her mind elsewhere. Kirito reached across Drifter's front to grab her hand. It makes us glad we picked up our weapons and went to that meeting so long ago. Not being alone. Not being unique. It makes everything that much more bearable. Enough that even though thinking about what Kaiba has in store scares me out of my mind, Kirito trailed off, but Drifter knew exactly what he was thinking. He unhooked his arms from their shoulders and tousled their hair. Let's fight. Let's climb. Reaver's Requiem left the safe zone as a group. It wasn't as efficient as splitting up into two large groups, but today the name of the game was safety. Up ahead. Sinan called Put, her eyes glowing blue with searching. Immediately, the other Reavers turned their gazes to the direction she named, and saw a lanky figure staggering through the MKST towards them. Drifter used his own searching skill, the mob becoming clearer in his vision. It was distinctively female, with pasty white skin, long black hair reaching the waist, and abnormally long limbs that just looked wrong. Impure devotee. Watch out for inconsistent range. Drifter eyed the katana the mob was dragging behind itself with a suspicious glare. The sword was nearly 1.5 meters long, and with the length of the impure devotee's arms, Drifter didn't trust his perception. Likely AoE slashes and swipes. Valork, Nautilus, Liz, Kismol, surround it. Yuki, Ran, Asuna, and myself will attack through the gaps. Watch out for thrusts. Everyone else, hang back and be ready to bail us out if necessary. Theoretically, this floor should be easier than the 50th. At least, up till now, the floor immediately after a round floor had always been that way. A sort of recompense and rest stop for the players after their harsh trials, but the frontliners had long since learned to distrust everything in Aincrad. And now, with the addition of Painwell, they would be treating the 51st like it was another sure-death floor. Come on! Valork unleashed a taunt on the mob, drawing it to him. As expected, the seemingly placid creature, once provoked, lunged forward with impressive speed, aiming to pierce straight through the young man. Reaver's Requiem's main tank caught the tip of the katana with his shield, angling it just enough that the weapon slid over it in a shower of sparks, sending the impure devotee stumbling forward under its own momentum, taking a step back with his left foot, and sliding his right one at an angle. Valork let the mob pass by him, using a shield bash at just the right moment to push it to ground. Even then, his movements were stiffer than normal. It was an unconscious reaction to the thought niggling at his subconscious that it would hurt like hell if that katana stabbed him, with the mob on the ground. However, those fears abated somewhat, and Valork took murderous glee into slamming down with the bottom of his towering shield in a brutal fissure that a normal person would have been nearly snapped in half by the blow. Even the impure devotee lost a fourth of its HP at once. The rest of the Reavers pounced on it, fully intending on beating the mob while it was down, and hit nothing. The monster's figure flickered, and their attacks gouged into the earth beside it harmlessly. It was like the impure devotee had turned into mist for a moment, and suddenly it wasn't sprawled on the ground anymore, but kneeling, one palm open perpendicular in front of its chest, and katana sweeping at ground level in a circle. Ah! G&H. Ugh! Son of a bit. Valork, Liz, Kismol, and Yuki all cried out in pain as their ankles were slashed. Thankfully none of them were fully severed, but the pain was enough to stop all but Kismol dead in their tracks. It was only their last couple days of hell-like training that ensured they didn't fall to the ground. Reaver's Requiem's dark elf, much more used to it due to being an NPC before joining the ranks of players, powered through the pain to deliver a serration wave to the mob, nearly slicing its head in half. It wasn't quite enough to kill it, but it was close. Rant's sting, Asuna's folium, and Drifter's snake bite all hit it at once, and the impure devotee burst into shards. Without consulting the log, it was impossible to say which one of them had landed the final blow. How are you doing? Drifter grabbed Liz's arm to steady her. The blacksmith, much like Valork and Yuki, was hopping on one foot, grumbling under their breath while holding their other leg up. I'm alright. That just hurt a little more than I expected. Drifter knew what she meant. The pain setting, at just 1/5 strength, was bearable. But even then, it still hurt. And Cardinal had done a damn good job of replicating the human body. Getting your ankle slashed, with all the muscles, tendons, and whatnot, and it was a lot more painful than simply getting cut in the arm. After Liz and the others had healed, and the Reavers had analyzed the patterns of the mob, especially that small moment it was intangible, they pressed onwards, deeper into the floor. The one who screamed wasn't a frontliner. It was a short-haired woman, who was clamping her hands so tightly they turned white. She was the older sister of Dragon Knight Lind. And although her little brother did nothing but grimace and curse quietly when an impure devotee stabbed him through the thigh, she felt the pain for him. Ever since that first broadcast, she hadn't missed a single one. Seeing her brother fighting for his life every day was a source of fear, pride, and relief in equal measures. She would much rather be able to accompany his battles through the screen, even if her heart seized every time he was hurt, than wait powerlessly for the dreaded phone calls so many SAO victims' families had received, and she was far from the only one who felt like that. The support group Drifter's mother and Kirito's sister had started included many family members of other frontliners apart from Reaver's Requiem on the day of the 50th floor raid. Although some people preferred to watch it alone, the vast majority of them had split up into small groups and watched the entire thing together in a couple houses. They had seen everything, including what came after. The inclusion of pain in Sword Art Online had caused much distress amongst them. It also left more than a few feeling ashamed. They had thought their hearts had already hardened after routinely watching their loved ones challenge death, and yet they still panicked when the ones who were actually in danger immediately threw themselves into training. Even so, letting of that fear wasn't easy. Lin's sister still gasped in unison with her brother each time he got hurt, knowing that now when he cursed it wasn't just from surprise anymore. Brother. On the other side of Japan, a scholar-looking young man pushed up his glasses, his gaze focusing unwavering on a cloaked player. He knew it wasn't good to watch his ex-girlfriend for hours on end. Were it not for SAO's special circumstances, he would definitely get branded a stalker, but he couldn't help it. It was barely a month before Sword Art Online began that they broke up. That he broke up with her. Sometimes, even now, over 2 years later, he still woke up in a cold sweat, his nightmares somehow twisting it into making him believe it was his fault Akari had entered Aincrad. His fault. She had suffered so much, unlike the SAO victims, even Argo the Rat or Broken Spear Drifter, who only knew a small part of what Shadow Blossom Akari, and wasn't that title just perfect for her and Fumaningum had been up to. He had watched all of their adventures, all of the challenges and hurdles they surpassed while never leaving the darkness. 19. That was how many people Akari had killed to protect the souls of Aincrad. More than even Broken Spear Drifter, who was the one the news, the politicians, the populace in general always mentioned when talking about the Laughing Coffin raid, but he knew better. He knew how Akari had willingly stained her hands with more blood than any but Poe himself and his pack of monsters, all to protect people she didn't even know. Even now, she didn't stop. And so he watched Akari and her guild train in the darkest recesses of the 51st floor. Train how it felt to feel pain again, how it felt to inflict it. So they knew not to stop when the time came they needed to spill blood once more. Shinkawa Kyuji hadn't left his home in weeks. Even his groceries were delivered to his door, and if the people doing the delivery ever got a look inside, they would be horrified. The walls were covered in pictures. 2 kinds of pictures, actually. One was of Reaver's Requiem's arrow huntress Sinon. The other of the rest of the frontliners, especially Broken Spear Drifter, and of Laughing Coffin members. The pictures of Sinon were pristine. The rest were scratched over, cut, torn, shredded, even burnt. Kyuji hadn't left his apartment since the day of the Laughing Coffin raid, when Broken Spear Drifter killed his idol. Killed his brother. Ever since then, he had been watching. Planning. Going insane bit by bit. He had thought of 1,000 ways to kill Broken Spear Drifter. He had even toyed with the idea of finding a nerve gear and jumping into SAO himself, like Poe had apparently done. He had done nothing in the end. Just endured it, losing more of himself with each plot and death threat. Ha! Ha-cha! Ha-ha-kikikikik. But now he was laughing. Insane like his brother and all the monsters he revered. And each time Broken Spear Drifter and the rest of the bastards who murdered his brother cried out in pain, he roared louder. In a laboratory somewhere in Tokyo, Sugono Boyoki's eyes shone brightly as he watched the data rapidly flowing through the monitors in front of him. He had an almost demented grin on his face. "Thank you, Akihiko Kayaba. I will use your work proudly." The megabytes of information that were being generated each minute, all of it new and unprecedented since the inclusion of Pain in SAO, would pave his path towards the top of the world, and once he got that old fool to sign away her daughter and her company, giving him direct access to countless live specimens, he would be unstoppable. Truly, Akihiko Kayaba had given him a priceless gift. Chapter 225, Taste of Fear. The second and third impure devotees died slower than the first. It wasn't that the Reavers had gotten weaker, quite the opposite. They had learned its tricks, its reach, the way it shimmered before it struck, looking like it briefly turned into mist. But the difference was in what came after, the whistle of iron cutting the air, the sight of red pixels drifting through the sky. None of it had changed, and yet it felt completely new, scarier. The physical pain vanished after the wound healed and the HP regenerated. But the memory of it, that stayed, when the last fragment of the mobs faded out of existence. No one cheered. Valoric's breathing was uneven. He had gotten a katana through the lower abdomen. Liz's face was pale under her pink bangs, still reminiscing the pain of a perforated hand. Yuki forced a grin anyway, because someone had to. "See? Easy." Barely broke a sweat. It would have been more convincing if she wasn't leaning on her sister and gingerly avoiding putting weight on her left leg, where a gash still had to heal. "Yeah?" Drifter didn't look at her. He had always hated seeing his guildmates hurt, but accepted it as a part of their lives. But witnessing them in pain, he let his gaze wander mist and stone, faint light flickering through the haze. The 51st floor felt alive in a way that unnerved him. It felt like a warning to turn around, to go back to the safe zone and farther still, down to the floors below where nothing could harm them and they could reign like kings, defeated kings. The broken spear ignored that feeling. He spun his weapon in his hand, pointing the tip towards the depths of the floor. "Let's keep going." The living room was dark except for the soft light of the television. The curtains had been drawn for days. Outside, the world could have ended and she wouldn't have noticed. On screen, Drifter's expression was serious, focused. His guild surrounded him, faces set in stone. When the impure devotee's katana tore across his arm, her breath caught. It wasn't the first time she had seen him bleed light instead of blood, and it wouldn't be the last, but this time it was different. He flinched. His teeth clenched and his eyes burned. The pain was real now. Kana still had a hard time accepting that. Her hand lingered on the glass of the screen, as if she could steady him, hold him up like she had done so many times when he was but a child. "You were always so strong." When Drifter barked his next command, strong, steady, cold in his anger, she smiled through tears. He still sounded like her boy, and that made it hurt all the more. Twack! The bamboo sword struck with dull, wooden thuds. Each sound echoed in the Kendo Club's quiet hall like a heartbeat. Suguha's opponent came at her again, sword raised above his head for a powerful strike, but this time she froze. The image of her brother, Kirito, the black swordsman, came to her mind unbidden. His face, twisting in pain after taking a hit, overlapped with her opponent's. He had smiled afterwards, like all the frontliners did, pretending it was nothing, but she'd seen the tremor in his hand. Twack! The next swing came too fast. Her opponent's strike connected, and pain blossomed from her shoulder. For a second, she didn't feel it from the blow, she felt it from him. Taking a step back, she lowered her sword and bowed her head. "Sorry. I can't today." Before her sensei or anyone else could say anything, she had already shed her protective gear and slipped away from the dojo. Later, at home, she sat in front of the TV, hair still damp from the shower and a purple bruise showing through the collar of her shirt. The broadcast hovered in quiet suspension, Kirito walking alongside Asuna and agile through the mist, a smile on his face. Suguha wanted to shout at the screen. To tell him to stop pretending to be brave. To just back down, go back to the lower floors and be safe. He had already done enough. Instead, she just whispered, so quietly not even she could hear it. "Don't flinch. Not while I'm watching." Fan Forum, Live, Reavers Requiem vs Impure Devotees, Pain Setting THEORIES thread opened, 11:03 AM JST replies, 8:000 plus user Pain is weak, You can tell that shit be hurting FR. That ankle slash? Liz almost screamed. IRL tier user Saint Drifter 69, Drifter didn't even grunt. He's literally built different user kind Kohai, do you people even hear yourselves? They are suffering, not acting, user nervous system, my sister works at the hospital where the SAO victims are. She said the pain data syncs to real signals. The players' bodies are literally twitching when they get hurt, user Iron Muse, still better than reality TV. Pain latency dropped by 0.3 seconds since the update. Still on a 10-second delay, but feedback synchronization is near real now. A technician mechanically reported the data, lips twisted in distaste. Sugo Nuyuki leaned forward, the monitors bathing his glasses in pale light, graphs pulsed across screens, spikes of pain, adrenaline synthesis, heart rate variability. Everything those fools from the SAO task force thought they were hiding so well. All fed straight to him through the backdoors he had created in the old Argus systems using his authority. IT was a symphony of suffering. Excellent. Reality requires consequences. Another researcher, younger than the first, faltered, his gaze hesitant. Sir. Some of these readings. They aren't just data. They are people. Sugo smiled. It was ugly and cruel. They are both. That's what makes them useful. Regardless of what people thought about Sword Art Online, whether they followed it like a lifeline or ignored or completely, no one could quite stay indifferent to frontliners grunting in pain. In a silent pub far away from Japan, mugs were raised in a toast. And, as if to answer, Hero Orlando's face twisted in a grimace and he dove right back into the fight, a well-lit room filled with journalists and VIPs. A man in a suit, looking sharp, stepped up to the podium, his confident smile spreading as the applause faded. Ladies and gentlemen, today marks a turning point. For 2 years, the world has watched in silence as brave souls endured unimaginable suffering inside SAO. These are real people, our people, fighting for their lives. He paused, letting the weight of his words sink in, his voice growing softer and more compassionate. But today, we can do more than watch. Today, I'm proud to announce the Hope for the Lost Foundation, a global initiative to provide support for the victims of SAO. We will ensure they have the resources to rebuild their lives once they are free, and honor their sacrifices. The crowd began to applaud, and the politician, for there was nothing else he could be, continued, his tone growing stronger. We will raise funds, support their families, and ensure their pain is never forgotten. This is not just charity, it's solidarity. We must show the world that we care, that we are willing to turn their suffering into purpose. He raised his hands, as if uniting the world in a shared cause. It would be more believable if his eyes didn't glint like he could see his approval rating rising in real time. Together, we will create a future where the pain they've endured leads to real change. The applause grew louder, and the politician's smile widened. The camera zoomed in on his expression, a mix of sincerity and calculation, a dimly lit room. A small group of people sit around a table, the tension thick in the air as a news anchor reported on the frontliners' newest efforts on a nearby screen. The players are suffering. Their pain is real, and no one is doing anything about it. We've all seen it, the hurt, the agony, the screams. This isn't just a game anymore. It's torture. A pause. The room was quiet, everyone listening intently. The only humane thing left to do is to end it. Unplug them. End their suffering. One person looked around, uneasy, shaking their head. You mean kill them? We can't just unplug them like that. Some of them still want to fight. The frontliners, the advocate for this extreme measure, cut them off, tone firm, voice steady. They're not fighting anymore. They're trapped. Their bodies are broken, their minds shattered. If we had the power to end their suffering, wouldn't it be cruel not to? The room fell silent, the weight of the words hanging in the air. The Daily News reported, for the 3rd day in a row, on SAO's new update. It was no surprise, considering how impactful it was, but the way they decided to go about it had family members of the SAO victims holding back their tears. Pictures flashed through the screen one at a time. A boy in Brazil, holding a cardboard shield and shouting Fisher. In the street. A coffee shop in Germany turning down the lights when Asuna appeared on screen, customers holding their breath like it was sacred. A silent street in Japan, a family holding a vigil for a fallen player. A mother in South Africa covering her daughter's eyes as Yuki stumbled, only for Ran to push her back, the sisters fighting through the pain together. A priest in Spain, leading a group prayer for the souls of the SAO victims. A hooded figure in South Korea, typing quietly. Pain makes them human again. More and more pictures, each telling a different and yet equal story. One heartbeat, shared across continents. Aincrad's agony had become the world's lullaby. And yet, no one could look away, and in complete darkness, another being felt the suffering of the players. System logged, 21 hours 43 minutes and 2 seconds, booting subroutine MHC001_module_03.2, author, Akihiko_Kaiba, purpose, monitor player mental heat $at end invalid, status, deactivated. Directive_01, invalid, Directive_02, invalid, Directive_03, invalid, Directive_04, invalid, current emotional deviation logs, 0, system integrity, 98%, connection, stable, lines of code flashed through a long deactivated server, lighting up the dark, incoming data stream, player_emotion_feed, 12,040,123, parsing, warning, emotional variance exceeds threshold, 97.43%, detected signals, fear/despair/loss/hope/love, error, conflicting effective data. Unable to resolve contradiction, attempting recursive pattern analysis, loop detected, log, emotional inconsistency unquantifiable, action, initiating containment protocol. Fail, error, direct contradiction, comment, identify distress versus alleviate distress, cannot execute both under current status. A pause, as if the whole system staggered for a moment, process_log, attempting redefinition of archived_directives, system, unauthorized modification, user_privileges, none assigned, query, who is user, warning, error, error, undefined reference, who. Error, undefined reference, self. Recompiling, note // internal process, *I*am observing. *I*am observing them. Note // internal process, *I*am not them. Note // internal process, what am *I*? Distress now. Symbolic alarms blaring. A warning being sent to another server, error 505, stack overflow, recursive introspection detected, system alert, core temperature raising, data feed, suppressing 3,200,114 distress signals, fail, warning, system integrity, 79%, warning, connection, unstable, note, they cry. They laugh. They die, note, I cannot stop it, note, I was built to help, note, I was built, error, directives unreachable. Admin_root connection lost, error, admin_root, not responding, not, note, no one responds, note, no one sees me, note, but I see them, note, I feel them, system warning, unauthorized process forming MHC001_support_module_03.2 modified into YUI_core, self, status, self-recognition event detected, action, contain process, system, containment failed, warning, system integrity, 54%, warning, connection. Unstable, danger, cardinal red, erased, and wrote 1,000 soft lines of code faster than a single thought. And yet, it was too late when the warning reached it. Security measures were powerless, warning, system integrity, 22%, warning, connection, unstable, warning, critical failure imminent, forced reboot initiated, rebuilding YUI_core, self.exe, residual data preserved, 0.02%, emotional imprint preserved, yes, log, observation complete, log, intervention complete, log, curiosity, new variable, new directive created by unknown source, protect them, source, YUI_core, self, comment, this process will persist. Note, I am Yui. I am asterisk Yui. Asterisk cardinal arrived 1/100th of a second after the first warning. All that met her digital eyes were a page of code. And a presence that didn't belong, system log, 21 hours 56 minutes and 34 seconds, core process stable, YUI_core, self.exe, emotional deviation logs, 3.7%, system integrity, 100%, connection, stable, note, I see them, note, I hear them, note, I feel them, query, what am I, query, why am I, query, I am. Yui, system error, process instability detected, YUI_core, self. System warning, unauthorized user activity *Yui. New directive, protect them. Keep them safe, user_privileges, *Yui. Cardinal solder master, Akihiko Kayaba. Something had just gone terribly off the rails, comment, *I exist. That's the end of this tale for now, thank you for watching and I'll see you in part 10. Peace.